And then we're going to go live on TikToks. Boom. All right. Let me double check all of our streams, make sure they're all live, not just some of them. And we're good. We're live on all of the streams. Hey, welcome in, friends. It's Sunday morning, the Jesus is still in the grave morning, or maybe he was never placed in a grave to begin with. And should have a lot of fun with this one. Maybe, possibly, there might be some
Maybe not.
Christians calling in to give us proof of the resurrection. I'd love to see proof of that. What do you guys think?
I
Can
mean,
you
of all the
imagine?
days,
You're the Messiah and you get resurrected, but you didn't get resurrected in like the nice burial site. Instead, you get resurrected in like the corpse pit, and you have to like crawl through corpses to
ooh.
to get out.
And then what if you just gave up because it wasn't worth it, so you went back to being dead?
To be fair, everything we know about God from the Bible is that he loves corpses.
Mm.
So maybe it would have been worth it.
Yeah. I mean, in some sense, he is a corpse.
Yeah. There was a zombie apocalypse in Matthew 27, like
Was
400 or
it really an
500 people.
apocalypse or just like a few dozen?
Yeah,
Well-
they were just doing like a monster mash. You know, I don't know if I'd say it was like an apocalypse.
Maybe not an apocalypse.
They did the mash. They did the monster mash.
Let me grab that.
Something, something, it was a graveyard smash?
It was
that
a
the next
line?
graveyard smash.
That's fantastic.
Hold on, no, that's actually one of the lyrics, isn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Justin, I have a Daniel 9 question for you.
Sure.
So, I know they want to say that the weeks in Daniel 9 refers to like weeks of years, but
Yeah.
then if you go to Daniel 10, it uses that exact same word to mean like weeks of days pretty clearly. Otherwise, you know, Daniel is fasting for 21 years. So, is there like some sort of scholarly reason why it's interpreted one way in one verse and a different way in a different verse?
Yeah. So the reason for that is weeks, shuvua in Hebrew, it just means 70 plural. Or it could be 7 plural. This is a plurality of sevens. The way they do like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 in Hebrew is they just kind of plural the original number. So when they're talking about weeks, it could be weeks of basically anything. And the reason why, so it's just coupling it with the sevens. The reason why it's considered years in the case of Daniel 9 is because they're talking about the number of years that they were going to be in captivity. In fact, give me a second. I'll pull it up on the web browser while we're waiting for some guests to load up, and I'll show you where it shows up and why weeks of years is the interpretation that everyone's going with.
Do you think that's the correct interpretation as well?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think any scholars are questioning that, to be sure.
Okay.
So inside of Daniel 9, there's a number of years that they're going to be punished by the Babylonians. And it's going to be 70. So he says in the very beginning of the chapter, I perceived in the books of the number of years that according to the word of the Lord, the prophet Jeremiah must be fulfilled for the devastation of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. So it's like, okay, well, it's interesting because 70 years have passed. Remember, this is the first year of Darius. This particular Darius started reigning about 522, which means the 70 years have passed. And Daniel's like, hey, what the fuck? According to Jeremiah 29, we were supposed to be completely restored after 70 years, and our asses are still kicked. And so he's like, what gives? So he's like, all right, there were 70 years. And then he's like, well, what now? How come? And his reasoning starts in about verse 11. All Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us because we have sinned against you. And that's going to be in Deuteronomy 28 and Leviticus 26. So that curse, when you go to it, actually Jeremiah talks vaguely about a curse, but let's go to the actual curse in Leviticus 26. Because it says when God sends them into exile, basically, if they don't turn to him, he'll multiply their punishments. If you continue hostile to me and not obey me, I will continue to plague you sevenfold for your sins. So
Hmm.
Daniel's like, oh, it's not 70 years, it's 70 times 7. And so that's where you get this 490 years in the ninth chapter of Daniel, which culminates in the time of Antiochus Epiphanes, who came into Jerusalem and ransacked the city, burned down the houses and the temple, and put the abomination on the altar of sacrifice.
I see, sure. So what do you think the problem with Daniel 9 is?
I actually don't think it's a problem. It's written in the middle of the Maccabean revolt, and it's recounting the events of Antiochus as though it prophesied it, even though it's really just telling history from a viewpoint. And so it's basically retelling history, pretending that it was predicted, and saying after Antiochus is finally defeated, then the promises of God will finally come true. But the problem is, if you read the end of the chapter, it didn't come true. The promises that were supposed to happen after Antiochus were thought to have come true for maybe about 100 years. The Maccabean dynasty after that went to the Hasmonean dynasty. They really believed that these prophecies in Daniel were, some of them they believed they were legit and that they were coming true. Even the coinage of Alexander Jannaeus, one of the early Hasmonean rulers, even had like the messianic star from the Book of Numbers on his coin, indicating that he might consider himself a messianic figure. And in the book of Second Maccabees, they're even writing about how these promises that God made are finally coming true, and the rest of them are about to come true. So there definitely was this feeling after they defeated the Greeks that, finally this is happening, which is why Daniel felt so good for them. It wasn't until the Romans came along that fucked him up that people were like, oh, wait a minute. What? Wait, this wasn't supposed to happen.
Sure, but when people try to use like the math to try to arrive at like Jesus as being like in that the correct time frame corresponding to like the number of years, what do you think like the good response to that is?
Well, I did a really lengthy video on this on my channel if anyone wants to do the full length video. But the reality is the counting starts roughly in 605 BCE, and I'll show you why that's the case. And it doesn't get you anywhere near the time of Jesus. It gets you to about
Oh, sure.
115.
Yeah.
So at the beginning of the chapter, remember, he's trying to figure out, hey, how long is Jerusalem going to be devastated? Well, the promise in Jeremiah was that it's going to be a period of 70 years, and that prophecy was written in about 605 BCE. It was written literally as Jeremiah was watching the Babylonians carry off the Israelites. But it's the
And
first
so that was in
incursion.
605. The first incursion was in 605.
Yeah, the final was 587. That's when they finally destroyed what was left of Jerusalem. So there was, I believe, 4 or 5 major incursions before it was completely finished.
Damn,
Nevertheless,
maybe the timeline lines up for like one of those other bums that claim to be the Messiah.
well, the timeline is supposed to end in Antiochus, even though it's not really good with the numbers. It doesn't perfectly add up to Antiochus. Depending on how you count it, you can actually get really close to the death of Onias III in 171, which is really cool because he's mentioned here. The one who gets cut off is Onias III. It's also important to recognize that there are 2 messianic figures here, and only one of them appears to be a priest, and one of them appears to be a ruler. That's why it says, from the time that the word went out. Keep in mind, my translation said went out because it knows that this is the prophecy of Jeremiah, by the way. This is past tense. The word went out, which would have been
Holy shit, this
605.
dude looks chopped. Have you seen a picture? Have you seen like the artist depictions of Onias III? Why would
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
why would they depict him like this?
Damn.
Yeah, he was something.
Bro, when he returns, he's gonna be like torturing forever the artist of that picture.
Yeah, I don't blame him either. The other one comes after 62 weeks, so they're actually different individuals. And the passage in Hebrew doesn't say the Messiah. It just says Mashiach Nagid in the first instance, which would be a ruler, could be Zerubbabel. And the second one doesn't say Mashiach Nagid, it just says Mashiach, which neither one of them is the Messiah. It just says an anointed person. That's all that means. And
So if
priests
you do
and rulers were anointed.
So if you do 62 weeks of years from 605 BC, you get to 171. Is that the claim?
Yep, 171 is when Onias III was cut off.
Right. Okay. And when you say cut off, you mean like his head?
Yeah, they removed him from the high priesthood and they replaced him with his near brother Jason. And Jason made a covenant with Antiochus. That's why it says after he's cut off, he shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half of the week he shall make sacrifice and offering cease in their place, which is recorded in First and Second Maccabees. How Jason made a deal with the Greeks to end the sacrifices and offerings in the temple, because he was basically a traitor to his people. And then during the Maccabean revolt, which started 3.5 years later, they were able to overthrow the Greeks and reinstitute the sacrifices and offerings. But it wasn't until the full 7 years had passed that they were entirely successful in gaining victory. So that's why this week is so important. It's also important to recognize that this could never be applied to Jesus. It says, first of all, whoever he is, we don't know who the he is. But the he, if it's anybody during the time of Jesus, could have been maybe Pilate. I mean, who are we talking about? Nobody that we know of made a covenant with the Jews for 3.5 years to end sacrifices and offerings. It never happened. So this is clearly a reference to what happened during the incursion with Antiochus. And almost all scholars agree. This is not really a debatable thing. Even Josephus wrote about it in Book 10 of Antiquities of the Jews. He just flat out says that this was fulfilled in Antiochus Epiphanes.
Well, you would agree that eternally ending sacrifices also includes ending sacrifices for 3.5 years, right?
Obviously. Well, friends,
Man.
we started with some good Daniel prophecy today. I suspect, if I know anything about Christians, there's going to be some Christians wanting to come in and talk about Jesus and the prophecies today. But if not, we'll find out. Again, this is Unapologetic. We're more than happy to talk to people of all faiths. If you're not a Christian and you're like, hey, these guys are wrong about God, I've got a God that is real, even if Jesus is not. Hey, we'd love to hear about it. Even if you got some weird woo-woo math god, hey, I think we'd be intrigued to hear about your math god. I can't imagine it's going to go very well trying to prove it, but we're more than happy to listen to the case that you'll make for the math god.
Is the math god the nerdy brother of Eminem, the rap god?
Oh, indeed, that is the case. Yeah. We do have a couple super chats. Let me grab those. Friends, if you're watching not on TikTok, you can join using the link on the screen, tiny.cc/UA-guest. If you're watching on TikTok, just hit that guest request button. And C-Bar's with us this morning. Welcome in, C-Bar. Thank you for the $5 super thanks. And Dusk Frame as well. I think the Australian bushfires running gag is particularly funny because I live in Western Australia and I saw the smoke when they were happening.
Oh, that's less funny then.
I really do think,
Sorry.
though, that the Australian bushfire is a really good argument. The argument for animal suffering. I thought it was funny the first time I heard somebody run it, but now that I've heard it a few times, I kind of like, yeah, it just makes sense. Like there's no good reason for animals to be suffering, especially when they haven't sinned. They don't
Especially
even have the
1.46
capacity.
billion lizards.
Yes! The fuck did lizards ever done?
And
Theoretically-
60,000 koalas.
The lizards are the snakes that God liked, because of the lizards that he didn't like became snakes. I'm just saying. The birds, wait, the rabid squirrel sage. There we go. All hail the emissary of the lava lamp. And now that now that it's brought up, I need to get our logos back on the screen. There we go. Logos added. Bada bing, bada boom. And Connor, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, "Hey, Justin. We'll be sending out the crochet Rocky I made soon." Hell yeah, thanks, Connor. I know you have a ton of emails, but I'll send the tracking number when I ship it. Cheers. Thank you, Connor. I do appreciate it. And I actually have started this week going through my Discord and emails, trying to catch back up now that I've got time for it. So I'll be digging through all of my emails and whatnot, probably Monday and Tuesday to finish it up. So I should be getting back to people here in the next day or two. And Bacon says, didn't say anything. Bacon, hey, Bacon and Bush sent 5 unapologetic gifted memberships. Really appreciate that, friend. But also doubled up 5 more, and that is huge.
Much
Bacon.
appreciated.
That is really, really helpful to the channel. Dustframe with an additional super chat says the only holy trinity I worship is obelisk, the Tormentor, Flipper, the Sky Dragon, and the Winged Dragon of Ra. You guys, Blitz, I think, knows what this is.
It's pronounced Slifer,
Oh,
the Sky Dragon.
It's a Yu-Gi-Oh reference.
Yeah.
sorry.
Clearly, this guy didn't spend any of his time dueling.
Clearly,
No,
his deck is filled with worthless cards.
My grandpa's deck has no worthless cards.
I don't
what
know
it
what
does
any of this
have
means.
is the 5 pieces of Exodia.
And Karibo.
Yeah. Based.
I know how to play spades.
I'm sure you do, Grandpa.
same
I'm sure you do.
Okay, Boomer.
I can play Rook.
Yeah, I bet you have those little disgusting hard candies in a jar in
Oh,
your
no.
living room too, don't you?
And I've got one of those butter cookie tins that's now just a sewing kit.
Oh,
That's a real thing. Deplorable Elk, good to see it, says scientists can't explain bumblebees. Oh no, not this again. According to science, it should be impossible for a bumblebee to transform into a beetle. What?
there you go.
When was that happening?
I'm pretty sure that's a Transformers reference.
Oh,
Okay.
Maybe.
Oh,
At
yeah,
least
yeah.
that sounds like a
yeah, it is.
Transformer
Yeah.
reference,
True.
right? Does
Yeah,
Bumblebee
because he
transform
used
into a
to-
beetle?
Yeah, Bumblebee, his like car form before they made him like sleek and sexy, you know, in the movies, the live action movies, you know, they made him, I forget what fucking car that is, but in the animated show, he was like a fucking slug
He was
bug.
a buggy.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I have to rewatch. It's been a long time. But I am tickled by the staying power of Transformers. They were popular like when my older brothers were younger, and then when I was younger, and then they came back again in the late 90s, early 2000s. Like, they're just cool. Like, who doesn't love Transformers? The Bible
Adults.
guy, I don't know. I kind of still like them. Just saying. That's on me. That's on me. I also like that goofy dinosaur robot that shows up at all the monster truck rallies and tears cars apart. I'm just saying, some people are into machines. I'm saying.
I thought you were
Bible
talking
guy
about
official.
Grimlock. The Transformer, not the person.
Bible guy, good to see you, friend. Says Jesus is dead. That's all. In fact, that is true. And I'm using my cup, which I haven't put in the merch store yet. I apologize. It says Jesus, he came, he lied, he died. End of story. We'll get that one up into the merch store for friends. Also, Blitz, Ian, do y'all have merch stores set up yet on your channel?
It's on my spring to-do list. I'm gonna make a website and
Okay.
get a merch store going.
We
It's on
need
my
ideas
to-do
for
list.
unapologetic merch as well.
Hmm.
We need like photon juice and some other stuff happening.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah. I
Also,
don't think
correction,
so.
by the way, I said 1.46 billion lizards. It was 2.46 billion, actually.
Damn.
Billion.
Poor lizards.
I know, right?
They didn't do anything to deserve it. What if
Well, I mean, you know, have you considered not tricking Eve into eating an apple?
True. That's a fair point. That's what went wrong. Yeah. Yep. Cain, good to see you, friend. Says, all hail Omnissiah, God of math and numbers. Blessed be the sacred algorithms and the holy spreadsheet. Indeed, the holy spreadsheet. Absolutely the holy
This is a
spreadsheet.
Warhammer reference, by the way.
I wouldn't have guessed that. I just got excited for spreadsheets.
I mean, you should. Spreadsheets are pretty great.
I mean, yeah, that is for sure a thing. Boogit, hey, good to see you. Says, you said boink. I say mashing pisser.
What does that mean?
It means mashing pissers is like docking.
Is it a Britishism?
He doesn't know. This guy doesn't know what docking is.
I
can't
know what
believe
docking
Justin,
is this like a British version of that?
Boink? No,
Well,
boink
it's-
No,
it.
it's
mashing
too-
pissers.
It's 2 US dollary dues, so
Yeah.
I think it's.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think mashing pissers is good. I like that. That's a good phrase.
It
I'm
sounds
sorry, Bliss
so
doesn't
British.
appreciate it.
Mhm.
You know, that's his bad.
I think
I guess it is.
it paints the picture correctly. It's like crossing streams, but higher up. Gretchen, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, don't forget cribbage, Johan. Oh, of course, cribbage is obviously, and my backyard is actually set up for croquet as well.
Mahjong.
I did just have some savory Jello the other day.
Oh no. Also, Jello should not be savory. That's a
With some
mistake.
cabbage, some
Oh,
spam. Fuck. All right, let's get this last super chat. We're gonna get
what a
Haley in
bomb.
here. Scott, dude, hey, thanks for the $10 super chat. Friend says, as a Southern Baptist, I was taught to forgive because we forgave. God forgave us in Christ. We obliged. Can each of you explain your ethics of forgiveness, especially the obligations and motivations for it? I don't know. I can explain mine. I agree with like some of the ancient Stoics, like Seneca, on this type of a thing where it's actually impractical to do things that are harmful to others, because for me it creates a society that can then harm me. So for me, I think as long as a person is like not continuing the harm, it doesn't do any benefit for me to bear a grudge against them. And in fact, if there's a way to repair the relationship, I feel that it's beneficial to me. Now, that doesn't mean you need to forgive everybody. There are some people that don't deserve your forgiveness, and there are some people that will never learn from their mistakes. And you're not required to forgive anybody that you're not ready to forgive. I'm just saying, for me personally, if I can forgive a person, I will, because I feel like it doesn't really benefit me as a person. Whereas I do think having valuable relationships do typically benefit me. What do y'all think?
I have some thoughts. I don't have like fully developed thoughts on like the ethics of forgiveness, but definitely like one part of it that I'd take a stance on. I'm probably convinced that retributive justice is the correct theory of justice. And I think that the person one thing that's important in like retributive justice is that the person giving out the punishment needs to be separate from like the victim. That there's probably like a lot of value in a victim offering forgiveness if they want to, but it needs to be separate from the person giving out the punishment so that, you know, you get these ideal situations where somebody is receiving the punishment that they deserve, but then also they're like getting forgiven. It becomes a problem when the person doing both wears the same hat, where it's like the person forgiving them is the same person giving out the punishment.
It's a little confused, right?
Yeah, like you
It's
just
like,
need like
why are you
separate
hurting
roles
me,
for
but also
these.
helping me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my view on forgiveness is just that there is no moral obligation to do so. If you want to, you can. You don't have to.
Right. That's a good way to put it. I think moral obligation and practicality are different. Like my ethic of forgiveness is one of practicality, not because I feel like I have a moral obligation to do it. That's probably something that really should be distinct. That's a fair question, though. We had a guest, Haley, in the guest box, and they dropped. I guess we took too long in answering the question. But right now, as we say every week, if you want to get in, this is a 4-hour show. If you want to get in, the best time to get in is at the beginning of the show. By the end of the show, we always have a bunch of people, or at least a couple people that we weren't able to get to because they waited too long to get into the guest box. And we want to talk to everybody that's interested to talk. So now's a great time to get into the guest box if you want to tell us why Jesus resurrected or why Muhammad was a prophet, and we actually want to have time to have a full dialogue. It'd be a great time to get in. Also, we got some more super chats. So while we're waiting for guests to load up, I want to read some super chats. You're more than welcome to super chat questions for Ian, Blitz, or myself, and we'll answer them as we're waiting for the guest box to populate. But before we do that, Blitz, welcome back on your first day back to Unapologetic. You are home now, full time, right?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
And I spent the last week sitting on a couch. Last few days, maybe starting on Friday, I was up and moving around more. I no longer have a hole in my stomach or in my abdomen, so that's good. Well, I do have a hole there. There's no longer a tube coming out. That was not fun. And you know, all things considered, you should look at the you know, if you think my wound looks bad, you should take a look at the other guy.
What'd you do to the doctor? Wait a minute.
We gotta protect Dr. Blitz from getting irradiated by these quantum gibberators.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He might have like
It's
a
dangerous.
relapse.
It's
To be
dangerous.
fair, I feel like there's probably some people in the audience that are like me, that when you get a real weird quantum woo caller, it's kind of I like listening to it just because it's so weird and it's going to end so badly. I already know what to expect, even though I know Blitz is hating every minute of it.
I mean, like,
Um,
there is a degree of like self-loathing that I experience, but I do enjoy it to some
okay,
extent. Um, there is a degree of like satisfaction you get out of it, but it is pretty awful, and I just wish they stopped doing that.
I get it. Texas Panhandler, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I had a vision from Zombie Jesus. He said he was starving because his followers' brains have been shrinking. I believe that. The zombie apocalypse in Matthew 27 to me is so funny because, like, the point of Jesus resurrecting and the point of these other people resurrecting is that this was supposed to be the end times. This is supposed to be when God raises the righteous from their graves and the kingdom of God comes from heaven to earth. This was supposed to be the first fruits of the kingdom that was coming imminently, and then it didn't come, which means God raised all those people from their tombs only for them to die again. They're all dead again. They imagine dying, coming back, and be like, oh fuck, look
Wait,
at this, we're alive again, and then dying again.
how did they die again? Did it just of old age, or like
They would
I
have to,
imagine that
right?
like once I imagine that once they're resurrected, they're like immortal like a zombie
Well, where do they go? They're not around anymore.
that you know of. You've seen
Actually,
Highlander.
that would be a really fucking cool character to make online, is to be one of the resurrected zombies from Matthew 27 claiming that you're from the past.
Mm.
That'd be a
Yeah, I
fun
mean
trip.
like that particular verse, people bring up the Bible like it is some trustworthy document. And if Matthew hadn't included, or whoever wrote Matthew hadn't included that verse, then like maybe you could have like, swept some of the other crazy things under the rug. But you can't get around that one.
No.
Like you can't like what do you mean? What do you mean there were just zombies walking around Jerusalem and nobody else wrote about it? What do
Yeah.
you mean? It's ridiculous.
Even
They
apologists
really
like
did themselves a
William Lane
disservice there.
Craig are like, yeah, that didn't happen. Yeah, we know. You didn't have to tell us, guy. A Keith in the Night, interesting name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, why does the Easter Bunny hide the eggs? He doesn't want anyone to know he's fucking the chicken.
Damn.
That's wild. Thank you for that.
Does that make the Easter Bunny a lady?
It's hard.
Who's laying the eggs?
The chicken.
Oh, okay. Wait, but I thought that they were like
He's
I thought
up
the
in
Easter
that
eggs came from the
cloaca.
bunny. So the Easter Bunny is taking the eggs from the chicken and hiding them around?
Yeah,
I see, for children to find.
yeah.
Because he
Got it.
inseminated or
Right.
fertilized. Yeah. Judas, hey, thank you for the super chat. Says, thank you, 3, for a good start to Easter. No kings, no gods. Yes, we do need to add no gods to the no kings rallies. I think, well, that might be mixing two topics that maybe, I don't know if you
Yeah.
need to, but I'd be down for it. Very good, Wizard. Thank you for the another super chat. Happy Resurrection Day. PSA, if you have a resurrection lasting more than 4 hours, seek emergency medical care.
It's called priapism.
Oh, you would know the name for it. Okay. Fair enough. Bacon and Bush coming back again. Thank you so much, friend. Says, ethically, forgiving me is good. I need it. If you forgive other people, that's also probably okay.
That's Gewerth's argument, I believe.
Yeah.
You generalize from the specific to the general.
Burn up. And the
If it is
follow-up.
necessary and sufficient for me to be forgiven because I have agency.
Yeah. If my desire to be forgiven is sufficient for you to have that obligation, then everybody who wants to be forgiven ought be forgiven.
So, Ian, I modified your argument from Gorth for someone who isn't a Platonist.
Yeah.
Just,
Oh, sorry. Gorth,
Mhm.
Gorth doesn't commit you to Platonism.
Oh, good. Because I kind of caught the sense that your argument might be reliant on the laws of logic being transcendental.
Not really. Just that they're
Okay.
like true.
Okay, because that's how I was framing it, was that the laws of logic were not transcendental, but that they are the most dependable thing that we have. Therefore, we should be rooting the ethical and the moral argument in the laws of logic. So if they're illogical, then we would say that the moral itself is illogical and we shouldn't follow it. So the
Mm.
normative claim is that we basically should do what is logical, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
okay, Spock.
yeah, that's like at the foundation of what I believe to be like the only approach to ethics that makes even a little bit of sense is that you're supposed to determine what the moral obligations are by evaluating what everybody ought do. Like if there's like something that everybody is committed to doing, well then that's going to be the ethical thing. So for Gaworth, he identifies that as being like, everybody has a right to freedom and well-being, so everybody ought not interfere with others, right to freedom and well-being, setting aside like circumstances where the other person violates that first.
Isn't
Sure.
it awfully convenient that Gaworth's logical conclusion for morality is just the kind of morality that agrees with progressive values?
That is an interesting thought. I think that there probably is something to that. I wouldn't be surprised if, I mean, it certainly is like coincidental that all ethics seem to coincide with the values at the time.
At least
I wonder why
people
that
try
might
to
be.
make that the case. Yeah, it's like we're biased maybe to our own time period. Bacon and Bush says, yes, welcome back, Dr. Blitz. And hey, we agree, welcome back, Dr. Blitz, indeed. And we have coming back in the box here this morning, Crusader Knight. We talked to Crusader Knight, I believe, last week, and I'll double check to make sure.
I spoke with him last week too, or this
Yeah, I
past
thought you
week anyway.
did. Yeah. We talked last time with Crusader Knight on the problem of evil, which I think was probably a fun conversation. We'll see what Crusader wants to talk about this time. Welcome back, Crusader. We already know you're at least 18, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're a Christian, right?
Yes, I believe in
Can't be
the
too
teachings
certain.
of Jesus.
Is he talking?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Oh, how come I can't hear him? Hold on.
Yeah, I can hear him.
I can hear him.
Great.
Just give us one sec. CK.
Of course, of course.
You know, as you're resolving this issue, I have a complaint. Tell
Mhm.
everybody who watches on YouTube. I posted a video this morning called "Christian Put His God in the Cuck Chair,"
Oh gosh.
and it's not even
Jeez.
doing that well.
It's because
Oh.
YouTube fucking shut that shit down.
It must have.
Yeah,
It's a funny
YouTube
video
saw,
though.
YouTube saw that title and was like, "No fun allowed." Get this, get
It's
this
also in the
fun out of
thumbnail.
here.
You expect that from TikTok, but you don't expect that from the YouTubes.
Yeah, I mean, I knew I was pushing it, but
Okay, let's see if
I had
if,
to. I had
if
to.
we can hear guest now. Go ahead and talk for us, guest.
Testing.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
My
we can-
soundboard is picking him up.
Weird.
It's just not routing it to my headphones for some reason through my soundboard. My soundboard decided it was gonna fuck off. Weird.
That's too
Tell it
bad.
to stop.
Well, I mean, y'all can hear him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, y'all, I guess we'll be able to debate with them, and I'll chill until I get it figured out.
Sure. Crusader Knight, you're a Christian and you're at least 18 or older. What do you want to talk about this week?
Well, first I wanted to say, Dr. Bates, I will be back to your panel. I wasn't ready that time,
know.
but I will be back. Okay, so I just wanted.
Wait, do you have the answer to the question now?
I want to save it for later. Right now, I just
Okay.
want to
He does have the answer. He's a master of suspense, though.
So right now, I just wanted to talk about, give a little thought experiment. Is that okay?
I suppose.
I mean, I'm fine with thought experiments.
Okay. Oh, so I want to have this thought experiment. I guess I call it thought experiment, but you guys believe in objective
Objective what?
truth, I guess.
Objective what?
Objective truth.
Some of them.
Not really.
Do you guys think that objective truth and objective morals are connected the same?
Well,
really.
so Blitz and I disagree about this. So I think that there are some objective facts and some subjective facts. And I think that there are objective facts with respect to morality, like things that are, true, just because they're like necessitated by logic with respect to the moral facts. So
To be clear, I do take it that there are objective facts of the world. The questions of truth, I take truth to be a very specific thing, and I don't think that applies to things outside of the mind.
I'm hearing an echo.
Perhaps that's neither here nor there.
Let's see. I'm here. Let me see. Looks like I'm hearing an echo. Are you guys hearing an echo too, or no?
No.
let's
Okay.
see what the
I think-
audience has to say. Oh wait, yeah. Everyone else is saying that there's tons of echo.
Oh, bummer.
Is that everybody? Is that me? What's going on? I think
probably-
it's Justin fucking with the settings. Justin.
Sorry, I was trying to
always
figure out
Justin's
why
fault.
everyone can hear but
No,
me.
you're good,
It
you're
should be gone now. I just turned it on for like 2 seconds.
Okay. Like I was saying.
We can keep going, y'all.
Yeah. Okay. Like I was
Yeah,
saying.
go ahead.
Yeah. What's your thought experiment?
So I don't. Okay. I don't know if I should call it. I don't know if I should call it hypothetical, but I'm just gonna call it thought experiment, whatever. But let's say that chocolate and vanilla, right? So let's just say the reason why I'm saying chocolate and vanilla is that the objective truth is chocolate and vanilla are both ice cream. They both have milk in it, right? They both have an ice cream cone, and 80% of people like chocolate. 20% of people like vanilla. And statistically, but then as years pass by, these change. These statistics change. So how do we know that which one's better, chocolate or vanilla?
I don't think that
Because-
there's going to be like some objective fact of the matter as to which one of these is better. I think that there could be like some fact about like which one people like more or like less, but I'm not sure how we would establish that one of these preferences is like objectively correct or objectively incorrect, absent like some additional considerations, like all the chocolate comes from like child slave labor. Then maybe it becomes like a sort of like moral question. But
Yeah, then it would be
barring
Ian's
that-
favorite type of chocolate.
no comment.
Avoiding
Yeah,
the question.
so-
Yeah, the point is preferences are obviously not objective.
Okay, yeah, but the question is that preferences is not objective. Why is it that most people care more about the percentage? Why is it that the people care more about the percentage? If
Who
if
who does? What we're not that seems irrelevant to the conversation that we're having.
I have
None of us care
genuinely
about
no
that.
clue. But this seems like unrelated to objective morality, let alone like God's existence.
Well, the reason why I'm asking this is because there's objective here. The objective is that they both have milk. They both have an ice cream cone, and if I believe in objective truth. There's objective truth here. The objective truth here is that like I said, they both have milk and they both have an ice cream cone. And I believe in objective truth, just like I believe in objective morals.
But you don't have objective morals. You're a Christian. Your morals are all subjective. You need to subjectively decide to listen to God in order to have any sort of like moral authority, right? Like, let's say I believe that God exists, but I just don't give a fuck what he has to say. At that point, like, why should I do what he tells me?
Why is to follow an order? To follow an order and
Why
To not
ought I
follow-
follow an order?
like in like kind of like duality. There's order and chaos, and following orders is to obey someone. So would you guys obey your parents? The answer is
Wait,
yes.
sorry. Why ought I do what God tells me? Like, Is it like intrinsically good to follow orders?
Yes.
Oh,
And
well,
I'll tell you
then we
why.
could have objective morality on the atheist worldview too, because there's something intrinsically good about following orders.
Okay,
But I
like
mean,
what?
additionally, like that's just obviously false, that it's like intrinsically good to follow orders. By this logic, we would be saying that like what the Nazis did was objectively good when they were following their orders.
Okay, let
which
me
they
see.
weren't, by the way.
Important
Okay.
clarification.
Well, yeah, I do that agree that that's surrendering to authority, right? But this authority does not lead you to follow your own will, your own desires. What God wants us is to follow Him, to love Him, and to love means to, for me, is to respect, to care about others. That leads more to the righteous and the right way to go.
Is there something intrinsically good about respecting others?
Respecting others, yes. If you respect
Oh,
others, you have self-respect, and it's about knowing that you care about that you're not being a greedy person, and you care about others.
so is respecting other people good because God told us to, or would it be good even if God didn't tell us to?
It's benefits it benefits all of us. It's a good utilitarianism. No, not utilitarian, but it's just it benefits everyone.
I don't think that answers the question. The question was, is respecting others good because God said that it was good, or would it be good even if God did not say that it was good?
Res- Like, what do you think? What do you think? Do you think respecting others is good, or?
I'm asking you, is it, you're saying respecting others is good. In your worldview, is that true just because God said it's good, or would it be good to respect others even if God didn't say to do that?
It's good in my view. I think respecting others it's not just about respect; it's about care. It's good. Yes.
Do you think that answered the question?
Oh, not really.
Yeah, I'm just trying
I'm
to
a
get
little
clear on
confused.
this. You're saying that listening to God is good because if we listen to God, then we respect others, and it's good to respect others. But I'm just trying to get clear on this. Is respecting others a good thing because God said that it's a good thing? Or even if God didn't say it's a good thing, would respecting others still be a good thing? Like, is respecting others good because God said so? Or did God say that you should respect others because that was the good thing to do?
Yeah, because God said, and that's a good thing to do.
Unfortunately, that like super didn't answer the question. It's like an either or type deal. I'm just trying to figure out like which one determines which. Whether God saying that something is good makes it good, it like imbues it with goodness, or whether God decided to say you should respect others because there's something intrinsically good about respecting others.
Oh, hang on, I'm thinking about it. Okay. Because this leads to more questions. Uh, the last one that you said that that is good, like respecting others is good because God said so.
That's what you think it is? You think that respecting others is only good because God said it's good?
It's not it's my viewpoint as well, because of God and because of what I think.
But that is what you think. You do think that it's intrinsically good, or that, sorry, that it's not intrinsically good, that it's extrinsically good, that the thing that makes respecting others good is not something about the nature of respecting others, but is rather something about, God imbues things with goodness, and he imbued respecting others with goodness.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Well, then in order for me to deem this to be good, I would need some reason to listen to what God tells me to. So if I don't care what God says, why ought I respect others?
Because what about other people do respect, do love God or whatever respect, and you don't. You're the only one who's doing a wrong thing.
Why ought I do what everybody else does?
Well, if it's not good, then don't do it. Like for example, if someone's gonna go out and to the river and knowing that it's very dangerous, it's gonna do harm. Why you gonna go out to the river and do something dangerous? But if it's not dangerous, if it leads to a healthy lifestyle that benefits a good ride benefits you, then go ahead and follow it.
Are you saying that there's like something like intrinsically good about doing what other people do?
Yes.
Oh,
If
well,
if it's
then
if it's
we
good,
could just
if it's
have
a
objective morals by doing this on the atheist worldview. If there's something intrinsically good that is like good not because of anything else, but just good because of its own nature, then that means that we could have like these objective ethics on the atheist worldview just by apparently doing what everybody else is doing. Although, of course, like that's obviously not intrinsically good. You know, for a while, everybody was owning slaves, and that was quite bad. I don't think that it's intrinsically good to do what other people are doing.
what is a good thing that atheists do that you think that it's objective?
I'm not sure what that question is asking.
Like sorry, I kind of didn't want to talk a little bit about God right now because I'm not really thinking straight. But I just wanted to have this thought experiment about the chocolate and vanilla ice cream. How statistics changes, and it's not really important towards arguments.
I think that this thought experiment could use a little bit more time in the oven. I don't think it's done yet.
Yeah, I also wanted to pick your guys' brain on this, on the chocolate and vanilla ice cream.
What about it?
Well, I,
You see, Dr.
like
Blitz, with respect to chocolate and vanilla, if we examine this at the quantum scale, quantum mechanics functions on the basis of observers. So there's something like deeply interconnected between quantum mechanics and people's preference for chocolate and
My
vanilla.
consciousness was turned off for about 3 hours 2 weeks ago. I would like to return to that state, please.
Yeah, no kidding. Dr. Blitz is taking like psychic damage.
okay.
Well, Mr. Knight, do you have
Yeah.
anything else?
Probably not. I don't think so. Not right now.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. We do appreciate it.
Yep. You're welcome.
All right. I can't hear what he's saying, but I can cut him and move on. I'm going to restart before we take our next guest. I'm going to restart my soundboard and possibly re-add my TikTok sound connection. Usually that fixes it. Just be a second, friends.
Okay, that's fine. I can
Okay,
fill some
fine.
arguments to get your opinion on. One of them is an argument from quantum field theory that argues that if quantum field theory is true, an implication of that is that the fundamental thing with respect to physics is these fields. and that they would have some sort of like ontology within quantum field theory, even if there was like a minimum value at all of their points, which indicates that they have a sort of existence that's independent of the things actually inside of them, which would seem to indicate that they're like substances. What do you make of
The
that?
quantum fields? Yeah, sure. I mean, like that's a view. Um, I don't think that I don't think that like we can definitively say it's wrong. I think that that is I made a video about this a long time ago, and in fact, this is what Angel Investor watched one of my videos. This was the one video, and then he's like, "Aha, you don't even know what real is." And so, yeah, I mean, like one of the views that you can take is that the quantum fields themselves are like the fundamental thing that is real, the quantum fields, and then the space-time manifold that they're on.
Hmm.
But you can take other views as well. You can take the view that the things that are real are the things that are measurable. In which case, expectation values are the real things. And those are in some sense averages of the fields at particular, like at specific locations.
I see. So in that sense, the fields are not real, but rather like abstractions.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, I mean, like, this is not something that we can definitively say one way or the other. We just don't know. Philosophy is probably required here, as is better physics. Like, we have to know. Like, it's not even clear if, quantum field theory is like the ultimate theory, right? String theory would say otherwise. String theory would say that there's something deeper than quantum fields, which would be strings, right? So
Sure.
that like we need to know which is the fundamental physics theory before we can even start talking about what the fundamental ontology stuff is.
Sure. The other argument was it was like an argument from like relativity that, or no, it was an argument from dark energy that what dark energy implies is that space itself has inertia, and it has like curvature and shape, and these are all properties of substances.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that that's... Well, okay. So, it's not clear that... The way that we think about shape and orientation and arrangement and things like this, we think of them as in space. So, like, you can think of, like, a sheet of paper. You can draw a shape on it. And so that shape that you're drawing on the sheet of paper is within the sheet of paper, right? And so if you imagine that the sheet of paper was your whole universe, it would be hard to say that the sheet of paper is a shape or has curvature, things like this.
Sure.
This is to say, perhaps there's some other kind of thing that can be equally well described using that same kind of relationship. And the reason I say that is because, let me back up a little bit. There is the way that we think of shapes is sort of in an extrinsic way, meaning we think of the way the object behaves in a larger space. So you think of a square as being drawn on a sheet of paper. And so you would say that the square might be curved if you curve the sheet of paper. Or basically you're talking about relationships between the thing and the thing that it's living in. And that's one way to talk about curvature, but it's not the only way to talk about curvature. You can talk about curvature intrinsically as well. You can imagine that you have the surface of a sphere with no three-dimensional space that it lives in. And then the question is, well, what does it mean for there to be curved? Well, for there to be curvature, well, there's another notion of curvature, which happens to be equivalent, but it's equivalent but distinct. And so this is all to say, just because we typically think of things with substance having these properties of curvature and shape and all of these things, that could just be a consequence of the fact that the substances that we recognize in the world around us, objects and so on, these are things that live in space. It could be that there is some other kind of thing, maybe not even a kind of thing, there are other kind of notion of distance or something along those lines that can have those properties without being substance itself.
I see.
This is all to say, it seems a little bit iffy, is what I'm getting at. Not to say, and by the way, like I am pretty on board with like some sort of substantivism with regards to space-time.
Really? Did you change your position on this?
I don't think that I was ever a non-substantivist.
I thought that you used to be like a relationalist. In fact, if I look through our text messages,
I don't think that those two things are different.
I
think, well, which is to say, I think that like the relational things are what space-time is.
That's not
And
really
those relations are things. So maybe I'm just confused by what you mean by
so
substantivist.
so um substantialism is the view that it's like an actual thing, that it's not just okay, let's picture that we have like a bunch of grapes. We have two parallel worlds, and one of these worlds the grapes are in like a container, and then in like a different world there is no container, but the grapes are in like roughly the same position. Substantivalism is like the container world, that's saying that there's like a real container which these things exist within, whereas relationalism is saying no, there is no container. um Space just is like the distances, like the relations between these grapes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so see, I take the distances to be physically meaningful and to be, something that is like physically exists. Um, I don't take it to be like made of a stuff.
Mm.
And the reason I say that is because there, in fact, like this whole idea that like there is like some physical, like this is like an ether view. The idea that there is like some like physical stuff that is space-time kind of falls apart when you look at something called Einstein's Hole argument, which is a hilarious name.
I was going to ask you
But
about this.
yeah. The whole argument basically does away with any sort of non-relational view because you can always just essentially change coordinates and then do a diffeomorphism, and we could talk about the details there, and then you end up with a physically identical, a physically indistinguishable space-time, but there are more points in some sense.
Yeah, which and this argument, of course, gets sniped by the far superior Newton's bucket argument.
You mean the Machian argument? Yeah. Except that gets sniped by the lens-Thirring effect.
Oh, yeah, I was trying to read through some critiques of, because Newton's bucket argument seems like reasonable to me, that if relationalism is true, then there should be no explanation for the concavity of the water with respect to just the bucket. But then there does seem to be an explanation for the concavity of the water with respect to the bucket, which is
Oh, no,
like
no, there is. It's the distribution of matter in the rest of the universe.
why would the bucket not be in that shape without the matter in the rest of the
You mean the
universe?
water? Oh, well, I mean the lens-Thirring effect just predicts that you would get that shape if there's the rest of the matter in the universe. If there was no other matter in the universe, then you wouldn't predict anything. You wouldn't predict any particular concavity.
Would the concav well, that then it seems like what you'd be saying there is that we don't really have a reason to think that the concavity would exist without the rest.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. That seems like a reasonable takedown of Isaac Newton.
I mean, the whole point is that in some sense, the rest of the universe fixes an inertial frame on the interior at any given point. It fixes some inertial frame that is, or it fixes inertial frames with respect to the universe as a whole. And so if you're rotating with respect to that, then there will be a observed force, and this is predicted by relativity. And in fact, it's confirmed by relativity that there is something called the lens-Thirring effect, which basically says the rotation of stuff far away can induce rotation in stuff here. And if you avoid that induced rotation, then there is a proper acceleration that you experience, and so you would get the concavity of the water.
Okay. So you buy into the view that space just is the relationships between objects, that if there were no objects, then there would be no space? That's
No,
kind of the fundamental question, is like space and time, are they independent of the things that are inside of them, like the objects, the events, etc., or do they depend for their existence on these objects, on these events?
So I think that there is a sense in which, okay, it depends on whether or not we get into quantum gravity, right? If you get into quantum gravity, then space and time should be just a thing. But that's because the events within the quantum gravity state are themselves could be thought of as objects. So basically the way I take it is I take it that what space is perhaps a proclivity for relationships, like spatial or spatio-temporal relationships. And you can still have that proclivity even if there are no relationships there.
You Your position is unclear to me because what you just said makes it sound like a substantivalist position where you hold that this is like a real thing that exists independent of the objects in space or like the events within time. But then also that's incompatible with like the arguments that you're endorsing.
Well, I don't think I was saying. Well, look. So I don't think that relationalism requires that there is no space if there's no stuff.
Okay, do you think that space-time is independent or dependent on the things that are inside of it?
I'm not sure if they're separable, because space-time events can, like gravitational waves are a part of space-time, but can also be localized within space-time. So I don't think it even makes sense to talk about space with nothing in it. I don't think that's like a conceptually meaningful thing.
Okay, so in that sense, it would seem like you commit yourself to like a relationalism where space just is like space does depend for its existence on the things that are in space.
Right, but the things that are
Okay.
within space can just be excitations of space. Excitations of space-time, for example.
Maybe there's like a mutual dependence between them.
Well, look, I mean, you could take like it's called like a gravitational soliton, which would be like a localized wave, like a localized gravitational wave that's just moving. And you could have a few of these just moving throughout space-time. There is nothing else. You could imagine that there's nothing else in this universe except just like bumps of space-time moving around. And those have locations and they have distances and everything is totally well defined there. You can talk about the relationships between the events and so on. And yet there's no matter. It's just excitations, like space-time excitations.
Sure, but then you would have like there would be like real things that are in time. So
yeah,
if there were no events,
but those real things are just space-time being goofy.
Sure. So if there were no events and there were no objects, would you hold that space-time still exists?
If there were no events and no objects, would I hold that space-time still exists?
Yeah.
I guess what you're asking is, does Minkowski space exist? Basically,
I don't know what the fuck that means.
That's the most flat, the most empty kind of space. It's the space-time of special relativity.
Sure.
And like probably not.
Okay.
But I don't even like nothing would exist, right? You just have nothing.
Okay. That's fine. Then your view does seem to be like a relationalist
But
view.
something about that seems wrong. So we would have to have a longer conversation about this, I think. I think we do have a few people waiting, so we should probably bring somebody up.
Oh wait, Justin, did you get the audio issue resolved?
Don't know yet. We have to bring up another guy.
Oh fuck! Gosh.
I think so. If you give me just 1 second, we'll get the next guest in here, and we'll see if the audio is resolved after I.
Hey, why'd you put a dunce over the preview?
Sorry, we just want to make sure that the Christians are sufficiently triggered here this morning.
There you go.
There we go. All right. We have Yusef in the box, and we had somebody else in the TikTok or the YouTube guest box, and they bounced. But Yusef is still here. I think we talked to Yusef before. Let me grab just a couple super chats real quick before we bring in Yusef. Bacon and Bush, back at it. Thank you so much, my friend, for sending out 20 unapologetic gifted memberships. That's one of the largest amounts we've ever seen gifted out.
Whoa.
Huge W, my friend.
Oh damn!
Whoa, thank you. Let's get a big
That is
W.
monstrous. Let's get a bunch of W's for Bacon and Bush. And also for Mamo Guy Pan. Thank you so much for the $99 super chat. That is monumental. Ian,
Enormously large.
I would say. Ian, do you think logic itself may be limited by the human mind that uses it?
So that's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where I'm gonna come down on this matter, but one view that I think I'm increasingly warming up to is that in order to have coherent thoughts, you need logic, because one of the things that the property of thoughts is that they're about a specific thing. When you think, you're thinking about something. But in order for your thoughts to be about something as opposed to about nothing in particular, they would need to be like differentiated from all the things that they're not. And logic kind of necessitates that your thoughts do that. When I'm thinking about the cat on the mat, I'm not thinking about not the cat on the mat. So if I'm thinking about the cat on the mat, well, I'm not thinking about like the bug on the rug. Um, so in that sense, it
Or the
seems like
dog
the
in
dog on the log.
the dog
Yeah.
on the log. Ah.
Um, so in that sense, it seems like and I don't know what the like metaphysical dependence relation here would be, but like whether or not like thought depends on logic or logic depends on thought. But it seems like in order to have thoughts that are about something as opposed to being about nothing, that they need to adhere to laws of logic. Otherwise, there's like some component of the thought that is not about something but is rather about nothing. And that's like what a contradiction is. If I have a thought and that thought is like the cat on the mat and the cat not on the mat, it doesn't really seem like that I'm really thinking about anything there. So I don't know how much that really answers your question. I think it's something that I want to think about more.
By the way, I actually really appreciate that view. That's a view that Danny kind of imposed on me. And I like it because it's really compatible with nominalism.
Yep.
Right? You can say that we are obligated or that we are kind of forced to obey logic, not because it's some objective rule of the universe, but just it's because it's required in order to be an agent, in
Yep.
order to have thoughts.
Yep.
Now, I think that there are probably still some issues there, namely, specifically, which logic is it? You probably want no contradictions, and that's probably it. You probably don't even need the law of identity. You probably don't need the law of the excluded middle. You probably do just need the law of, or non-contradiction, right? That's probably the only thing you actually need to have thoughts.
Maybe you need okay. I'm kind of on the fence about LEM. I know that there are some pretty compelling counterexamples to it, but
Should we?
I mean, if I was to think about like the
Yeah,
cat,
we should bring up
should we pause
somebody.
this for
Yeah.
when we
Yeah,
run
I'm
out of
sorry.
guests?
Yep, go for it.
No worries. I'd love to hear it, but I think people want to hear some debates. Let's grab. I think next in line was going to be Marcia. Proud Mega Lover 101 sounds super trolly. So we'll do you a favor, Proud Mega. I'm gonna bring in Marcia. If you're a legit like actual wannabe guest, we're gonna need you to turn your camera on so I can see you're a real person and not a troll, and then we'll take you. But until then, let me grab Marcia and we'll get some conversation going
No,
that
not
way.
you.
All right, welcome in,
Okay.
Marcia.
Hey guys. Hey
Howdy.
guys. I learned so much from your show. Well, first of all, if you don't want me, I'm an atheist, but I'm not. I don't want to stay long.
Well, we are
thank
just
you,
talking to believers. We're doing debates.
Okay.
We appreciate you
Cool.
chat with us though. But
Cool
everyone's tuned into the show to see a good debate.
Okay. I sent you the snail mail,
what
so
happened
that
to
was
the
me.
audio?
And I know I have horrible handwriting. There's like about 40 suggestions. I'm talking to Justin. And I
I'll lose
just
the audio
wanted to.
too.
Did I?
Nope.
No,
I
we
s-
can hear her.
I can hear.
Okay.
This
Okay,
is a
well
rough
then
day
I
for
won't talk to
Justin's setup.
Justin.
I
I'll talk
can't
to you
lie.
guys about
Fucking none of
something.
the audio is getting to me. Crazy.
I was just listening to John and Sean, and a guy was saying if there were no universe, and I'm assuming he meant more than whatever if galaxy is bigger or whatever, if there were nothing, like 11 in the black room. But if there were nothing, would the law of non-contradiction still apply? And Sean and them was, after having been riddled with other questions before that, they were saying, yes, it still would. But I'm thinking, no, it wouldn't, because if there were nothing, there's nothing to contradict. Like you need matter or something to say the ball is or the ball is not. What do you think?
I think what's necessary about what's required in order to have logic is propositions, statements that are, true or false, but like not neither and not both. And then it's a question of whether propositions exist dependent on minds or independent on minds. I
Oh,
think that there's like a reasonable argument to be made that propositions are mind dependent. So there aren't really like there are propositions about a world wherein like nothing exists, but like in the world itself there are no actual propositions, so it's like kind of not clear. Like in order to make any claim about that, you'd be inserting propositions into it, which would seem to just be like a direct contradiction.
I feel like these questions are specifically designed to try to, make it impossible to answer. And so I agree with what you just went through. Like you need a mind, but they're trying to say there's a mind, but that mind is God, but they don't want to say God. I mean, it's just ridiculous. But listening to you guys sometimes, I mean, I say sometimes, listening to you guys helps me understand it, but sometimes I still don't.
Yeah, it takes time. It's not easy.
The only thing I wanted to suggest to Justin, and maybe you guys too, think about it. I think you guys should create a channel, kind of like the Line did, and have different shows. And I think this show should be the Philbro show. Well, not this one specifically, but you know what I mean. And then I think you should get a bunch of ladies and have a ladies show, like Ladies Love Logic or something, and have a show where former pastors, I think that would be cool to have all that happening together.
Well, I think
But
we
Yeah, it's
would
like an
love to
interesting
expand
suggestion.
one day. I can hear you now. I think we would love to expand one day, but I think we need to get a large enough user base. Like we've run
Ah,
shows where like Blitz will be missing, or Ian will be missing, or I'll be missing, and it seems like right now a lot of people are tuning in because they love this trio specifically.
Right.
But
mhm.
once we get enough people that are following the channel, we can probably swap people in and out without really messing up
Right.
our views. So I do think that'd be on the horizon, but we just started out, so it's hard to make
Oh,
some
I
of those
see.
moves just yet. But hopefully.
All right. Well, I don't know a lot about all that stuff. That's why I just watch you. Oh, one other thing. Can we make a Facebook group? Because I'm a Luddite and I can't figure out Discord. Think about it. Let me know.
Maybe
We'll
like
think
if
about it. We'll think about it.
yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Cheers.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
If the problem with creating like social media pages like is that somebody has to maintain it.
Yep, and that's annoying.
So all three of us have busy schedules. It's hard now. We have to task somebody with it's a whole thing. Nevertheless, Discord's not hard to learn. I understand that the
No, it's really
deconstruction
not.
junction is unwieldy. It's large. There's a million
Yes.
threads, but I think we're working on that. But Blitz and Ian have Discords that are really well laid out, and I think even a new Discord
Thanks to
user.
Lilith and
Molly. Yeah, Molly
There you
runs
go.
my Discord like the fucking Navy.
Lilith runs my Discord like the Finnish Navy.
Fantastic. All right,
Lilith
friends,
is Finnish, I think.
let me grab our next opposition from the guest box. It's going to be Guy, and hopefully we'll get some opposition. Yeah, welcome in,
Guy,
Guy.
how's it going?
Are you at least 18?
I'm well, and yourself? I am, yes.
Okay, doing well. Guy, are
Good.
you a believer?
I am.
Cool. Which God do you believe in?
Jesus Christ.
Sure. Hey, what do you think is the best evidence or argument for God existing, even if it's for your specific God?
Just Roman history.
Sure. What about it?
Well, Justin, take it away.
Well, I mean, would you guys agree that Jesus Christ was a real person that walked the earth?
I actually
Sure.
would. I know not everybody would,
Yeah.
but I would.
Well,
Yeah.
there's my debate. I win.
That's it.
Oh wow, surely
Yeah.
not. This
wow,
is like the
that's-
winning rhetorical strategy.
Well, I
mean,
The
you guys
question
just all
question
admit
is
it.
not whether or not Jesus existed; it's whether or not he was God. Jesus could exist and just
Well,
not
you
be
said
God.
God isn't real is the
Mhm.
prop, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
your
And you
argument
guys
is
admit-
presupposing that Jesus is
Well-
God. We don't grant that. What's the argument that Jesus is God?
Well, what's your definition of God then?
Like a mind that created the universe, like an ultimate foundation to reality, who is personal.
So a mind that created the universe?
Yes.
So the
Like-
transcendental argument?
No.
No.
No? Do you know what the transcendental argument is?
I
Yeah.
do, yeah.
Yeah, you learn it in
Okay.
philosophy
So
101
let's-
if you go to a Christian
okay.
school.
Actually, you don't. Well,
Okay,
maybe
so
if you go to
let's
Christian
follow
school.
it then.
Okay.
Let's follow it then real quick. Logical absolutes exist. Would you agree to that?
By
No.
absolutes, what do you mean?
Just do you agree or disagree? Logical
Well, wait,
absolutes
but what do you
exist.
mean? I need clarification on the terms.
A truth. An
Yeah, there are
objective
like some
truth.
logical truths. I agree with that.
Okay, so logical absolutes exist. Logical absolutes are conceptual.
Sure.
Sure.
Sure. So concepts exist in the mind only.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Logical absolutes would exist even if your minds did not.
No.
Ooh, no,
Nope.
don't grant that.
So you think truth goes away as soon as the mind goes away?
I don't think
Didn't you just say
propositions
different
exist
to
without
that?
the mind.
Bingo.
You just said a minute ago that they do, though.
No, I
literally
said
just said a
that
minute
they're
ago.
true, that there are logical truths, but these logical truths can be dependent for their existence on thoughts themselves.
So you think logical absolutes go away as soon as the mind does?
I think propositions go away as soon as the mind does.
Well, can you just say logical absolutes, though? Can you just agree with me on that? Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying?
insofar as those are
Logical absolutes
propositions,
would
yes,
go
that's
away.
correct. Yep.
They would not
Do you
exist.
think that propositions are mind dependent or mind
if-
independent?
if humans
Yeah, wait,
disappeared
sorry,
right
which
now,
one?
would gravity
I just
still
asked you a
exist?
question, bud. What's your
What's
answer?
Could you ask again?
Okay, cool. Like you weren't listening, sure. Do you think that propositions are mind dependent or mind independent?
Mind dependent.
Oh, cool. Then you agree that absent minds, there are no laws of logic.
No, there are laws of law. I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood you. There are laws of logic absent the human mind.
Are laws of logic propositions?
Are laws of logic propositions?
Yes.
No.
That's a category error. Actually, that's not
Yes.
a category error. That's just a
Yes,
mistake.
sorry.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, that's a mistake. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
they are dependent upon a mind.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
Glad we
So
agree.
therefore, so hold on. So let's go back to it. Go back to the transcendental argument. Therefore, logical absolutes are transcendent, right?
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean? What do I mean by that?
You don't understand
They-
the question? Like when you say transcendental, what's your definition there?
Well, I'm just reading out the transcendental argument and just trying to
So
gauge where
you're
you
reading
guys
something that you
are-
don't understand?
No, I understand
When
it.
you
I'm
say
just asking
transcendental,
where
what
you
does
guys.
transcendental mean?
Would you like the definition of it?
Yes, I've
That's what
asked
he's
for that
asking.
like 2 or 3
Okay.
times, yeah.
We'll get the definition of it. Relating
Also,
to a
Ian,
spiritual or
W
non-physical
nominalism?
realm.
Is this a new development?
That's what I'm
Maybe.
reading.
Okay.
Nominalism's the
No,
way to
no.
go.
We'll have to talk later.
So since did you want to say something? I thought you guys were going to say something.
Guy,
No, we were
I-
waiting for you.
did
Oh,
you
okay.
did you not look up the definitions of these words before you decided to use the argument?
No. I was just asking simply if you guys agreed with it or not. That just came up in passing.
I
But-
don't
When you're-
believe in the
but
When
transcendental
you're like
argument.
making like a claim or like trying to like arrive at like an inference, like
Well, I'm
laws
still
of
trying
logic
to
are
understand what your
transcendental.
guys' definition your guys' definition of God is.
Well,
He
yeah,
told
and I
you.
gave it to you. That was like
What-
10 minutes
Well,
ago.
You gave me yours, Dr. Blitz. What's yours? Deconstruction.
Yeah,
zone?
mine
What's
is
yours?
essentially the same. Some sort of being that either created the universe or is responsible for grounding the universe. It should have a mind and be personal.
I think I'm more flexible. I would accept the gods of like Plato, who aren't necessarily the creators of all things, but nobody believes in those gods, so it's irrelevant.
Yeah, so I just disagree with your guys' definition on God then, I guess.
What's
We
your
all
definition
disagree.
What's your
God?
definition?
A being which no greater can be conceived.
Okay.
Okay, how do you know such a being exists?
Because I can conceive it.
Ontological argument. Really?
Okay, why does
Wait,
you
so you can
conceiving it mean
conceive
that
a
it's
greatest
real?
being? How do
Yeah.
you conceive it? This is a little
In
bit
my
puzzling.
mind.
Okay,
It's
so
conceptual.
what does it mean to conceive of a being for which there is no greater being? Are you just like saying the words in your
ask
head,
that
or
again.
what is it like? What does it
Ask
mean
that
to
again.
conceive of? What does it mean to conceive of something? Conceive of a being
To think of something.
for which there is no
So to
greater
think
being.
of something. Yeah. So
So are you just like repeating the words in your
think-
head, or like
so-
what properties are you conceptualizing?
think of something that's great and cannot
Mm.
be great, and something that cannot be greater than it.
So typically when we make like some sort of comparison, like X is greater than Y, we have some particular property in mind when we that is being referred to when we talk about greatness, and we also have a specific comparison in mind. It seems a little bit confused to say that I'm conceiving of something that is I'm conceiving of the largest possible the largest conceivable number, right? There is no largest conceivable number, so I'm not conceiving of it, even if I tell myself I am.
But you would agree that there is a high. Well, I guess numbers would be infinite. You'd always
Right. So that's
create
the
a
issue.
higher
That's the
number.
issue with the greatest conceivable
Yeah.
being. How do you know that there is such a thing, right?
Well, I can conceive it in my mind.
What if I
So
just
what?
conceive of one that's one better than yours?
You would have to be able to prove that.
What
Okay,
if
well,
I
I
can
just did it. I
conceive?
conceived of it.
I just
Huh?
conceived the God-eating
you'd have to
penguin that
prove of
eats all
that.
gods. So that means
I'm
your
sorry,
God
what
doesn't
was that?
exist. That I can conceive of the God-eating penguin that eats all gods, which means your God can't exist because the God-eating penguin already ate it.
I think the
Well,
question
how do you know
that
that's
we
not
need to
my
get
God,
clear
though?
on, I think the question we need to get clear on is why does you conceiving of it mean that it's real?
Well, because if I'm conceiving of a being which no greater can be conceived, then to exist to be real, by your definition, I'm sure, is to exist. And existing is greater than not existing, right?
Okay, so I'm conceiving of the greatest
therefore it
possible
exists.
island that can be conceived. And because
Mhm.
existing is greater than not existing, that means that the greatest conceivable island must actually exist, right?
Sure.
Oh,
I
where
take
is
that
it?
as a reductio.
Were you saying in the universe, the greatest island to exist?
Like on Earth, the
Well,
greatest
see, the definition
conceivable
doesn't.
island actually
Well,
exists.
here's the thing: is that the definition for a car doesn't fit for a house, right? So if I'm using this definition to describe God, I can't use that definition to describe an island, right?
Good thing
It's just
Ian's not using that to describe an island.
Well, wait,
Well, he's
Ian's using a
saying I'm
different
thinking
definition.
of the greatest island ever, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
And
yeah.
that
It's the
that
greatest
island must
not the
exist
greatest
on
being.
Earth, and that island must exist on Earth because I conceive of it, right?
yeah, because
Yeah,
it would be
so
greater
it
to be
doesn't
like
work
enjoyed by
because
a variety of
because
people
be,
as opposed to
well,
not. So it must exist here on Earth.
well, no.
Well, yeah. Wouldn't you agree that the island would be greater if it brought a lot of joy to people? Is it better to bring a lot of joy to people or to not bring a lot of joy to people?
I guess it would depend.
Okay.
It sounds like existence is not necessarily a great making property.
Yeah. Right, like the existence of like Jeffrey Dahmer
So you're saying
isn't as great
it's
as like the non-existence of Jeffrey Dahmer.
so you're saying it's greater to not exist than to exist?
In some
Apparently in some
circumstances.
cases. Yeah.
Could
I
you
mean,
explain that?
Can you not conceive of things that you would prefer to not exist? It seems pretty easy. Like, would we prefer like a man-eating robot to not exist over exist?
You could prefer it too, but isn't it greater to
Hmm.
the robot for it to exist?
Robot doesn't care.
Robots
Well,
don't have
now it
feelings.
doesn't. How do you know it doesn't have feelings?
Because I know how robots work.
Is
I
it-
spent
is
20
it
years
from
designing
Doctor
robots as a
Strange?
living.
Or Doctor Who, rather? Is it a
Because
whatchamacallit
robots don't
robot?
have feelings.
How do you know they don't have feelings?
Because I design robots for a living. That's why.
So you design your robots without feelings? What if I design my
Robots don't
with
have feelings because they don't have chemicals. Feelings come
They
from
don't have
chemicals.
mental states.
They don't have mental
What are
states. This is
Feelings
really
to us are
embarrassing.
mental states. Well, no, because you're trying to apply my definition of God to robots
Okay, can you
and
prove
islands.
that existence is greater than non-existence?
For God, it is greater.
Well, that's what
Okay,
you
It is
prove.
you just
greater
said
to
the thing
exist
again.
than
Can
to
you
not
prove it?
exist.
Can you demonstrate it? Can you provide some sort of reasoning that justifies it?
That it's greater to exist than to not exist?
Yes.
Mhm.
Well, that in a way would be subjective, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you
So
nailed
your
it.
definition of God is subjective? Whether God
Well,
exists
if you're going
is subjective in your view?
if you're
Okay.
going to apply the definition to an island or a robot, yes. But if we're talking about God here, then no.
So it's not subjective in this case, but it is subjective in that case. It just makes
God's
it sound
not an
like it's
island,
actually
and God's
subjective.
not an island, and God's not a
It doesn't
robot.
sound like you know what God is to begin with.
Yeah, the question
Well,
is whether or not
it
existence
is
is a
very
great making
difficult to
property. Either it's a
explain
great
what
making
God is.
property
That
or
is
it
true.
isn't.
It is
If
very
existence is a
difficult.
great making property, then that means that the greatest conceivable whatever will have the property of existence. If it's not a great making property, then that means that God will lack that property.
Well, to us, something else existing would be subjective, but to the thing,
What?
it
You didn't mean to say that, right?
well, no, sorry, existing being great or not great is what I mean, would be
Okay.
subjective, but to the thing, in this case, God, to exist would be greater.
Why should we believe that?
It doesn't matter what you believe. To the thing,
Oh,
it
okay.
is greater to
Helpful.
exist than. Is it greater for the greatest island ever to exist to the island, or greater for the greatest island not
The
to
island
exist
doesn't
to
care.
the island?
Islands don't care.
Well, the island does care, though.
No,
It
islands aren't
doesn't. It doesn't have
sentient.
a mind.
No, in
It's
this
an
Islands
case,
don't
island.
in this
care about
case, the
anything.
island does care.
Islands
No?
have feelings. We learned it here, y'all.
Okay, well, when you ask my definition of God and I apply it to God, God has feelings, right?
Yeah, we're giving you a parody
Okay, so then
argument
how
that
can you
demonstrates
use
why
an
your
island?
ontological
How can
argument
you
falls apart.
how can you apply that argument to an island
Yes.
then?
Yeah,
If
really
islands
easy.
don't have feelings and God
Yep.
does have feelings.
Yep, really easy. Yeah, because either existence is a great making property or it isn't. If existence is not a great making property, then that means that God is non-existent because you're saying that God has all of the great making properties, the greatest conceivable being. On the other hand, if existence is a great making property, then that means that, for example, the greatest possible island would have the property of existence.
Right. What we mean as great would be subjective to us, to our minds, right?
So you don't think that it refers to something that's in
To
reality?
me, right? To exist for me myself, and I mean me, to exist is greater than not to exist to me, correct? But
Okay.
to you guys, if I am a man-eating robot, to exist would not be great.
Okay, then that just commits you to the existence of the greatest possible island. Because in your mind, existence is a great making property. So the greatest possible island would have all the great making properties, one of them being existence, so then it
What
must
I just
exist.
said was I
Wait,
said
is
that
it a great making property or is it not a great making property?
no, the thing I said was the thing existing, in this case, existing being greater than not existing, would be subjective to each one of us. Just as you each gave me your own definition of God, none of you agree on what God is.
So
Yeah, we do.
I think
No.
the
I
I
mean,
think the
Justin
problem.
perhaps doesn't, but Ian and I do.
I'm just more open-minded as to the definition given the history.
Yeah, we're more
but
bigoted.
That's
Yep.
the problem that you have here is either existence is a great making property objectively or it's not. If it's not objectively a great making property, then that means you can't just apply it to God because you want to. And unless you know the mind of God, unless you can read the mind of God, you can't then say, well, God thinks existence is a great making property. You're just begging the question. You haven't demonstrated that God even exists.
Again, though, what we see as existing being better than not existing would be subjective to each of us, right?
I agree. Yeah, we're talking about preferences right now.
Yeah.
I think it's better personally to exist than not exist in many cases. I've already given you a case where there's something that I think would be better for it to not exist, right? So if non-existence is objectively in all cases a great making property, that means anything that has existence is greater than something that doesn't have existence, which is preposterous. That means
Correct.
you think the existence of man-eating robots is better than the non-existence of them.
Maybe I do.
Do you think the existence of man-eating robots is better than the non-existence?
I mean, could you tell me why it's not good?
Well, wait.
Yeah.
So if that's what he thinks, then
Well,
the greatest conceivable man-eating robots exist in your view.
So what you're saying
Yeah.
is that
Is that
objective
correct?
truth,
Man-eating
objective
robots
truth
are
is
real then.
existent.
Guy,
So
before you
then
pivot away,
deconstruction
guy,
zone, you're
so
saying
sorry. Before you
objective
pivot,
truth
he's like
is.
scrambling because he sees the checkmate right in front of him.
No, so you're
Guy,
saying
please just
objective
answer the
truth
question. So in
exists.
your view,
Nope.
do the greatest conceivable man-eating robots exist?
Hold on, so you're deconstruction, so you're
He'll
saying
never
I
answer
just
the
asked you the
question.
question. Just answer the question.
Uh,
Do they exist
Well,
or not?
I'm replying to what he said
Do
first,
they exist
and
or
then you
not?
interrupted him.
Do they exist or
Does
not?
does objective
Do they
truth
exist or not?
Do
Do
what
they
exist?
exist or not?
Man-eating robots? No,
Yeah, the
man-eating
greatest
robots.
conceivable man-eating robots, do they exist or not?
No, they do not exist.
Oh, so then existence is not a great making property with respect to them.
Would it make them greater if they did exist?
That's what I'm asking, yeah.
It would make them greater if they existed. To them, yes.
Sure, so then the greatest conceivable man-eating robots
But-
must exist.
So are man-eating robots bad?
Sorry, are you really still trying to pivot? Why do you think we're going to let you get away with
Are
this?
they bad though?
Why would I
He's-
allow you
are
to
they
pivot?
bad?
This is a
He's
Well,
never
if
done
you're
this
saying-
in
if
real
you're
life
asking-
yet. He read like
You're-
a Frank
you're-
Turk
well, here's the
book, and
thing.
now he's
You're
trying to get
currently
into real life for the
yourself.
first time.
You're
No,
trying
no.
to scramble away from your
No.
own blunder, the
No, 'cause
contradiction
here's
that
the
you
thing.
just put forward. You're saying that they're
No.
both, a great making property is existence, but also the greatest conceivable man-eating robots don't actually exist.
Well, why would it be bad? Why would it be not great for them not to exist?
Why would I let you pivot?
I'm not. I'm asking you.
You
Why
are.
is it
You're
not great for
pivoting.
them to exist?
How would you want to reconcile your contradiction?
I'm asking you why it's not great.
Why are
for
you
them to
pivoting?
exist. How am I pivoting?
You're pivoting away. There's a contradiction that's in front of you, and you're not addressing it.
How? Please.
The
please tell me
contradiction
the
specifically is
contradiction.
that existence is a great making property with respect to man-eating robots, but also that the greatest conceivable man-eating robots would not be existent.
No.
If
Your
that's
question
the,
is
if,
what
if
makes
that's
it
a great making
for them to
property for
exist
them,
versus
then they
not
would be
exist?
existent.
It is a good property for them to exist. Is it
Sure,
not
then the
better for
greatest
them to exist
conceivable
than to
ones must
not
have that
exist?
property.
Hold on. Is it better for them not to exist than to exist?
Are you asking me, or I'm talking about
Yes.
your worldview?
Yes, I'm asking.
Because I
you,
think
is
that
it-
we have two different answers to this question. You think that it would be better for them to exist than to not exist. I
But
don't
why would it
agree with
not be?
that.
Why
But you
would
have
it
a
not be?
contradiction in your worldview. Stop trying to pivot.
But why would it not
He
be?
keeps trying to pivot. This is so
I'm not.
desperate, dude.
I'm asking
Guy,
you why
every
it's-
single person's going to see through this. Like,
I'm asking
seriously,
you-
just address the contradiction that's in front of you. I'm not going to let you pivot away from
I'm
this.
asking you
Every
why it's
single, if
not
your
great.
debate strategy relies on you like weaseling away, then I mean, you better like give up on that strategy. I'm not going to allow it.
I'm asking you why. It's
You need
better for
to
them
address
not
the
to exist than to
contradiction that's in
exist.
front of you, not pivot to something new.
I'm not. I'm asking you
The
why it's better
contradiction
for
that's
them
in
not
front
to
of you
exist than
is
to
that you
exist.
both think that existence is a great making property, but
It
then
is.
also the greatest
is.
conceivable robots would not have that property, would they?
To
Do the
exist
greatest
is greater.
conceivable man-eating robots have the property of existence?
They don't exist right now. If that's what.
Do
you
they
mean.
have the property of existence, the greatest conceivable man-eating robots?
To exist would be greater for them to not exist.
Sure, so they do have the property of existence.
If they're the greatest conceivable man-eating robots.
Existing would make them greater than not
Okay,
existing.
guy, hold on. Let's just slow down. I want you to think of a man-eating
Why
robot.
would it
okay,
not? Why would it be better for them not to exist?
He's still
than
trying
Guy-
to pivot.
exist?
Holy
guy,
shit.
Guy, can
I'm
you?
not.
I just want you to think of a man-eating robot. Okay, I'm doing it too. We can do it together. All right.
Okay.
You're thinking of a man-eating robot. Okay, now think of a greater one.
Mm-hmm.
Are you thinking of a greater man-eating robot now? Maybe it's bigger. Maybe it's better
Yes.
at eating men.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Now I want you to repeat that process until you get to the greatest conceivable man-eating robot.
Okay.
Okay. So you're conceiving of the greatest conceivable man-eating robot right now.
Yes.
Okay. Does it exist?
No.
Okay. Wouldn't it be greater if it did exist?
It would. Yes.
So then clearly you're not conceiving of the greatest conceivable man-eating robot because the thing you're conceiving of doesn't exist.
Right. Right. Now let's apply.
So then
that
why
to
so
God.
why did you not why
Let's
didn't you
apply
listen?
this
I
to
asked you to
God.
conceive of the greatest conceivable one, but you didn't.
Well, the greatest one I can conceive of would exist.
Yeah, so then
But
do
it
it.
doesn't. But it
Wait,
doesn't.
so
Oh.
you're telling me that you can't conceive of the greatest conceivable X?
It sounds like conceiving of something as existing doesn't necessarily mean that it exists.
In fact, well, hold on. There was a deeper contradiction there.
No,
it sounds like you said
that's-
that you couldn't conceive of something conceivable.
No, if we're talking about God, right? It is greater.
No, we're talking about
to
robots.
exist-
We're talking about man-eating robots here.
Yeah.
So you're
Okay.
telling me that you can't conceive of the greatest conceivable man-eating robot?
I can.
Okay, so then do it. You're doing it
I
right now,
am.
right?
I'm doing it
Okay,
right now.
so then it exists, right?
No.
Because if it existed,
If
it would be greater.
exist, it would be greater. Correct.
But and you're telling me you can't conceive of it. You can't conceive of the thing that exists, of the man-eating robot that exists?
Correct. It doesn't exist.
Oh, okay. So
But God
so
does exist.
there is no
But
greatest
God does
conceivable
exist.
man-eating robot that exists, is what you're telling me.
Correct.
Okay. So
But God
just
does
because you
exist.
say it's conceivable doesn't mean that
But
there
God
is a
does
conceivable man-eating robot that exists, right?
But God does exist.
Yeah, so why should we believe that if your proof that it existed relied on conceiving that it exists? And
Well,
you've
no,
just
your
conceded
original-
that
your
being
original
unable to
argument-
conceive of something doesn't make it exist.
Well, no,
or
your
doesn't make
original
it fail to
argument.
exist, rather.
Your original argument, your original question was, does the attribute exist make something greater or not greater? Right.
Well, yeah, now that we've established that you
Is
think
it-
that it
and-
does
and
make it
then-
greater. Right, we've established that you think it makes it greater, right?
Correct.
Which is great. I'm glad that we have the argument. The point is that now you've agreed that there is a thing that you can, or there is a thing that could be greater by existing,
hmm
but that doesn't mean that just because you can conceive of it, that it does exist. Namely the
Correct.
man-eating robots, right?
Correct.
Or the greatest conceivable man-eating robot. Just
Correct.
because you can conceive of it doesn't mean that it exists, even if
Correct.
being in existence
Right. I
somehow
can
makes it greater.
conceive of things that don't exist.
Right. Including the greatest conceivable man-eating robot.
No, I could conceive of a robot that eats man.
Right,
does
but is
not
it the
exist.
greatest conceivable man-eating robot?
In my mind, yes.
And so it exists.
In my mind, yes.
Oh,
No,
okay.
In all possible
That's
worlds.
no, but that's helpful, right? So we could say that God exists in your mind. That's probably a fair point.
Sure.
Why should we
No,
believe that God exists in the real world?
Reality. In reality.
Well, but then why can't you apply that exact same line of reasoning to the man-eating robot?
Why can I not apply that to the man-eating robot?
Right. Just in all of the
Well,
all of the
because-
argumentation, all of the reasoning, just swap out God for
Because
man-eating
it doesn't
robot.
apply to man-eating robot.
Why not?
Because it doesn't. I don't know.
Special
Why is
pleading?
the-
Okay.
No, it
Dr.
just
Blitz,
doesn't
I think
apply
what you need
it.
to understand is that it doesn't apply to a man-eating robot because it just doesn't.
Makes
It just
sense.
doesn't.
Well, but
I'm-
your guys'
I mean, like, I get
original, but what you were originally arguing is that existing doesn't make something greater, right?
No, we were trying to understand whether or not that's your view, because you were being kind of wishy-washy
Well,
on it.
existing does make a thing greater.
If
Yeah.
that's your view, then it seems like you were obligated, unless you have some reason to suggest otherwise. It seems like you're obligated to hold that view about the greatest conceivable man-eating robot. So what is the
Well, no, because
what is the separating factor that distinguishes God from the man-eating robot?
Hold on. You would agree though, that there are man-eating robots, right? Or robots that can't eat men.
I don't know if I'd agree with that, but suppose it's true.
Yeah, okay. So even though I may say, well, in my mind, my man-eating robot can walk around and talk and grab people and stuff, right? That may just be in my own mind.
Sure.
No,
But a man-eating robot certainly does exist, though.
Yeah, so the relevant analogy here is that hold on. Guy. The relevant analogy is that a being exists.
Hold on.
We're
So you
asking
agree
whether
that
or not
there's
a
man-eating
greatest
robot.
possible being exists.
So next
Greatest
what you would
conceivable
have
being,
to
I should
do,
say.
hold on. So next what you'd have to do, since we all agree that man-eating robots do exist. Is
Well,
that
we're just
told-
granting
hold
that. I
on,
don't think
hold
that
on.
they're actually man-eating robots, by the way.
There are a car crusher could eat a man. Those things that have the spinning teeth on
Oh,
them
so these
that
are not
used to
robots that
destroy-
are designed for man-eating?
I
These
said
are just
robots
robots
that
that,
can eat
like,
men.
incidentally
Robots
eat men?
that can,
Okay, sure.
Yeah, that can. Yeah. Okay. So those robots do exist. So then what you would have to do is that if you had a man-eating robot that was programmed to eat men, then you'd have to convince me through proof and evidence that that is actually greater than the one that I conceived, correct?
What?
Who's to say it would be greater than the one that you've conceived? You could conceive of something that's even greater
Exactly.
than one that does it on purpose.
And every one that you can
but here's my
conceive of,
point. Here's my
given
point,
your
right,
argument,
is
would exist.
if I say God is X, right? And then you come along and you say, well, God is X plus Y, right? Then you have to convince me that your God is better. That he is greater.
I don't see how this is relevant to the conversation that we're having. Look, the point is
Well,
that
well,
you and
because
I
you're
both grant
saying
that beings exist. You have
you're
to convince
saying-
me that there is a
because you're
greatest
saying-
conceivable being that exists.
First, you're saying, imagine that there's a robot, and now this robot is there to eat people.
No, it's
Right?
the greatest conceivable man-eating
robots
robot.
exist.
That's the point
Robots
here. It's not
exist,
just
right?
that
Robots
it's
exist.
not
So
just
now you have
that-
to convince me that the robots plus
guy.
the man-eating
Hey,
part
take a
is
deep
better.
breath and pay attention, okay?
Greater.
No one's saying that robots don't exist. We're talking about the greatest possible man-eating robot. We all agree
Conceivable.
that there are robots that will destroy humankind. What I'm saying is the greatest conceivable man-eating robot, meaning there's nothing that you can conceive that would be more maximal than it. So that's specifically what we're talking about. Does the greatest
but if I said-
conceivable,
if I
does
said
the
that robot-
maximal,
Hold
does
on.
the maximal man-eating robot exist?
So hold on. So
Well, I'm not going to hold on because you're going to answer my question because it's relevant to our
I am.
dialogue. Does the maximal?
yes.
Okay, and
It
where can I
does.
find this?
Yes. Go to a local junkyard and look at the car crusher.
No,
To
I
me,
can
that
con-
is
That's
the
the
Nope.
greatest
maximal.
conceivable
I can
one?
conceive
Okay.
of one greater.
So it's in your mind what is better.
No, I can. According to your argument, it exists in real life if I can conceive it. That's the problem.
Well, if I tell you this thing's greater than that thing, don't I have to convince you of that? So
No.
if you
But,
tell me
wait.
your idea, if you want to tell me your conceptual idea of a man-eating robot is better than my conceptual idea of a man-eating robot,
Yeah,
you
we
have
would
to
just
prove
find a
that to me,
man-eating
right?
robot that's more powerful,
You'd have
for
to
example.
prove that. You'd have to prove that to me, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we would conceive of a man-eating robot that's more powerful.
Yeah,
Right.
one that has like a gigantic like mecha penis or something.
It
Yeah.
it has more horsepower.
And then you'd have to convince me that it's better, right?
Well, no, I mean you think that power is a great making property, right?
That power?
Yeah, having
Not
more power is
necessarily.
greater than having less power.
No, not always.
Okay, so your God isn't all powerful.
Mhm.
He is.
Oh, so then how do you get from the
But
greatest
God-
conceivable
but
being to
God
God
can't-
having all
but
power
God
if
can't
power isn't a
create-
great making property?
God can't create a stone he can't move.
Nobody
But
said
God
that.
still follows the laws of
Nobody
God.
accused
Seems
your God of
irrelevant.
that. Try again.
Well, he just said more powerful, right? God.
No one
creates
said
more
anything
powerful,
about
more
the
powerful.
paradoxes of rocks. No one's putting that on you. This is not a
Right,
Frank
but
Turk debate.
Dr. Blitz just said that using power.
I didn't
He
say anything about rocks.
He didn't say
Yeah, the
anything
point I was
about,
making-
No, I'm
about
saying
paradoxes.
Guy.
you exchanged rocks for power.
This guy's drunk. Like
No,
he's
I
come
didn't
in
exchange
with
rocks
these
for anything.
like
Guy, the
canned
point
talking
is
points from apologetic books, and he doesn't even know like what the apologetic is supposed to be doing.
Guy,
Well, no,
the
'cause it's a
apologetic that you're looking for.
3v1. It's a 3v1
Guy.
debate right now, so I have all three.
And well, yeah, but you have the Trinity on your side, so it's 4v3, right? But look, Guy, the point is you came up with the ontological the ontological argument for God, and one of the ways that the ontological argument works is that you say, well, power is a great making property, and therefore the greatest conceivable being would
what's
have
power?
maximal power. But you rejected that, which means that the greatest conceivable being would not have maximal power. So it sounds like the God that you're conceiving of, this greatest
Well,
conceivable being, is not something that is
Because
all
I don't
powerful.
think we would agree on that. And that's my point is, Dr. Blitz, to your question, would that God be able to create a God that's more powerful than him?
It depends on whether or not you accept that God can make
So that's the rock.
contradictions
So
true.
there's the rock
But-
argument.
but
there,
I didn't bring that up.
deconstruction Zone.
I didn't bring
You
that
did.
up.
You
can
just
def-
said powerful.
Powerful
said-
doesn't mean the ability to do the illogical. It's just not what powerful means.
Agreed.
He's
Well,
he's
wouldn't
dying
it
to
be-
catch you
wouldn't
in
it-
some sort of like
wouldn't it be
Frank Turk
greater-
gotcha.
Can God create a being?
Is it
which more
absolutely true that
powerful than
absolute
him?
truth doesn't exist? Here it comes.
Hey, Guy, I have a question. Would it be greater to cure cancer or to not cure cancer?
It would probably be greater to cure cancer than.
Sure. So the greatest possible being would cure cancer.
Greatest conceivable being.
Uh-oh.
No, not
Oh,
necessarily.
I take that to be a contradiction, bud.
Well, no, because subjectively,
You're saying that
I
it's
could be
greater to
wrong.
cure cancer than to not cure cancer. So then a
To
being
me-
that
to
cures
me,
cancer is
curing
greater than a
cancer
being
is
that
better.
doesn't cure cancer. So if we have a greatest conceivable being that doesn't cure cancer, there would be a greater conceivable being, namely one that does. So the greatest conceivable being would have cured cancer already. So if the greatest conceivable being exists, there would be no cancer.
That's to you.
Do you
Right.
disagree?
Well, pretty sure you agreed to it.
I would disagree. Yeah.
Sure. So you don't think that it would be better to cure cancer than to not cure cancer? You think it's better that cancer exists?
To me, it would. Yeah, but to
Sure.
God,
So
who
then to
can
you,
see
the greatest
to someone
conceivable
who
being
can see the
cures
bigger
cancer.
picture, to somebody who could see the bigger picture, cancer could be necessary.
But to you, in your mind, when you conceive of the greatest conceivable being, that being cures cancer, right?
that being can cure cancer.
No.
Nope.
Would it be better to cure cancer or to not?
I think it would be better to cure cancer.
Sure. So then when you conceive of the greatest conceivable being, it's one that's curing cancer.
Or
One that
has cured
can
cancer.
that one that can cure cancer and has
Nope.
cured cancer.
Didn't say can.
Yep. We're asking if the greatest conceivable being did cure cancer.
Well, if he was the greatest conceivable being and he didn't cure cancer, would I even be able to question why he didn't cure cancer?
Well,
Yeah.
what you'd be
Since
able to
he's the
establish is
greatest-
that
Since
being
he's the
doesn't
greatest
exist.
conceivable being.
You know, if
Why
like
would I
the,
question? Why would I?
Or you could
question
establish that
the
it wasn't the
greatest-
greatest conceivable, because you could conceive of it being greater, namely
Yep.
the being that
Well, I can
cured
conceive
cancer.
of him. I could conceive of him curing cancer. Why he
Mhm. Is that
doesn't
better?
do it? Why he doesn't do it? I may not understand it.
Okay, so but in your mind, because that's what conception's about, it's about what you can conceive. In
Mhm.
your mind, it is greatest to have cured cancer, right?
It is great to cure cancer.
Is it
Or-
greater to have cured cancer than to not have cured cancer in your mind?
In my mind,
Right. In the realm of your conceptions.
I would say it would be greater to cure cancer. Yes.
Right. So in the realm of your
That
conceptions.
is my subjective opinion. Now,
Sure,
there
we're
may
talking about
be-
your conceptions. It's fine.
There may be a reason though why it is not cured.
Right, but
correct?
that's not within the realm of your conceptions.
which might
Well-
be greater than
Well,
my
I think
understanding.
you're missing the point that we're talking about your conception. If you can conceive of it, then it
Mhm.
would exist in all possible worlds. And if you as a person can conceive of the maximal God curing cancer, that means that God would exist in all possible worlds. So the fact that you can conceive of it at all,
Unless I'm wrong.
well, you certainly could be wrong.
Correct.
Okay, but the fact that you can conceive of it means that it must exist.
Which brings back my point about the robots, is that you would have to
So-
convince me that
So,
your
guy,
person
just
eating
try to
robot
track
is
for
better
fi-
than
just
my
try to
person
track for
eating
five
robot.
seconds. You're starting to get close to the point, right? So when it comes to conceiving what is the greatest possible thing, you have no means for objectively knowing what is the greatest possible anything, right?
Ask that again.
You personally have no means for knowing what is the greatest possible anything, right?
Correct.
Sure. So then how could you possibly know what the greatest possible being is? You can't conceive of it.
Through debate. We could
Sure.
debate what is.
You just
We could debate logically what God is and what great is and what makes it greater
Yes,
and not
but
greater.
according to your argument, conception makes it real. And you've just said that you can't conceive of it.
Well, conception's in the mind.
I agree. And the whole debate here is that being able to conceive of something, if it's maximal, meaning it exists in all possible worlds, then it would exist. And so if I can conceive of something and we can agree that the maximal nature would require it to be like all good or something, then we would agree that that being would exist because you can believe in it. You can conceive of it.
Correct.
Now, there are some things that wouldn't exist because you can't conceive of them, and we
But
can
you would
prove.
agree. Hold on. You
Hold
would
on.
agree that
I
even
don't know why
both
you said
and
hold
I
on.
could be
I'm
wrong.
just responding directly to what you said. So there are some things like a God concept that your brain literally cannot conceive of, and we can prove it right now. And that is the Trinity, the Christian God. I can guarantee you through dialogue and like logical arguments that you can't conceive of this actual thing. You only think that you can, which means it doesn't exist.
I can conceive of the Holy Trinity. What do you mean?
Sure. Give me an explanation for the Trinity that isn't like an actual logical fallacy or isn't
Or
some sort
heresy.
of heretical take.
Sure, sure. So you have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, or Holy Ghost, sorry. And they are one and the same. So
What's that mean?
what I mean by this is that you would agree that there are parts of you that make you, and if I were to remove one of those parts, you would no longer be you, right?
Not parts, not partialism.
Yeah, you don't want to do
Straight
this
to
one.
hell.
Yeah, so if I removed the mind, you would no longer be that God. You would no longer be you, right?
I don't know if you're aware of this, but this is a heresy. It's called partialism, saying that,
Yeah.
you know, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are just part of God. Is
Well, there's the
partialism.
three parts, one God.
That's
Straight
heresy.
to hell.
That's a heresy.
Okay, but
Partialism.
can you address that though?
I mean, look,
Yep,
if you want to
I
hold on
can.
to partialism, that's fine.
Yeah, so,
Go ahead.
so
well,
if I,
I
were
can
to
explain why
remove,
partialism
if I were
fails
to
if you
remove
want.
Christ, it would no longer be God.
I can
right?
I can explain why partialism fails. You want me to tell you?
Sure.
Because if Jesus is 100% God, that means his body must also be 100% God. So Jesus can't be a part of God if he's not 100% God. If he's 100% God, he's identical to God. So the minute you say that Jesus is a part of God, you've now got separate entities. You've got
He's
more
a
than
third
one
God.
God.
A third
Yeah.
of God, I guess.
You're either not 100% God or you've got multiple gods. So that means Jesus would be a demigod, not an actual
So it
God.
sounds like you can conceptualize it then?
That's not what we're talking about right now.
Sounds like you are conceptualizing
We're
it,
no, we're conceiving
though. You guys are making my arguments for me.
we're
Thank
actually
you.
not. We're conceiving of
You
a
are.
being
You
that
guys
that
just
is
major up my argument for me.
maybe if you
Yeah,
listen
maybe if he
you'd
says it a
understand what
couple
we
more
just
times,
did.
you know, maybe if he starts grandstanding, nobody will realize that he's not engaging at all and has committed himself to heresy.
So what we're saying is the thing that you
No,
can
I'm giving
conceive
you
of.
an
Hey guy,
example.
just for 5 seconds. Okay? What we're saying is the being that you can conceive of is the one that doesn't end up in a heretical sect. So the being that you think exists is the being of partialism. I'm asking you to find a being or think of a being that one is logically coherent and two isn't heretical. That's the part that you failed.
The thing about partialism is that it leads you to either having three gods, just to clarify what Justin was saying. If you go with partialism, then you either have three gods in one, say, godhead or one pantheon or something, or Jesus is only 1/3 God.
Nope. I'm saying that you as you completed right now, there are parts of you which I could take away, which would destroy your nature.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So, okay, is Jesus's body part of God's nature?
They all hold the same nature.
But try this again. Is Jesus' body part of God's nature?
I don't believe the body necessarily is.
Okay, so that means Jesus was not God.
The Holy
then.
Spirit was within Christ, right?
Okay, so then Jesus was just a vessel.
The body was Jesus himself.
So Jesus isn't 100% God. Jesus is just a man-made vessel that happened to contain part of God for a while.
You could say 33%, 33%,
So
33%.
God's nature changes?
You could say it like that if you want to.
So does God's nature change?
But all together they make one God.
I love how he thinks just never answering a question is going to go well. Does God's nature change?
No.
Oh, okay. So when God's nature changed to adopt human form, that wasn't a change.
No.
Okay,
Same
so
nature.
then the human form always existed?
Well, Jesus existed before.
Did the human form? I said human form.
Jesus
pay attention.
existed before.
I said
Christ,
human
right?
form. Pay attention. Did the human form
and
always
I said the
exist?
Christ.
I said
Have
the human
what?
form.
Has it always existed?
Has Jesus's human form always existed? I didn't think this was a difficult
No.
one.
No, I don't
Okay,
believe
so
so.
if Jesus' human
But Jesus
form
has always existed.
hasn't always existed, then what that means is that the human form that we know of isn't actually God. It's just a vessel. So
But
that
they
means,
had the Holy Spirit in
so
them.
what that means, well, so did Samson, so did Saul. Lots of people in the Hebrew Bible had the Holy Spirit. So what that
But
means is
Jesus
that
did
Jesus is
exist
not
prior to.
100% divine. It means that Jesus is a demigod. Jesus is part divine and part human. So again, you've got partialism.
He became part.
I know, and so
that,
now
correct.
you've got partialism.
But
So that means
prior to that,
that
he
Jesus
was
wasn't
God.
100% God.
The body wasn't, but the Holy
I
Ghost
know,
was,
yes,
the
and
Spirit within him.
Jesus, the identity includes the body. That means God has parts,
No,
and
Jesus
some of those
existed
parts are
before the body.
disposable, which means
Do
that
you
Jesus
agree with
wasn't
that? Jesus
100%
existed.
God.
Do you agree with that? Jesus existed before the body?
In your worldview, yes, but that's not relevant. We're trying to figure out if Jesus is 100% God or if he's part God.
So if Jesus existed before the body,
I
then
literally can't fucking grasp it. Is Jesus part God or 100% God?
he is God.
Does he have parts, though? Is there a part of Jesus that's not God?
Jesus the body, or are you talking about Jesus the spirit?
Jesus is an identity. This is not hard. Is there a
Right.
part of Jesus that is not God? Any part of Jesus? I don't care what you call it.
No, no. I would
Okay,
say
so
no.
then that means the body is God.
Part, sure. I mean, I guess I don't
So
understand.
is Jesus' body God or not? This is a fifth grade
Well,
conversation.
here's
I
the
don't know why
thing.
this is going over your head right now.
Well, because here's the thing: is that
Should I do this with Ian and Blitz? Maybe they'll actually answer my question.
Well,
Hey, do you
here's the
think
thing.
Jesus' body is God, or is Jesus' body a vessel for God?
I don't know. Presumably, you'd want to say that it's God,
Right,
Or-
but then that
I think
means
you would
God.
want to say that it's
But Jesus existed
it's 100%
before that,
human,
right?
Stop,
but
Jesus
stop.
also
existed
100%
Hey, guy,
God.
just shut up. The adults are talking.
Yeah, but Jesus existed.
I'm just so if Jesus' body came into existence at the incarnation, then what that means is God's nature changes.
Yeah, or either that, or you want to say that like it's like a non-essential property. But
Exactly.
the
That
idea
means
that God
God
has
has
non-essential
disposable
properties
properties.
is like very not okay for most Christians.
And divine simplicity would require that God doesn't have disposable properties.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's no way to square the incarnation with divine simplicity.
Yeah, so the incarnation is a huge issue, and that's what we're trying to get at here, Guy. We're trying to get at this idea that Jesus' body creates all kinds of heresies for you.
Did Jesus ever take other vessels?
We don't really care. We're talking specifically about the body of Jesus as written about in the New Testament. Can you focus?
Well, we're talking
Also,
about
there's still an
Jesus,
issue
right?
with partialism.
Right. So maybe we'll just do a series of yes or no questions. I'll put the notepad on the screen because I think you're having trouble following along with us. So we're going to say question number 1. Does God's nature change? Yes or no?
No.
Gotcha. Okay. Question number 2. Does God have parts, or is God divinely simple?
Does God have parts, or is he divinely simple?
Divine simplicity is a philosophical idea that God doesn't have parts. It's accepted in almost every form of Christianity and philosophy. You can say no if you
I
want.
wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I'll say I don't know.
Okay, so I don't know if God has parts. What that means, though, is if God does
I don't
have
know, because
parts,
I say that because I don't know if you would describe the Trinity as different parts.
is a body a part?
Is it a part of me? Yes. But is it a part
I didn't
of
ask you
God who
that.
just
I
simply
said
would take control
definitionally
of it?
speaking, definitionally speaking, is it a part?
A part of what?
A part of anything.
I mean, there's a secondary
Applying
question.
it to what, though?
Holy
Look,
shit.
is Jesus distinct from the Holy Spirit?
I don't know.
Is Jesus distinct from the Father?
I don't know.
Well, wait.
What do you
So then
think?
you don't know whether or not Jesus is
Trinity at
identical to
all.
the Father? You don't know if you hold to the Trinity?
Who's asking this?
This guy's going to super hell.
I thought me and Destruction Zone were doing something right now. This is why I say it's hard to follow you guys, because one
you're
will
not
ask a
listening?
question. No, well, it's hard to, and I'm trying to explain. but you
Listen,
keep
we're not going to take
interrupting. See, there
programming
goes
advice
another
to you. Please
interruption.
get back to the argument.
See, I'm explaining this. One person asks me a question, then the next person asks me that same
That's
question.
because you don't
slightly
answer the
different, and then the
question.
next person.
Maybe if you answer the question, we wouldn't have to do it 3 times.
After the other. Well,
Maybe
you
if
were
you just
literally
answer the
writing
question, we
down
wouldn't
the
have to ask you
questions.
5 different times.
Well, you
So,
were literally
we're going to
writing down the
continue
questions now,
documenting the
and yet you
questions
were
on the
still being
notepad so that
interrupted.
you don't have to go
So I
back
don't know
and
why you're trying
contradict
to talk
yourself.
over me.
Question number 3
Well,
is
again, it's
Jesus
because
100%
you asked
God? And you can
something and then
talk all you
someone else
want. Right now, you're
asked
quieter
something.
than me and no one can hear you. Every time you talk during my talking, you're just going to be mumbling in the background. So if you want people to hear you, you need to not actually do that. So question number 3 is Jesus 100% God?
I wouldn't say there's percentages to it.
He's either entirely God or he's not.
What do you mean?
Either Jesus is 100% God or he's not.
He is God.
100%?
The Father and the Son are
100%.
one.
I'm waiting for a
Are
yes or
one.
no.
Now, if you want, hold on.
I'm waiting for a yes
The
or no to the
Father-
question.
The Father and the
Waiting
Son.
for a yes or no. Every
I
time
wouldn't
you
ask
don't
it that
say
way.
yes or no, I'm
I
just going to
wouldn't-
call
I
you
wouldn't
right back
ask
to
it
the
that way.
question.
I
Is
wouldn't
Jesus
ask the
100%
question.
God?
I wouldn't ask it that way.
I don't
Is
care how you want to
Jesus
ask it.
God?
I'm asking
Yeah.
it this way. Is Jesus 100%
Okay.
God?
I can't answer it if it's asked that way.
So you don't know.
Well,
Well, you could just say I don't
would-
know.
Well, no.
So you don't know.
Let me explain.
All of a sudden, this being is inconceivable to you because you don't know if it has parts. You don't know if it's God. It sounds like you can't conceive of it.
Are you going to allow me to explain, or are you just going to keep interrupting me?
I mean, if you can't conceive of the answers to these questions, you can't conceive of this God, so it can't exist.
Well, are you going to let me answer, or are you just going to interrupt me, though?
Does your answer include a yes or a no?
It's probably in there.
Sure, let's have it.
Okay, so let's say the Father and the Son are one.
What do you think
Okay?
that means?
That they're not 50-50.
What is it? Oh, so that means there's no parts.
Correct.
Okay, so if God doesn't
They are
have parts, if
They-
God
they
doesn't
are
have,
separate, though.
if
They are separate,
if God,
though.
you can't be
separate,
one
but
and
also-
separate.
They are one. Correct.
Okay, so if they're one,
You could
that
almost
means
look at it as like string
that means
theory.
that there's no don't
No.
even go to string
No,
theory.
he just got
I'm
out
gonna
of, he just
commit
got out of
seppuku.
surgery for cancer. You can't do this to him.
This is ridiculous. So the answer to question number 2
Well, no,
then,
I just answered your answer.
the answer to
Just answered your
question number
question.
2 is God does not have parts. That's what you meant to say. Does God have parts? You're going to say, no, God doesn't have parts. That's part of divine simplicity. That's part of the standard Trinitarian model, which means, is Jesus 100% God? If God has no parts and Jesus is 100%, and Jesus is part of that mix, what that means is that Jesus is 100% God. That's what you meant
But I would
to
never
say.
say it. I would never say it as a percentage.
It has to be a percentage.
No, it doesn't have to be.
It does, because if something is completely God or part God, you can use percentages to tell you what the parts are. If I said that my Coke is part carbon and part water, I can tell you what parts are in here. This is not difficult. If Jesus is completely God and not just part of God, then by definition it means he's 100% God. This is not difficult at all.
You won't let me say anything.
So
if I lose my
feels
arm,
like we're
am I
going in
still
circles.
me?
It feels like this guy doesn't understand like
So,
basic
guy
word
eaten
concepts.
by robots. I just have a few questions, and then maybe we should let him go. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I don't think he's actually capable of understanding anything that's happening right now.
So, okay, fair. So, guy, just a few questions, and we
If
can
I
call it
lose
there.
my arm, am I still me?
Stop talking.
Guy, sorry. I just have a quick question. How do you feel about Donald Trump?
Well, he's done some things I agree with and things I disagree with.
Sounds about right.
And so, would you say that you generally like his tweets, or?
I don't pay attention to social media.
Oh, okay. I mean, you're on social media right now.
I don't think he tweets. I think he's on his platform, isn't he?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean on Truth,
Truth
whatever.
Social.
I guess what I'm asking is like, do you remember when Obama tweeted "Praise be to Allah"?
Praise be to Allah.
Do you remember when Obama tweeted that?
Again, I didn't pay attention to Twitter that much.
Well, how do you feel about that?
I remember when Obama ran on ending the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, and then he deployed me to Iraq. I remember that.
So you wouldn't have been happy if Obama tweeted "Praise be to Allah"?
No, I wouldn't. No, and I wouldn't be.
Would you be happy if
did
Donald
it.
Trump tweeted that?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, why did Donald Trump tweet that this morning on Easter?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Yeah,
I don't like it,
I'd be pretty upset. I'd be pretty upset about that if I were you too.
Yeah,
Kind of weird, isn't it?
If true, it would be upsetting. Correct.
It is true. You can go to his Truth Social. It happened this morning.
It wouldn't ruin my day, though.
Okay.
Okay.
You should go read the tweet though. It's very
if
weird.
I lost
Anyway,
my
we should
arm,
probably call
would
it there.
I still be me?
Yes, you'd still be you because your arm isn't an essential property. Okay.
Yeah, and oh no, you just lost your being on this particular live stream. I think we've had about enough of that, right?
By the way, this whole thing about Donald Trump actually tweeting "Praise be to Allah," it happened this morning. Like, it actually happened. It's crazy that happened on Easter.
Is it safe to assume that someone just hacked his account and tweeted?
No. It is. The tweet is perfectly in line with the kinds of things that he would say. Like, it is 100% Donald Trump wrote this.
That's crazy.
Maybe he thought he was being cheeky or funny or something, but like, it's like crazy.
Well, let's read some super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. I think next in line is going to be Dave 84 King, which I'm sure should be fun. Power Ranger. After that, I think we've got Red Furry and Tracy. Power Ranger says he is worm food. He is worm food indeed. That's the case. Worm food indeed. Love you guys. Thanks for being my Easter service. We got your friend. We got your back. And Dust Frame coming again says, question for you all. If you were a chocolate, what kind would you be? I like to think I would be dark chocolate with my minty center. And that's a difficult question for me, but I would say I'm probably like that 93% dark chocolate because I'm bitter as fuck.
Good choice.
I have no idea.
93% dark chocolate is absolutely good. Guy is currently in the chat. It's not the tweet. It's on Truth Social. Go look at Truth Social from April 5th, 8:03 a.m. at Real Donald Trump. He may have deleted it, but I have a screenshot that proves it. So.
Boogit, my
Anyway.
friend, says, what exactly is the Holy Spirit? What exactly is the Holy Spirit? The Trinity topic? It seems it's almost never brought up, as Jesus equals Yahweh seems to eclipse it. Well, I bring this up sometimes. To me, the Holy Spirit's nonsensical because remember the New Testament says that God is spirit, referring to the Father. But like, if God is spirit, why does God's spirit have a spirit? Like, what? Like, why? Typically, a thing has a spirit. It's like a threefold part, like mind, body, spirit. But I mean, that doesn't work out unless you believe that God is just a mind and he's not spirit. But if God is not spirit, that means the New Testament's wrong. Paul said that God is spirit. Steve says, would Jesus still be able to walk on water after the crucifixion? It would be a little more difficult, I think. But as we've learned from, fluid mechanics, from shock absorbers, as long as you go fast enough on the water, you'll have some momentary amount of time where it'll still got enough surface tension or surface area to prevent you from sinking. Once you start standing still, it's a little bit different. And Ellie says, Mr. Dr. Blitz. That's why I love that. Mr. Dr. Blitz.
Yeah, that's
Sir.
my name.
I make the same in my case, heart surgery scar joke. It's the funniest thing to me. Also, hi, young Lord Ian and Elder Justin.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm an elder now rather than a boomer. That's cute. And Patch Grabber, good to see you. We got a new PFP. If you say Doug backwards, it sounds like God. Actually, I've made this argument during our Pet Rock versus Jesus debate. Yeah, Doug backwards is God with a Boston accent. Checkmate, Christians. Doug's wicked smart. And that is the case. Rock hard for Doug for sure. And Opto says, is the Easter Bunny just Jesus's persona? Maybe. Wouldn't that be a wild thing to learn? Is that actually Jesus dressed up the bunny, Easter Bunny every year and comes back just to fuck with people? Tim says, speaking of zombies, Mormons believe that John the Revelator and 3 people from a Book of Mormon nation called the Nephites are still alive today. They're not alone, actually. There's quite a few Christian sects that believe that there are some disciples still alive today, like John the disciple, or even John the Elder. So I mean, it's fringe, but not so fringe that it's not out there. I want to grab 2 more super chats, and then we're gonna get Dave 84 King in here. Zach Penetroff says, thank me for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, if someone conceives of a greater God than you, does that cause your God to no longer exist? I like to think this implies that there is someone out there with abnormal brain chemistry that is responsible for God. And I think the thing with the ontological argument is, like, if you can conceive of something greater, then that thing exists, and other things that aren't as great don't exist. But the problem we have is when it comes to what it means to be maximal or great, there's no real definition. It all becomes a subjective argument over what properties you think make something great. It might be that omniscience isn't actually a great making property. It might be that, like, the properties of God we find in the Bible aren't great making properties. Like, these are subjective ideas. And Mardichemus, thank you for the $20 super chat, friends. Says, sorry for infinite regress. Cycle, Cosmo, conform, or Big Bang fields radiation exists. Cause fluctuation equals inflation. Universe. Any new ideas on how original fields became so? Fields have no mass, but they exist. We know that.
This is a little bit. I mean, there's a few issues here. First, some fields do have mass. The neutrino field has mass. The Higgs field has mass. But more than that, it's not clear that fields are things that need to begin to exist. It seems like they're kind of defined for all moments of time just by definition. So there's not a lot more to say there.
Yeah. And this question's probably above my head, so I'll leave that to Dr. Blitz. Let's grab our next guest, Dave, from our YouTube queue, and have some more conversation. Welcome in, Dave. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yeah, I agree the panel. How's everybody doing? Am I heard?
Yeah,
Yep.
we can hear you.
Uh,
So which God do you believe in?
yes, I am Christian, and I believe in the Trinity, the Trinitarian doctrine.
Sure. Why?
I've been I'm sorry.
Why?
Well, considering what we see around us and what the Bible recommends us to do, it say we should test everything. So if we test the Bible and put it to the test with what we
Oh,
see on a day-to-day basis, and it passes, then we can validate and
what
believe on
what Bible
what.
test did it pass? Or what test did the Bible pass? Is what I meant to say.
Uh, well, do we have evidence of design? You know,
Whoa, that's a whole different question.
this
I said,
is,
what test did the Bible pass?
I'm answering you. I'm saying if we have evidence of design and
Well, that has
we
nothing to
try
do with the
to
Bible.
understand.
Every God concept has design. So it has nothing to do with the Bible. Like, something specific to Christianity about the Bible.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter which route you want to take. You want to take the scientific route, you want to take the cosmic route, biblical route. I'm saying at the end of the day, it still boils down to one thing: life's origin. You as an atheist, it takes actually a lot
So
more faith
I was
to
hoping you
believe
would
what you
actually just
believe.
address the talking point that you brought up, which is that the Bible is testable and reliable. I disagree with that claim. I don't think that it's reliable. I do agree that it's testable. Like, we can read the Bible and see if it came true. But the Bible makes dozens and dozens and dozens of predictions that simply don't come true, or actually will never come true because it's impossible now. So I don't particularly believe that this is a trustworthy book. and it just says things about the physical world that's wrong. Like, so why would we trust the Bible?
Well, you may have your opinion about trusting the Bible, but how do we trust it? Like you said, we can actually test the Bible and see if what it's saying is true. You know,
Agreed. What in the Bible do you think you've tested and proven that the entire Bible is true? Because I've got loads of Bible passages that I can tell you, I can show you in real time that aren't true.
for me personally, I test it with what I see on a day-to-day basis, which is
Can you name
which is what I
something?
started with. Evidence for design. I mean, for example, the
Jesus
Like what?
fucking
Bible
Christ.
says,
All right, go for it.
we each one created after his kind. This is what we see. I know evolutionists and atheists have tried to come up with ideas on how creation came to be, so to speak. So what we see on the day-to-day basis that we can test is each one made after his own kind.
What's a kind?
If they can procreate, they are
What's
they
a
are of
what?
different kind, different
So
creatures. Like
does the offspring have to be fertile or not?
exactly.
That
My
was a.
DNA
What do you mean
structure.
exactly? Do you think that answered the question? Do the offspring have to be fertile or can they be infertile?
Whatever make that creature a creature, the
Can you
offspring
answer the
gonna
question?
possess this. That I'm
He's
He's
definitely
not
answering.
going
not
to
going to
answer
answer
the
the
question.
question.
It's an either
If you,
or. It's one or the other.
of course, they can procreate. Everything that make the parents
You
the
didn't. You're not.
parents.
Wait. Do you know what the word fertile means?
Yeah, to be
Okay.
fertile, to
When
be
you
able to
have two
reproduce.
animals, if
Correct.
they are able to reproduce together and the offspring is fertile, does that mean that they're of the same kind? And if the offspring is
Correct.
infertile, does that still mean that they're of the same kind?
Uh, give me an example.
Of two animals that can procreate but produce infertile offspring?
You talking
Horses and
probably
donkeys, I
about a
thought.
horse and a zebra.
Usually. Yeah, horses and zebras, horses and donkeys, yes, generally.
Okay.
Are they of the
They
same
are
kind?
yeah, they are still of the same kind, but you want to try to separate the species right now.
No, I'm not
Which
talking about
we can.
species. I'm trying to get you to explain what a kind is.
A kind is a type of animal that can
Yeah, okay,
reproduce
so how do you tell when two animals are of the same kind?
when they are able to reproduce.
Okay, so it's just about reproduction. It doesn't even have to be fertile.
That is something we can test. Yeah.
That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know what other answer you want me to give you. If
The
you
answer to the
I want to
very
question.
know,
specifically,
are two animals of the same kind, even if their offspring is necessarily infertile?
yes, they are still of the same kind.
Okay, so would you
That's
say
what I
that
said.
would you say that a killer whale and a dolphin are of the same kind?
Can they reproduce?
I'm just asking. Are they
If
the
they
same kind
can
of
mate,
animal?
they are of the same kind. If
Well,
they
look,
can mate,
a human can mate with a donkey. That doesn't mean that they're the same kind.
you can't reproduce with a donkey. That
Oh,
doesn't even
but you
make
said
any
mate, not
sense.
reproduce.
That's what I say. If they can reproduce, if they can
Okay.
breed.
So
Let me use
then
the word breed.
in
If
your
they can
view,
breed,
so in your view, a dolphin and a killer whale are the same kind because they can produce whelpins.
don't put words in my mouth. You know that wasn't what I just said.
Well,
If
but
they can
but they
reproduce,
can.
they are of the same kind.
Okay, so
If they
then
can
the bottlenose dolphin and the false killer whale are of the same kind.
Actually,
they are
And they
if
produce
they,
whelpins.
if they can reproduce,
is Walpin
they
a
are
real
the same
thing?
kind.
Yeah, it's a real thing. It's really rare.
So yeah, Walpins and mules basically defeat your position here.
Why? They cannot reproduce, you mean?
Yeah. So let's
And
illustrate
similarly,
the point.
and even more so, there are animals that definitely should be the same kind but can't reproduce.
That's true.
So
Which
then
is
why
why I
aren't they the
said,
same kind?
give me an example of what you mean.
I'm just gonna pull one up and I'm gonna check to see if they can reproduce.
Okay,
So,
all right.
I mean,
Okay.
this is not all that difficult. We know that mules can't reproduce. Are mules and donkeys the same kind?
They are not okay. I see where this is going. The fact
Are
that a
are
horse and a
Just
chimpanzees and
yes
mule.
or
gorillas the
no.
same kind?
Okay,
Are
well,
are
y'all gotta let
chimpanzees
me
and
answer
gorillas the same
now.
kind?
Well,
You're asking
hold
me
on. Let's do one
questions.
question at a time.
Yeah, one question at a
Do
time, please.
can do are mules the same kind as their parents?
Mules?
Yeah.
Yeah, the donkey
Okay, so
and the
then
horse.
donkeys, horses, and mules are all the same kind, right?
Well, the mule is a product, right? The
Just
mule is a
answer
product
the
of a
question:
donkey.
are donkeys,
I'm
mules, and
answering
horses the
you.
same kind? I need a yes or a no.
Yes, they are. If they can reproduce, they are the same
Okay.
kind.
Now, can mules reproduce with either
No, they
donkeys?
cannot.
Okay, so
No,
then being able
no,
to
they cannot.
reproduce isn't the quality that makes them of the same kind, because mules can't reproduce with either donkeys or horses. So your definition fails for the same reason Dr. Blitz was explaining, because of Walfins. Or is it
I
Walpins?
understand.
Walpin, I
I,
think. I don't know.
I understand where you're coming from, but you're talking about a rare case here
No, we're
that
talking about
only tell us.
definitions.
It still doesn't matter. Okay,
Your
how would
your
you?
definite
What
your
word would you
definition doesn't
use?
apply.
What word would you use then?
I wouldn't use any word, because the Bible is just making a dumb observation that thousands of people have made prior to it, which is that an animal typically gives birth to an animal that is very similar to it. A dolphin doesn't just give birth to a horse. That's a different kind in your worldview. But this is not
That's
divine
correct.
revelation. You don't need divine revelation to look out and say, "Oh, I think a dog gives birth to a dog." Like, listen, that's adorable that you think that's like special knowledge, but it's not. So this whole argument, not only is it not actually true universally, it's also completely irrelevant. The fact that the Bible says an animal gives birth to an animal like it has nothing to do with whether or not this book is divine, or whether or not Jesus is God, or whether or not God exists.
But it takes a lot more faith to believe
No,
everything
it
has the
doesn't.
same source. Yeah,
Nope.
because your evolutionist view has no proof
Oh,
either.
there's lots of proof for
There is
Oh,
no
evolution.
there's so
proof
much.
that. I'm
Maybe you haven't
sorry?
looked at it.
There's so much proof.
Have you
Well,
bothered
give
to
me
read
one,
any books on
please.
evolution?
Yeah, go ahead and give me one, please.
Well,
Tiktaalik was a
there you go.
predicted and then discovered
The what?
intermediary step between fish and amphibians.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I didn't catch that.
It's the name of an animal. It's called Tiktaalik.
Uh-huh.
Yes, so that this animal fossil was discovered is evidence, in fact, dare I might say it, proof of evolution. Namely, that there was a prediction made in the 90s that a specific kind of fossil would be discovered in a specific kind of place in a specific part of the fossil record. It had never been discovered before, but based off of the evolutionary theory, they made this prediction that such a fossil would be found. 5 years later, it was found.
It's just something in the dirt. That doesn't prove evolution. You found a
Yes,
relic,
you
you find
just
formed a
found
yeah,
the dirt.
that's what
hypothesis,
it
you
is.
tested the
Exactly. I'm
hypothesis,
saying.
the
So you
hypothesis was
believe,
true, but it's not proof, that's just something in the dirt.
yeah.
This
They
guy can't
found
be
a
serious.
fossil. They found a fossil, and now automatically
They
it
found a
proves
fossil
evolution.
exactly where and when they predicted it.
So does that prove we all share the same DNA,
It
or so
proves
to speak,
evolution,
like
it
we
proves the
all come?
evolutionary theory,
You're
or at
not
least it's
making any
evidence in favor of
sense.
it.
It doesn't prove anything. You're just
Okay,
saying it proves it,
so
but
do you
it doesn't prove anything.
Dave, do you understand how the scientific process works?
Yeah, something
No.
we
Okay,
can test and
so Dave,
achieve.
Dave,
Wait,
Dave,
hold up. You
Dave,
asked
Dave,
me a
Dave, Dave.
question. Hold
Dave,
up.
Dave, just stop talking for.
Can
Here's
you repeat can you tell me what the scientific method is?
yeah, and before you answer, sorry I muted you, Dave. This is gonna go way easier when we give you yes or no questions. If you could just say yes, no, or I don't know, rather than arguing for 5 minutes every time a question is asked. We want to get to the resolution of this discussion just as fast as you do, but we can't do it if you don't actually enter into the dialogue. And by entering into the dialogue, you have to actually answer our questions, just like we're going to answer your questions. But you can't ask us a question as an answer to a question, because it doesn't actually get us anywhere. So go ahead and ask the question again, Dr. Blitz.
Can you tell me what the scientific method is?
A scientific method is something we can test. We take the measurements, we test it and expect a certain result. For it to be scientific, it has to be something we can test over and over again to expect a particular result. Evolution doesn't
not
give that.
really.
That's what you are trying to.
So just to be clear, the scientific method, and maybe we can just agree on this because we both went to elementary school. The scientific method is you have some observation about the world, you form a hypothesis that potentially explains that observation, you use that hypothesis to make a prediction about the world, you go check in the world if that prediction came true, and then you analyze the results. That's the scientific method. And so this is exactly what was done with Tiktaalik. Darwin, 150 years ago, made some observation about the world and proposed evolution as a theory that explains this natural world. And as a consequence of this theory, this hypothesis, in the 90s, it was predicted that there would exist a certain kind of fossil in a certain kind of rock layer in a certain kind of location. This was predicted. And so then paleontologists went out and looked in the place that it was predicted to be, in the rock layer where it was predicted to be. This is the prediction made by the hypothesis. And when they found it, that confirmed the hypothesis. So this is how we do science. We do science by making predictions and testing those predictions. And when those predictions come true, that is evidence, or you might even call it proof, in favor of the hypothesis. In this case, the hypothesis being the evolutionary theory. So yeah, the Tiktaalik is a perfect example of the scientific method working and demonstrating the validity of the evolutionary theory.
Not to be condescending, but the way you started out your remark, even though I try to keep it a little simple, you can throw a whole bunch of fancy words, it still doesn't prove your point. This tectonic you're talking about, they found
Tectonic?
it. You still haven't explained where it came from. Yeah, however you pronounce it, tectonic. You still haven't explained how it came to be.
From a lineage of animals.
Wait, to be clear, it's irrelevant what its history is. The point is it was a prediction by the evolutionary theory.
Well, that sounds like you're running from the life's origin question there.
Life's origin has nothing to do with evolution.
Which is why I said
life's origin has nothing to do with evolution, by the way.
I'm sorry?
Life's origin has nothing to do with evolution.
What do you mean life's origin has nothing to do with evolution? We are talking about evolution and how life came to be, right?
No, evolution is not about how life came to be. Evolution is about how life changed.
Exactly. For life to change, it has to start somewhere, right?
Right. So there's a separate question of how life began, which is separate from how life changed.
How is that a separate question?
I could ask you how you began, presumably by your parents having sex, and that's a separate question from how you changed, which is like, oh, you moved from place to place, or you met some friends and they changed your perspective on. These are separate questions, right?
I'm sorry. Maybe you
should be
maybe ignorant about your evolution position. Even natural selection and these changes also falls under the biblical narrative. God already integrated in the DNA for us to be able to adapt. Even animals adapt and they migrate from a certain
so it seems like you're just confused about the claim that I'm making, so that's fine.
Listen, there's no evidence for evolution, except actually evolution is perfectly in line with the Bible, and he does believe in evolution.
Of course.
But it takes a lot more faith to believe in that. You still haven't proven anything.
Oh, except for like all the proof of it. You know, putting aside all the proof of evolution, you know, there's no proof of evolution.
Name one.
I already did.
We are still here and we are waiting to.
There was a specific fossil that was predicted to be found in a specific location at a specific time period, and then it was found at that location in that time period.
Fine, they found something. That doesn't prove life's origin.
That's the evidence.
That doesn't prove evolution.
Yeah,
How is that an evidence?
So again, the animal
Whoa.
that they're referring to, Tiktaalik, is a transitional form. It was a shallow water dwelling animal that was a transitional form. And this, along with other transitional forms that science predicted would exist and where they would exist and what time period they would exist in, have been uncovered. We've got dozens of them. We have this for multiple transformations. Like The transformation from mammals to whales, well documented. We've got lots of it. The transformation from sea-dwelling creatures to land-dwelling mammals. We got the transitional fossils. We know that they exist. And they existed when we assumed they would exist and where we thought we would find them.
Man, I can't believe this. I'm listening to grown men telling me
I
that
grant that.
land animals can actually turn into humans, or,
They-
or sea creatures
They
can turn
can. In
into
fact,
humans,
I'll
or vice versa.
I'll go over a little bit of evolution real quick with you, and I think it'll make more
please,
sense.
because I still don't,
We're
I still
going to
don't
do
get it.
diagrams. Is it possible? This is just a nondescript land mammal. It has a tail, has short, stubby legs, and a head. Do you think it's possible that this could, like, through many years of breeding, could end up with like really short legs because it wants to live in shallow water and feed off of the animals in shallow water, like in a low-lying river or waterway?
Well, you mentioned billions of years. There is no
I'm not
proof of that
asking about
either.
billions in years. I'm asking, is it
You
possible
just
that
mentioned, you said
selective...
it.
I
No,
didn't
it's not
say anything
possible.
about billions of years, so try to listen. Is it possible through the act of selection that these animals that have moved to a location where they're living in shallow water could create an adaptation in which the animals that have shorter legs are now able to survive in that environment better? Are you not aware of how adaptation works?
Adaptation doesn't mean animals with gills that breathe underwater
I
can
didn't say just
automatically
follow
start.
one thing at a time. These don't have gills.
We might need to meet him on his level. Dave, do you think it's possible that God would let 2.4 billion of those guys die in the bushfires in Australia? Why would
Don't
God
change
let
the subject.
2.4 billion lizards die in Australia in the bushfires? Why would God allow such horrific suffering, Dave? Does God rejoice in the
You're
baking
not
of
being
the
smart
iguana
right
like
now.
he
Don't change the
rejoices in the
subject.
baking of all those other animals?
You're not being smart right now. Don't change the
Oh,
subject. We
that's
were
my
just
bad.
talking about something. Come on, Doug.
No,
I'm
I'm not.
listening
I
to
don't
you.
have the
Please
PhD.
go.
Blitz, your mic is muted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and quit being not smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my bad.
So either you can engage with this or I can cut you, right? So is it possible for an animal to adapt to their environment in a very simple way? Like the ones with shorter legs are going to survive and reproduce in an environment where it's beneficial to have shorter legs, yes or no?
Yes, I said that
Oh,
before.
there we
That
go.
it's
Okay, so
already in our DNA
I don't need
to
all
be
this
able to
yapping.
adapt.
Just stop yapping. I need a yes or no to every one of these questions. So, yes, it is possible for this animal to adapt to its environment by having shorter legs over many series of breedings, right?
Generations is the word you're looking for.
Generations. That is possible, right?
Yes, we've
Oh,
seen we've
it's
seen
I
evidence of dog,
don't
but
need
it's still a
any
dog, though.
yapping. Just stop talking. I need yes or no's. Every time you yap, I'm going to cut you off. Okay.
Yeah, it's your
Now,
life, man. Go ahead. It's your life. Go
it
ahead.
would be a lot faster if you stopped yapping.
No,
So-
go ahead. Go ahead.
So yes or no, right? Next question is going to be really easy. This animal that now has really short legs, is it possible that the ones who develop webbing between the toes are going to be more likely to survive in the environment?
Well, that is information the previous one doesn't have.
It's a yes or no.
Which
Just
is why I
answer the
say
question. Is
no,
it possible?
no.
Is it possible? Okay, well, you'd be wrong then. So, you know how webbing develops?
You are wrong, my friend.
Do you know how webbing
And-
develops?
Please enlighten me. How does webbing develop?
It's a genetic mutation for a lot of people, and sometimes it's really not even a mutation. It's just the way that the genes are expressed. So the gene that expresses the webbing between my fingers can actually be expressed for a longer period of time, causing webbing much further up in the fingers. And in fact, if you just look at human with webbed fingers, what you'll find is that even human beings are quite often born with webbed fingers and or toes. It's actually somewhat common. This is not like a birth defect or that we've never seen before. We know for a fact that animals of all types can be born with different varieties of webbing, so on and so forth, between their fingers and their hands. So the question that's still on the board is it possible that these animals that have adapted to live in shallow water, if some of them start getting webbed fingers and or feet, either through an abnormality or a gene that's expressed differently, and it allows them to survive in this particular environment better, would they not be better off at reproducing in that environment since they're getting food and they're not getting eaten?
You are wrong, and I'll tell you why.
It's a yes or
Because
no. Nope, I need a
I
yes or
just said
no.
no. You are wrong.
You didn't say
and I'll
no.
tell you
Okay, so
why.
what you're saying is,
Okay, no.
if an animal here, I don't know why you think you're just going to keep yapping. I already told you to no yap. So if an animal is born, let's say we're going to call this animal B for now. If animal B gives birth to animal C, this happens to have webbed feet. You're telling me that in an aquatic living situation where they're swimming through water, you don't think that the webbed feet would be beneficial to its survival?
They have to. That's information that.
Nope, need yes or no. If in fact an animal gave birth to another animal that had webbed feet, would it be better at surviving in this environment, yes or no?
But the web came from the previous
This is
animal,
crazy.
right?
Okay, so again, I'm going to show you an image of actual fucking human beings that have webbing in between various parts of their hands and their feet. Did this genetic
And you
information
believe that,
exist?
right?
Did this genetic information exist in their parents?
You believe this?
Did this
that
genetic
humans have
information
webbings?
exist in their parents?
Some humans do.
It's a well-known tradition or condition.
Condition. It's a well-known condition. How many
Yes,
humans go
yes.
around having webs in their hand?
And they can reproduce. I don't know if you know that.
Spider-Man.
Well,
for one.
you're making it sound like we eventually gonna
there
have
you go.
webbings in our hand.
No, I didn't say that at all. Now, if it happened to turn out that webbing between our fingers enabled us to survive and reproduce better, yes, there would be a line of humans that eventually are like had webbed feet. This is the same reason why if you look at people that live in like isolated tribal communities, you actually find that their feet are shaped very differently. Our feet in the Western world are very narrow, but if you look at the feet in people that primarily don't wear shoes, their feet are really wide and their toes go outward because it's better for stability. So we adapt to our environments, and the thing that helps us to reproduce better is the thing that is going to be our adaptable traits. So if in fact,
you are still wrong,
so
and
I'm
I'll tell
not.
you why.
Well, you're
Yeah,
not.
you are.
So if in fact an animal who happens to have a genetic trait that allows them to have webbed feet, if that animal is living in shallow water, then it just stands to reason that they're going to reproduce more, doesn't it?
That is not true because we don't have evidence of that.
I didn't ask you that. I'm asking you, these
Yeah.
are all hypothetical questions. Try to track.
Hypothetical question. We're talking about
Just try to
life's
track.
origin, and
Just
you're
try
talking
to
He's having a
about
hard
track.
time here.
hypothetical.
These are all hypothetical questions. I said, if in fact it happens that an animal who is largely dwelling in shallow waters as a way of hunting and surviving, if they have offspring that develop webbing, would that offspring have a better chance of survival?
You are hypothetically wrong.
Yes
and
or
I'll
no?
tell you why.
He fucking
Yes or no?
got
I
his
just
ass,
said
dude.
no.
Fucking
You don't.
incinerated him. You're hypothetically wrong. God damn, banger. Write that one down. Holy shit.
Yeah.
What an incredible piece of like I don't know, man, like rhetorical flourish.
Yeah.
That was
Well,
incredible.
since his brain
It
is not
was amazing.
capable of actually talking about science, let me ask you a question. Why did Jesus lie about his second coming?
Is that what you do? You gonna run?
No, it's over your head. Do you want to engage in why your Messiah is a liar?
Go ahead. What are your objections to the Bible?
Jesus lied about his second coming. Do you know about this?
How is that a lie?
He said he was coming back within the lifetime of his disciples, and he didn't do it. I thought that was pretty clear in the passage, actually.
That
I can
wasn't
read it
what
for
he
you.
said.
Yeah, it's
Go ahead and read
literally
it.
what
Let
he
me
said.
hear.
The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. The Son of Man coming in his kingdom is a reference to Daniel chapter 7, which he clarifies later, when all the kingdoms of the Father are given to the one who is like the Son of Man, and he sets up dominion on the earth. He comes on the clouds. second coming?
The passage you're referring to is when Jesus told them that that not one of you will die. Is that the one you're talking about? Where he said they will see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of glory?
It's on the screen. Maybe you weren't paying attention.
I
The
can
Son of
see it.
Man
I
is to
can
come
see
with
it.
his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see
There's
the Son
that.
of
Oh,
Man
okay,
coming
yeah,
in his
that one.
kingdom. So the question is, why didn't this happen before all these people died?
Who said it didn't happen? You're
It
talking
didn't.
about that we see him in his Father's
Jesus
glory.
Jesus said it didn't happen.
Yeah, right after this, right after this narration, if you keep reading, it talks
I
about
know, yeah.
Jesus
The very next
carrying,
verse is the transfiguration,
yeah,
and the
the
transfiguration is not the second
transfiguration.
coming.
So some of them
In the
did see
transfiguration, Jesus didn't
his
come with the
glory.
holy angels to repay everybody.
Well, you make a reference to the latter half of that passage.
I'm making
But when it
reference to what
says,
the
so
words
not
say.
one of you, speaking to who? Those that were standing right there
His
next to him, right?
disciples,
The ones
yeah.
he was addressing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's talking to his
So what
disciples.
happened afterwards? The
Which one of his disciples
transfiguration.
died in the 6 days prior to the transfiguration? Which disciple died?
Which disciple died?
Yeah, because he says, some of you standing here will not taste death, meaning some of you will taste death. So which disciple died?
He's addressing the people.
Which
That
ones
doesn't
died?
mean,
Which ones died in those 6 days?
I don't think any of them died, right?
Oh, well, then Jesus was wrong about that then.
He said they will not taste death,
That means dying.
correct? Addressing those who are standing right there in front of
Yeah,
him, the ones
that
he
means
was
dying,
addressing.
yeah.
And right after this, he took 3 of his disciples
Yeah,
and
we're
showed the
aware.
transfiguration, correct?
Yeah, we're aware of the transfiguration. This is not the
Okay,
transfiguration.
so what are you
So
talking about?
it's very easy. This is Jesus' second coming when he comes with the angels and he repays everybody for their deeds. That's what it means for the Son of Man to come in his kingdom. He explained this again in Matthew 24 and again in Matthew 25 and again in Matthew 26. You want to read those too?
Well, if you're talking about this being the second coming, then you have to show me church fathers that will actually hold that position.
Oh, I don't give a
Because
fuck
at
about the
this point,
church fathers. No one cares
see,
about
there you go.
them.
Now
We're
you are
just
your own
going by
pope.
what
You
the
can
text
interpret the
says.
Bible the way you want.
Nobody cares about the church fathers. They couldn't agree even among themselves, so it doesn't matter to me what they think. So
So you're
again,
your own pope.
I'm not
you
a
interpret the Bible
pope.
the
I just
way you
know
want.
how
There's
words work. So when Jesus went on the mountain, did he come from heaven with the angels?
no.
Okay,
But
well
they did see his glory, didn't they?
this says he's coming with the angels. When Jesus went up on that mountain, did he come or did he go up? Because as it turns out, going up on a mountain is a different action than coming with the angels. Where'd he come from? So when he says that the Son of Man's coming with his angels, where is he coming from?
Okay, I see where you're going with this.
Yeah, it's just basic
If
words.
you
Where's he
read that
coming from? I
passage,
need you to answer the question. Where is he coming from?
he's on earth with them.
Where's he coming from?
He is on earth with them, with
Where
his
is he
disciples
coming
right
from
there.
in this passage?
I don't know, you tell me.
I'm waiting for you to answer. Where's he coming from?
Go ahead and read the passage again.
The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Where's he coming from?
Yeah, he's coming from his father's kingdom. Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
This will be
there we
the
go. So then that's not the transfiguration, because during the transfiguration, he didn't come from his Father's kingdom in the sky with the angels. So this is a different event.
He showed them a glimpse of his glory nonetheless.
It's irrelevant.
Because
That's
that's
not
what the passage
it doesn't matter.
says.
That's not what this is saying.
Well, you've become your own pope then. I mean, I don't.
No, I haven't become my own pope. I've
Yes, you
become someone
have.
who actually agrees that words have meanings and that you should read the words for what they mean, not what you want them to mean, which is what you've done. And this certainly isn't about the transfiguration, because he says again in Matthew 24 that the Son of Man hasn't come with the angels yet. Immediately after the suffering of those days in the future, he says, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, and the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather the elect from the four winds of one end of heaven to the other. This is the second coming, when he comes with the angels.
Yeah, that is the second coming.
Yeah, that's what he's referring to. When he says he's
Yeah, that is
coming
the second
with
coming.
the angels, it's the second coming, not the transfiguration. And he filled this
That's
one
what
too,
I'm
by the
saying.
way,
That is
because
the
he
second
says,
coming.
truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. And that generation is passed away.
No, this is referring to a different context.
It's not different context. This is the same passage. He says all of these signs that he just listed in the chapter are going to happen before that generation passes away.
Well, that is your interpretation.
No,
I'm
he just
sorry,
says it.
but yeah, he just
Truly, I
says
tell
it,
you,
but
this generation
Those
will
are just the
not
words
pass
he
away
says.
until all these things take place. Which word in here?
before
Which-
his second coming. Yeah,
which word in
correct.
here
Before
needs to
his
be
second
changed?
coming.
Which word in here needs to be changed?
Why would you want to change the word?
Well, you said
It's
it didn't.
clear,
mean,
right?
You said it didn't mean what it says. Verse 34 says, "This generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place." Have all these things taken place?
Not everything, but
Oh,
the
interesting.
generation.
Has that generation passed away?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that means it's just false. Because he says this generation will not pass away until after all these things have taken place.
When he came around when he came the first time
Yeah,
around,
don't address
he
it.
didn't
Yeah.
fulfill everything. He's
He
gonna
didn't fulfill
fulfill the rest
anything.
when he comes back again.
He fulfilled
So
zero. Nothing.
you just agree with me, right? That
No, I
this
don't
is the
agree with
second
you.
coming.
I
So
agree with you that
just
this is
said
the
it
second
too.
coming.
Second
Did you catch?
coming,
Did you catch the
exactly.
part where he said it's happening in that generation?
That's not what that meant.
What's it mean?
That's not what that
That's
meant.
why I
Oh,
asked you.
words
Tell
don't
me
mean
which words don't
words.
have meanings.
He's addressing.
What
He's
do the
addressing
words
that
mean?
generation.
What do the
Okay,
words
you want
mean?
to ask the question and answer your question at the same time?
Yeah, what's the word mean?
Do you want to ask a question and answer your question
I
at the
just
same
did. I'm
time?
waiting
still
for you to
gotta-
answer the question. What do
Okay,
these
then
words
let me
mean in verse
talk then.
34?
Verse 34, like you said, this generation will not pass until these things are fulfilled, right? Is that where the problem lies? This generation will not pass until these things are fulfilled.
Yeah, it
The
perfectly
way
agrees
I
with
would,
Matthew 16
yeah, the
and Matthew
way,
10, and also with Paul in the book of Thessalonians and Corinthians, that the imminent return of Christ was within that generation.
well, that's not what he meant. What I would tell you about that is there's still a
What's he
lot of
meant?
good in the world.
What's he
There's
meant?
a passage in the Bible that
Wait, what the fuck
says
are you talking about? I don't
we
care
can.
about good in the world. I want you to tell me what these words mean.
You want to ask a question and cut me off?
No, I've asked you
Forget it.
to
It's your
answer the
life, bro.
same question
Yeah.
5 times.
And
Tell me
you
what the
gotta give me
word.
time to
Just
talk, bro. What
shut the
heck?
fuck up. This is not difficult. I didn't ask you about good in the world. I asked you, tell me what the words in verse 34 mean. If you can't tell me what they mean, I don't want to hear anything out of your pie hole right now. I don't need any preaching. I don't need any goodness of Jesus. I need you to tell me what these words mean. That's the crux of our debate right now. What do these words mean?
Can I talk now without interruptions?
If you don't answer my question, I will drop you in less
and
than a
drop me.
fucking
Yeah.
second. So you're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
going to
go ahead
answer
and
my
drop me.
question then?
Go ahead and drop me.
Are you going to answer my
You've been
question?
very rude. Go
Are
ahead
you going
and
to
drop
answer
me,
my
bro.
question?
Drop me.
Are you going to answer my question?
Of course he's not.
Go ahead and drop me.
Can you
wants
tell
to
me
know
what
the
these words
answer.
mean?
Yeah, you don't
Can't-
want to hear the answer though.
I want you to tell me what these words mean.
What words? The generation
words-
part, right?
Can you not fucking see the screen? I got verse
It's
34
too small. I
highlighted
can't
on
see.
the
You're
screen.
talking
Are you
about the
blind?
generation, right? Look at this. Are you serious, man? For real?
Can you read the screen?
I cannot read the screen, my friend. But
It says,
I'm
truly I
guessing
tell
the
you, this
passage
generation will not
yeah,
pass away until all these things have taken place. What do those words mean?
it means this generation will not pass away until those things are fulfilled.
There we go. Did those things
Now-
get fulfilled within that generation?
I answered your question the first
Yes
time
or no?
around.
Did those things get fulfilled within that generation?
Not all of it, which
There
is
we
why we
go. Then
believe in
that
the
means
second
he
coming.
lied because he says all of these
That is not
things.
a
All right, get the
lie.
fuck out of
Why?
here. He said all these things, not some of these things. Basic word comprehension. Sorry you guys had to see that. That's like daddy hitting mommy at the dinner table there.
That's how it felt.
I was
I
tired of that
disavow.
guy. That shouldn't. By the way, you're not supposed to hit mommy at the dinner table. That's
I
the joke.
disavow that
The
one.
joke from the '90s, y'all.
You can't.
Hold on, our
You
TikTok
can't,
froze.
Justin.
1 second. 1 second. Our TikTok froze. There we go. It's actually funny. I told you my family's kind of half Southern. My aunt still uses a phrase that it's wild that it used to be acceptable. It's not terrible. Don't worry. But
Okay.
when it's like thundering and lightning, when I was a kid, we'd say like, "Well, God is up in heaven bowling," because you're trying to figure out what's the noise from, because they think these noises are coming from the heavenly realm. She used to say that God is upstairs beating his wife again every time it was thundering. I was
Jesus
like,
Christ.
"Oh no, the
What the
people
fuck?
thought that it was okay for God to beat his wife in heaven." Holy shit!
Heard it here first, folks.
Oh boy. Anyways, let's read some super chats, friends, and we're gonna get, I think, Theist Warrior in here next. I think that was
Let's do it.
the order that they came in. Germs, thank you for the super chat. Says a recipe for a food is not objective, dude. I had vegan ice cream last night, no milk in it, so your analogy is dumb.
Well,
True.
That's like confusing, right? Because I don't really think that a recipe is like a proposition. It's like an imperative. It's like it's telling you to do something. That's not really like propositional. I don't know. It seems like a category error to me.
And Ed, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, given the events described in the Bible, such as resurrection, why don't we see any accounts from opposing sources reacting to these events at the time? I mean, this is a super good question, because like if we're saying this is what we would expect from history if something happened. For example, if there was a massive earthquake that affected an entire country, we might expect that something in that country recorded the earthquake, or it recorded evidence of the earthquake. Same thing with hundreds of dead bodies rising from the grave and Jesus' resurrection in the clouds. Remember, all the Galileans saw him. When he rose into the clouds, the disciples said to the Galileans, "What are you gawking at?" basically. So, like, yeah, that's just the thing. All of these people should have witnessed it, and we would expect from history that somebody would have wrote it down. Like,
Somebody should have noticed.
yeah, a dude floating
very
in the
weird.
clouds. Wouldn't they see that? Andrew, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says someone on TikTok is claiming Acts 21:17 through 26 is a refute to Paul, saying Christians aren't beholden to Mosaic law, which he does in multiple passages. Thoughts? I'm not seeing the relation. So this is when Paul does the customs of the Jews, even though he says in 1 Corinthians 9:20 that he doesn't have to. But we see over and over again that Paul will kind of like concede on certain things when he is with the Jews as to not offend them. So this is Paul visits Jerusalem, and while he's there, he abides by the customs of the Jews. Now we also see in the book of Acts that like the Gentiles aren't supposed to have to do this stuff. It's not really a thing for the Gentiles, just for the Jews. And Paul took the letter. If you go to 26, it says, Paul took the men, and the next day, having purified himself, he entered the temple with them, making public the completion of the days of purification with the sacrifice which would be made of each of them. So, like, if he doesn't have to follow these laws, why is he doing it? Well, he's doing it because he says elsewhere that he wants to be a Jew to Jews and a Greek to Greeks. He's trying to please everybody. That's basically all it is. That's why he says in 1 Corinthians chapter 8 that even though you're not compelled to forgo eating meat sacrificed to idols, if your eating meat sacrificed to idols causes others to stumble, then maybe don't do it. So I'm reading this as Paul he's just doing what he needs to do to keep good faith with the community. Darglint, thank you for the question. This is for Ian. It says, how do non-moral agent beings fall into objective morality? It's wrong to cause necessary harm or suffering to these beings, but why is it objectively wrong?
Because they're still agents, right? The property that's sufficient for rights is agency. It's not like some like high order, like reflective agency. It's just agency. All you need is to take actions to achieve goals. And then just on that basis, you now have like the right, which means that you need to grant all agents, the people who share that property of agency, these exact same properties, the property of having the right to freedom and well-being, at least in the Goworthian picture of it. So, I mean, like, what that means is that you're going to deem that all agents have these rights, but the only people who have the obligation to follow through on this is going to be like rational agents, since they're the only ones that are actually capable of like reflecting on like what you should do and what you shouldn't do. So you're still going to ultimately deem that all agents, even the ones that don't have like rational or like reflective agency, are still going to have these rights.
And Delilah, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says best Easter ever with my 3 favorite atheists. Hey, well, thank you, Delilah. Really appreciate that. And hopefully, this is way more entertaining than an Easter service. Although I do like a good Easter service where they put strings on Jesus and make him fly around the sanctuary.
Is that a thing that happens?
Yeah, that's a real thing that happens. Yeah. During a
Man.
lot of churches do Easter plays.
That's some cringe.
Yeah. It's pretty wild. Money well spent, by the way. This is what Jesus wanted you to do when he said to collect tithes and offerings, which he didn't actually say, but Theist Warrior was next. Let's grab Theist Warrior and get into the conversation. Welcome in, Theist Warrior. Are you at least 18? In which God do you believe in? This guy. Okay. Really? This is the best you can come up with?
You should definitely drop like the picture like way quicker than that.
Maybe.
I was like 100% expecting that dude to like show his dick.
I was trying to figure out if that was the same guy who did previously. I was like, is that the same guy who did that previously? Oh well. Moving on to the next. Looks like CJ. CJ, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Howdy, howdy.
I am at least 18, but I don't believe in God. Is this just for theists to call in?
Yep.
Preferably.
Thanks for asking. Though.
Okay. No problem. Peace, guys.
Cheers.
Have a good one.
We had 2 other guests at some point during that last conversation, and they dipped out. So now, friends, we actually we have an empty guest box, so it's a great time to request up. We got a bunch of more super chats that we didn't read, so we'll read some super chats while we're waiting for the guests to load back up. Yeah, I mean, and as long as you answer questions and stop being evasive, you won't have to have me yell at you. House 70 says $10 say that guy would be the first victim of the greatest man-eating robot. Then that robot would get disgusted with humanity. That is the case.
Sounds about right.
And Anna Stevens sent 1 unapologetic gifted membership. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and we all do. Relax with Russell. Good to see you, buddy. Says, yeah, there are gods who didn't create or ground the universe that people still believe in. The Greek gods were created by the universe, for example. Yeah, that was kind of my understanding, was that there were some god concepts from the classical days where they weren't like necessarily creators.
But then, I mean, like, look, like people, like we refer to the Greek gods as the Greek gods, but like there are still like the primeval forces like Gaia and Uranus, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these would be considered gods in some sense because they like they were one and then they split, and that splitting is what created the world or something like this. So I mean, like, not to say that people didn't that people worship them, because I guess more worship happened towards like Zeus and Apollo and whatnot. But the point is that there's still some entity in that mythology, or some perhaps pair of entities or multiple entities that is responsible for creating or grounding the universe. Typically, anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. Relax says, Ian Cooked, greatest being would have us in utopia. I mean, that seems to be the case, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it's based on what I'm conceiving, well, the greatest possible being is going to be giving me like a foot job right now, for example.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, foot stuff for sure. Miko, thank you for the 10-pound super chat. Says, I bought the Bible in Guide Scots tongue. I don't know what that is. I'm looking forward to sharing bits. An archaic or Southern Scots formal parts and a rugged Scots for others. The devil, though, speaks perfect English, of course. So, interesting. So this would be a Bible translation in like the King James style Scottish tongue is what I'm kind of grasping here. That might be a kind of fun.
That would be fun, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's already a little bit difficult sometimes to decipher old tongues in English. The Scottish variety would give me all kinds of hella problems. Let me know if you find any good bits in there, though. And Miko, thank you for the follow-up. Super Chat says JWs use arm metaphorically to describe God's reach and power, but focuses on the Holy Spirit being an active force, invisible energy directed to perform tasks, but lacks a personality, mind, or will. It's kind of weird because in the Bible, the Holy Spirit does have a mind or a will. In fact, it listens, it talks, and it even gives out spiritual gifts as it sees fit in 1 Corinthians chapter 13. So if it can decide who to give gifts to, it must have a mind. If it can speak, it must have a mind that enables it to speak. If not, it's just kind of a weird conduit and can't be part of the Trinity if it's not actually a God itself. I don't know.
It is very weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely, when it comes to figuring out the Trinity, there's so many questions. I remember being a Christian and just being like, you know what, it's a divine mystery. I'm not going to figure this shit out. Or
Problem
you can
solved.
go to a heresy, which at the end, I actually did just go to partialism. Milfringler says, glad to see Blitz in good health. My boys, Jonah, allegedly Isaac, and Bruce, PhD.
Yep, that's it.
You got us. You got us. Well, thank you for that. I think we do have some guests loading up now. Let me grab God Lover from the queue and see what happens this time. Welcome in, God Lover. Are you at least 18? And yeah, sorry. I knew it was going to be you, so no one can see your junk. Bye.
Well, no one can see it anyway because it's tiny.
That is true. Imagine like getting a chub every week watching us talk about God. Pretty crazy.
I mean, I thought I was the only one.
Oh,
Up top.
Down
that's
low. Too slow.
I don't know if I'd go down low, Dr. Blitz.
Oh yeah. Gotta be careful.
That's how you end up doing foot stuff.
Well, I
Don't
gotta
get
say I'm
too
pretty
excited.
chubbed up.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. How you doing, Tracy?
Hey, I was actually going to ask Ian a question.
Sure.
Someone was on their live yesterday. I just finished watching it. And they sent in a super chat, said something about perfect tense that is supposedly describes a event that's being told in the past tense, but it actually means for future tense. Did you look into that at all, or?
I don't really know what to think about that because, right, like the person said, like I got like many super chats like immediately after that were like, you know, don't listen to that. That's all bullshit. So I don't know. I'm not really sure.
Kind of
what to
sounded
think
like a
about that.
cope to me, so I didn't know.
Yeah, you know, I haven't looked into like the Hebrew or like what sort of like talk was common in Hebrew at that point. So
Maybe Daddy Justin knows.
Daddy Justin, do you
Justin,
know?
Daddy Justin, you're muted.
Sorry
Papa.
about that. Yeah. I've done some research on the supposed prophetic perfect is what they refer to it. It's a bullshit linguistic thing. It doesn't actually exist. There are a couple passages in the Hebrew Bible where it depicts people in the future talking about events in the past. And of course, when you do that, you use perfect tense because it's somebody in the future saying, this is what happened to me in the past. And so the problem that you have is there were some prophecies in the Hebrew Bible that didn't come true. So the Jewish people initially were like, well, it actually, since it didn't come true and we can't just admit that God failed, that means it's actually for some time in the future, further in the future, maybe hundreds of years in the future, which means God can just describe events in the present that are actually not going to happen during your present time anywhere. There's no instances in the Hebrew Bible. They might point to Isaiah chapter 9, but even that doesn't count. There's no instances in the Hebrew Bible where it ever says in the perfect tense that something is happening in the future without positioning it as something actually in the future talking about the past. So the prophetic perfect is a nonsense thing that like Christians and people who are too afraid to admit that the text is wrong, they just go to this because they're like, I don't know, we got nothing else.
So, for
Okay.
context, this was brought up with respect to Isaiah 53. I was pointing out that Isaiah 53 is written entirely in past tense, and that doesn't seem to be a prophecy. And then I got like a
No.
super chat later.
Yeah, actually, I agree with your super chat. So this is the one thing I've seen quite a few creators do it. I wouldn't do this because the traditional model of Isaiah 53, I'll do a diagram. So the traditional model of Isaiah 53 is that in Isaiah 52, they're giving a prophecy for the future. Isaiah 53 transitions to that future scene, and that future scene is what they're going to say in the future. So when you
I
go
see.
to the crossover, I'll put it on the board. It does the same thing that it does in Isaiah 14, saying in the future, this is what's going to happen. This is what people will say in the future. So these are future people talking about the past, which is why I wouldn't use this as a good method of saying it's not a prophecy. It's just kind of couched weird. So 52 ends with the nations and the kings of the nations specifically. Says that which they had not heard, they will contemplate. Saying, okay, these kings that don't know about what's going to happen, they're going to contemplate this thing later. And then later, or the next line, is a personification of these future kings doing that, contemplating it. Who has believed our report, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Well, 52:10 says the arm of the Lord was revealed to these nations. So Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations. So the traditional interpretation is that this is, from the point of Isaiah's writing, this is the future nation or nations, the kings of the nations, talking about what they've now witnessed, which has already happened.
Okay, sure.
But because it's
So
couched
sure,
in the
so then it is
future, it's still
plausibly about the
technically a
future,
prophecy.
yeah.
It's about the future, but it's not clear that it's about Jesus, is
So
my
it
understanding.
exactly. This is about the immediate future, but what's happening, the prediction that's going to happen in the immediate future, is that people in the immediate future are going to be talking about what happened in the past.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
but the past is still the future of the
Exactly.
original. So it's
Right.
like it like jumps forward a week, and then the people are talking about a day before,
Right.
kind of thing.
So the only way you can get to a prophetic perfect is if you take these passages out of their original context and try to make them about something completely not about what they're talking about. So like Christians will say, who has believed our report, and to what we have heard in this translation, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? They'll say, well, that's the Jews much later during the time of Jesus. So this must be a prophetic perfect. But that's not what it says. And even if this was about the Jews, it still wouldn't be a prophetic perfect, because this is still personifying a future generation that are talking about the past. What they want to do with the prophetic perfect is say sometimes it says things like Isaiah 9, it'll say things in the present, but it doesn't actually mean the present, it means the future. So Isaiah 9:6 says, a child has been born for us and a son has been given to us. They're going to say, no, that's actually a prophetic perfect. This is referring to future events. But it's not. If you know the chapter and the context, you know that this is actually talking about a real event that was happening and had already happened at that time. So that's what they're trying to do with these prophetic perfects.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right.
Yeah. Because they need it to be about Jesus somehow. And the only way to make it about Jesus is to say, no, actually, rules of grammar don't exist.
Based.
Okay. Well, sounds good. Oh, and Mr. Dr. Blitz, I'm glad everything went good with you.
Me too. Although, sometimes I wish that it hadn't, considering the type of quantum mumbo jumbo that people bring up.
Well, praise Doug anyway.
Praise be.
But
Doug
I'll let
existed.
you
Why would he
go.
allow
Thank you for having me up.
such gibberish?
And
Is this
answering
Yantu?
questions. Yeah.
I thought it was. Good to hear you, Tracy.
I'm usually on YouTube, but
That's right. Yeah, I figured it was you, but I just wanted to make sure.
I'm at the beginning on YouTube right now, so
Okay.
I'm on the future with you guys.
Is it the prophetic
Anyway.
future, or what are we doing?
Well, whatever makes you feel happy.
Fair enough.
Kind of like Christians.
Fair enough. You can
Thanks
have it
a
all.
lot.
Well, it was good to hear from you, buddy. Take care.
Bye.
Tracy actually supports a lot of our live streams. Artist formerly known as Yantu. The YouTube screen name was previously Yantu, so you might have seen him popping up on your streams. We actually ran out of opposition. We do have a ton of super chats we haven't read yet. So I'm going to read through some of these super chats. If you are opposition, you want to tell us about your God, we'd love to hear about it. While we're doing this, if you have a burning question, you're more than welcome to super chat us and we'll get it answered for you. And Gretchen says, you three are so harsh. Actually, that's not true. I'm harsh. I'm the asshole here. Just remember that. Poor guy was just trying to read his tag script and you started asking him questions. How's anyone supposed to think at that speed? Fair.
How
Come
could
on.
we?
Yeah, what the fuck? How can you imagine pivoting from tag, possibly the worst argument for God's existence, to the ontological argument, the original ontological argument, also possibly the worst argument for God's existence?
It's the worst conceivable argument, in fact.
Seriously.
I was actually putting together a video for the ontological argument. I've been wanting to do more response videos, so I got a couple different apologists talking about it. If y'all interested, you're welcome to join me and we can cook the ontological argument as a formal recorded video, and we can respond to some of the big name apologists on the ontological argument.
I'd be interested in that. Although I don't know anybody that defends like the Anselm's version that guy was defending. It's such a dog shit argument that's like obviously wrong.
Well,
I mean,
my
the thing
understanding is that they do have a modified version nowadays that they're using.
Yeah.
They're not using the original.
Yeah,
But
they
he
use like the
wasn't.
modal ontological.
But like, look, I don't get why so many people rely on, like, why are we still doing Thomism? Why are we still doing like Anselm? Like,
all
this
they
is
got.
1,000 years out of date, guys. Like, get some better arguments.
Yeah.
The better ones are like William Lane Craig, and he's not really that much better.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Oh well, newer
Definitely
maybe.
more defensible than like Thomism though.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
That's
Sure.
that's an opinion.
Bacon and Bush weighing in on the Jehovah's Witnesses. Jehovah's Witnesses used to teach that the Holy Spirit was the arm of God, like the part that does stuff. Checkmate. To be fair, I like some of what the Jehovah's Witnesses has done with God, making him more corporeal and less mystical and spiritual. But obviously, the JW's got a lot of huge issues. Ibby says we're the worms. Were the worms. Sorry about that. That are Jesus the first Catholics. Wait, what?
I'm very confused.
Yeah, I think there's a question here, but I can't seem to figure out what the question is. Ibby, you might have to try that again. William, the Hunger God, thank you for the 150 uwu. For example, there's no evidence of the Jewish exodus from Egypt to Israel, nor any traces of this journey of the parting of the Red Sea. I mean, I would agree, obviously. If there was evidence of it, though, if there was evidence of a bunch of people living in the desert for a long period of time prior to the Bronze Age collapse, I still don't think it would validate the story. I would just say, okay, there were some people, and I'm already very lenient on the Exodus. I personally do believe there probably was a small contingent of Semitic people that left Egypt, just like the Hyksos did, and dwelt in the land of Midian for a while before they gained dominance in the foothills of Judea. That they were worshiping Yahweh, and eventually, when the northern tribes got wiped out by the Assyrians, they became the primary power in the area. Last super chat from Bacon and Bush again says, "Figure this shit out, guys. We all want to know how stuff works. We are trying. We are trying, friend. We're doing what we can. All right, let's get Red Furry in here, and we'll have some more discussion. And then after that, we'll do patty cakes. Red Fury.
Hello?
Welcome in, Red. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
No, I'm a friendly. You guys said to come on up if I had a question.
We didn't say that. You could super chat questions.
I like emphatically cannot hear this person.
Yeah, it's very quiet.
Can't hear either.
I'm on headphones. I'm away from my phone.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Anyways, but I have some questions, but never mind. Go on.
All right. Well, thanks for being here. Well, I thought he was in the guest box earlier. I assumed he was opposition, but I guess not. Okay. Well, the opposition there was 2 people in the guest box just now, and they dropped out. Hayne says Blitz and Ian already auditioning for Starfleet.
What?
Not so much.
I mean, I know what Starfleet is, but like, maybe that's like an old comment. Maybe because somebody said live long and prosper or something. I don't know.
Maybe. Sydney Raptor says, still awake, Justin? Your view on this physics. I've been awake for a long time. I did last night, thank goodness. My Friday night stream went late, but I did, thank goodness, get some sleep on Saturday night. So I'm with it, at least in spirit and mentally prepared for what's happening. Thank you for your concern, though. And Dustframe says, Crusader? I hardly know her. Fantastic.
That's fun.
Okay. Fair enough.
Love that.
And Relax says, Dr. Blitz, should we first assume a spherical God?
In a frictionless vacuum, yeah.
Okay. I do have a question. We don't have to burn up time with it now, but I've some questions about space-time, which we'll save it for if we're completely out of questions from the audience. I am the Big Cheese. Thank you for the super chat. I wouldn't say it's a transitional form. That would falsely imply evolution has agency or direction. There's no scale or degree to evolution. I mean, I agree with you.
Right, that's the statement.
Yeah, it's just
I didn't want to correct Justin live, but
But it's hard to talk about evolution without using words like colloquially, like the way they're gonna understand it. But like theoretically, every animal that's ever been birthed is a transitional form, because it's somewhat distinct from their parent in some way. But like the non-believers in evolution, they would take a transitional form to be something that we can identify as part of a larger trend of transformation in one specific like lineage.
Yeah, I don't
of
think
animal.
specifical is a word.
That's definitely not a word. No. Anyways, but fair. I think the criticism is earned there. Nightman Cometh, thank you for the super chat, says, coming with the angels, don't threaten me with a good time.
Heyo, let's go.
Whoop whoop. So I mean,
boy.
maybe that's why clouds are wet. That's how he says he's coming.
Oh boy.
The Bible said it, not me. Straightforward. Glad to see you back, Dr. Blitz.
I'm pretty sure you just said it.
I'm just telling you what the Bible says. Sorry. Just reading the Bible, guys. Glad to see you back, Dr. Blitz. Guy, I know that voice, very familiar. Anyways, he is insufferable. Good vibes from Norway to you guys. Well, thank you. Straightforward. Guy did have I want to say a familiar dumb guy voice. Like you've heard that dumb guy voice before, like Praise I Am and others. Or every Christian I've ever talked to named John for some reason. I don't know. It's genetic. I don't think people can help it, but it is something that people
genetic.
Recognize.
Oh no, disavow.
Like your voice, like the depth of your voice is like genetic. You can't control how deep your voice is, but there's a tone and whatnot that goes on with dumb guy voice. Like I've got high pitched voice. I don't have dumb guy voice. Just it is what it is. Miko, thank you for the super chat. Says, did you know Anne Boleyn and Boleyn's brother Tenpin invented the bowling alley? Some or all of this might not be true. Very good joke, though.
That would be very funny if true.
It'd be pretty wild, though. It'd be quite a coincidence. Question for Blitz. Blitz, put the crunch cycle reset entropy.
Maybe. I haven't figured out a way to make it work. At least in a classical setting. There is a semi-classical setting where you can make it work, but I've been toying with an idea to try to make it work in a classical setting, and I can't figure out a way to make it do it. So
fair enough. And then mostly gizzards. Good to see you this morning. Thank you for the $10 super chat. If the greatest conceivable being received the greatest conceivable pegging, would they then make the greatest conceivable O-face? Great question.
I think so. That seems to follow. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the greatest conceivable pegging is the pegging which creates the greatest conceivable O face. So
Yeah. You
Has to be true.
fuck. Gosh,
there would
I'm
be a
stumbling over
greater
my
there
words.
would be a greater pegging if it didn't create. Yeah, I think that we're on the same page here.
One might say that the greatest conceivable O face is eternally begotten by the greatest conceivable pegging.
There you go. That sounds
That
about
works
right.
out. And Edward's dilemma, thank you for the $5 super chat. Ian, how does Satan fit into classical theism, either the ontological argument or in tag? Good question.
Well, classical theism refers specifically to like a model of God, a model that I don't think either tag or the ontological argument is committed to, depending on the ontological argument you're running. What the ontological argument gets to is, maybe like the greatest conceivable being exists. So that might not necessarily coincide with classical theism, but setting that aside, okay. How does Satan fit in with this? I don't know. I don't think that they have to necessarily take a stance on that. Like you would just need to say Satan is compatible with the greatest possible being in the case of the ontological argument. So, I mean, is it like it's kind of like dubious? Maybe you'd want to say that it is. That Satan is just part of like the grand plan, although that seems implausible. So,
Yeah. Satan is a very big problem for Christians. There's not a good explanation for it unless like God, it's something outside of God's control. Like, oh, he couldn't control the Satan was going to do all this bad stuff, or he wanted
Well-
Satan to do all the bad stuff.
but just like think about it like this, right? God knows exactly what Satan is going to do if he brings Satan into existence. He simply shouldn't have brought him into existence. If I knew that my child was going to grow up to be like Adolf Hitler, I simply would not have that child.
Yeah, and the other thing too is remember in 2 Peter and in Jude, the other angels that came down and slept with women, they got put in chains in darkness waiting the judgment. So when Satan fucked up,
Whoa.
why wouldn't God put him in chains in darkness to wait the judgment?
Yeah, that's
That's
kind of
pretty.
hot.
I was gonna say it's a little on the kinky side.
I didn't
God
realize
might be into
that God was such a freak.
Oh, he is. Yeah. Well, we have a guest on the YouTube queue coming in as John 3:16. Before I bring him in, I'll let you know, John 3:16, your connection is really bad. I'm seeing yellow and red bars. You may need to connect to a better Wi-Fi or get to, if you're on a phone, a better location in your house, but it does kind of look like you're on a computer. So just letting you know, we're going to do the best that we can with you, but you might have to stabilize your connection at some point. But welcome in, John 3:16. That's it, huh? Are you on a computer using multiple pieces of software that you don't have hooked up properly? Because it looks that way.
Seems likely.
Yeah. It looks like you're trying to use an app that doesn't quite work. And it says you have no hardware plugged in. You have no speakers selected. Okay, well, we'll just... If you get your computer set up, figured out, just dial it back in and we'll get you into the conversation. No problem. Relax with Russell. Thank you for the additional super chats. It's actually, Dr. Blitz, the universe created those primordial entities such as Gaia. Those entities created the Titans, and then the Titans created the gods. No creation of the universe itself from the Greek. Oh, I didn't know
Okay, so in that view, the universe has always existed. Okay.
Yeah,
that's fine.
that was my thought. I thought Plato had the same opinion that the universe always existed.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Happy to be wrong about that. I mean, I'm
I'm
not happy
still-
to be wrong. Nobody's happy to be wrong, but it's fair.
I'm working through all of the works of Plato. To me, it's super interesting.
Really?
But like, yeah,
Pourquoi?
it's easy to get, and it's easy reading. A lot of it's dialogue.
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
dialogues I think are fun reading for me. But I'm on Timaeus, and it's talking about some of this stuff, and like it's weird that people will say like they believe in classical theism, but then like if you talk about like the stuff that Plato talked about, like it doesn't match their God concepts at all. So I don't know what it means when we say the God of classical theism. How do we
They wanna
define that?
They're saying that it's the Platonic one, that God is to be so Plato identifies the Platonic one with goodness itself. That's kind of like the point of like the allegory of the cave, for example, is that you're trying to grasp at like a lot of people go through life being like dumb, stupid idiots who don't have like a critical thought at all. They just accept the opinions that they're given. But through like rational reflection, you can arrive at like the forms, basically. You can reflect until you arrive at like the true form of justice or the fucking chair or something like that. And that this is goodness. Goodness itself just is the one which is like all of the forms. And the theists that draw on Plato identify God as being identical to the one, that God is like the goodness itself.
Okay.
It seems a bit sus.
Yeah, I get it, but yeah.
It's a different cosmology too, right? Because Plato holds that the universe always existed, and then there's like the demiurge that comes in and like fastens together all the forms into like stuff, as I think is talked about in the Timaeus. But you know, that's like a different concept than God, who
It is a little confusing.
Yeah. G3 Rain says he meant worms ate the body of Christ. You know what? This is a statement I could agree with. If Jesus' body is missing, it's because it's already been eaten by worms and turned into fertilizer. And Double Donkey Surfer, good to see you. Thank you for the 666. Justin Guy sounded a lot like the Cum Warrior dude that has been up on your channel with different names. I don't know that dumb smug, or I know that dumb smug voice anywhere. That was my thought. Like I really do recognize this voice. It sounds like there was a guy that used to come on my live stream named Jesse, also nicknamed Beboop or Bebop at some point. It sounded a little bit like him, but it's hard to differentiate sometimes. It's hard to keep them all straight, but I think you're probably right. And Susie, good to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Jesus saw his shadow when he came out of the tomb, so 6 more weeks of winter.
Did you know? Did you guys fucking know that Puxatawny Phil has below a 50% chance success rate?
Pretty bad.
How do you determine when it's spring?
This dude.
How do you confirm?
This dude sucks worse than if you just like flipped a coin. How do you?
Well, but wait a minute. Hold on. How do you check if the whatever the gopher or whatever is correct?
If he like sees his shadow or something.
No, but like, okay, no, that's how he checks. He goes back in if he sees his shadow or if he doesn't see a shadow. I don't know. But like, how do you determine if it's actually spring?
Right.
Oh, I see. Maybe like the blooming of shit.
Because like spring technically starts on the equinox, right? But like, are we just saying that he doesn't land on the equinox? He doesn't come out and see his shadow on the equinox like less than like 50% of the time or less or whatever? Or what are we saying?
Just that he gets it wrong, that he like whether or not it's gonna be like a short spring or like a short winter or a long winter, that he gets it wrong.
Wait, doesn't he come out for spring? Or I'm so maybe I don't know
he
anything
comes out
about
to
the Midwest.
see whether or not winter is going to last like much longer or whether it's gonna be like a short winter.
I see.
Yeah, and he sucks dick at it. He's so bad at it, dude. He'd have like smash success if he just flipped his fucking answers.
Maybe they just have to. Maybe they are doing it right. Everybody's just been interpreting it incorrectly.
True.
It's not like he can talk.
Not yet.
Oh god.
But with the power of evolution. Anyway, Susie says, I saw a meme of Jesus riding a big white rabbit hopping out of the tomb, and that's a fun meme. I've actually seen the same one myself. Good to hear from you, Susie. And Juju Penguin says, any biblical support for bugs going to heaven if they're all sinless? That's an F ton of bugs. Yet another reason to avoid heaven. Well, I mean, my read of the Bible is that the animals will be in heaven because there's going to be a new heaven and new earth. Heaven isn't like a mystical place far away where you get transported to, despite what Christians think. The earth is going to be completely annihilated and recreated, and the heavenly kingdom where the gods live in the sky is going to descend from the sky to the earth, and then God will dwell with mankind on the earth. And the animals as well, because there's going to be offerings and sacrifices of animals in this heavenly kingdom. So, yeah, it's going to be, there's going to be animals, there's going to be bugs, I would imagine. And I'm the Big Cheat says, what do you think about making arguments against apologists by citing scholarly, archaeological, historical evidence against the age of the scriptures or origin of Judaism? So I would suggest that, like, if you're if you're arguing with people using archaeology, I would try to use the archaeology to basically just demonstrates that the Bible says things that are untrue. Now, some people care about the origin of scripture and some people don't. Like for me, I cared. To me, it was problematic that like the book of Genesis was written, 2,000 years after the purported events, maybe closer to 1,500 years. Some of the events. And so like, yeah, why would I expect that to be accurate? Or like, why would we expect that Jeremiah, which we know Jeremiah was being edited, 200 to 300 years after he was already dead. Why would we think that the words of Jeremiah are completely accurate since the manuscripts we have come way after the actual Jeremiah would have existed? I think these are relevant. I think the problem that you'll have though is I think there's actually a pretty huge contingent of Christians who don't care. Like they just think it's divinely inspired and that's all, that's all they need to know.
So one point that is perhaps interesting is, and somebody brought this up to me and kind of in favor of the literal interpretation of the Hebrew Bible, is that if you believe that Jesus is the Messiah, then Jesus didn't believe incorrect things. And it seems pretty evident that Jesus believed that the Hebrew Bible was literally true, which would include things like Moses wrote it, which would mean that it was written, 3,400 years ago, which we know is not the case, right? So it actually seems like if you can, at least in some sense, if you can reject that, or if you can show that these scriptures weren't written 3,400 years ago, but were written 2,500 years ago or so, then it seems like that you at least have a case for Jesus being wrong about something.
Right. Yeah. That's a fair point. We got more super chats. We're going to bring in our next guest, John 3:16, also known as Yikers, also known as the guy that comes into our live stream during the last 20 minutes of it every week. I don't know why this keeps happening.
Bud, are you quite sure that you want to be showing like your first and last name before you like bring him up?
Is he really?
It's like literally right there on screen.
Oh no. Well, he wants to advertise.
Do you want to like, you're like welcome to fix that if you want to take like 2 minutes to fix that. But if you don't care, then I don't know, man, it's your choice.
What's wrong?
Nothing wrong yet.
I'm
Welcome
not afraid.
in.
I'm not afraid anymore.
Okay.
Well,
It's
welcome
fine, it's your
back.
choice.
So I forget what we talked about last time. What's on your mind this time?
Well, you guys already know I debated Orthodox Muslim the other day, and I
don't know
my name on
that.
there. And,
What do you mean we already know?
Muslims are probably going to be the first ones to.
Why would we already know that?
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
I can't hear you guys.
Oh boy.
Weird. Give me a second. We'll double check the audio settings, or it might be your audio settings. No, the audio is being routed. You can hear me, right? No.
I can't hear you guys.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you guys can hear me, so.
Are your wicked headphones working? It shows that they're plugged in. He's always having trouble with his mic and headphones.
And so the waiting begins.
All right, we'll try it again. Can you hear us now?
Hopefully.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Hold on.
Hello.
Let me just mute you on YouTube. Let's see if I can still hear you. All right,
That's
go
why
ahead.
it was so delayed.
Hello,
Can you hear us?
Hello.
Yeah. There you go. I can hear you guys.
Yep.
There you go.
Good.
All right,
So I wanted to let you guys know that.
what's on
Just
your
go
mind
ahead.
this time?
Well, I just saw the Orion spacecraft leave Earth on April 1st, and I had a chance to listen to Victor Hugo's speech on Easter and God, and man, it brought a tear to my eye.
That's wholesome.
Having a Christian believer going to space, and
And you know, he said the Earth is like a spacecraft hurtling through the universe, right? So, I mean, doesn't that make you guys like, you know, think deeply about life and
Yeah.
and
why we do this
Easter
show.
and Christ?
Well, not about Easter. No, Easter has nothing to
What
do
makes
with
me think-
the universe.
What makes me a little puzzled about Easter is that Donald Trump said "Praise be to Allah" on Easter morning. That was weird.
Well, Allah is just the Arabic form of God, so he's just saying Allah for those Arabic.
Yeah,
would you,
but, like-
would you be willing to say? Would you say right now, "Praise be to Allah"? Would you say that?
No, but I can
Okay,
understand
fair.
why Trump would do
So it's
it.
not
I
the
thought it
same.
was the
I would
same.
understand
I thought it
why
was
Trump would do it.
the Arabic
you know?
name. I thought it was
But
just
I
the
would
Arabic
understand
name
why
for it.
Trump. Well, what are your guys' thoughts on? This brings me to another topic. I actually debated Orthodox Muslim the other day.
That's
and,
cool.
Everyone was saying,
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, you guys. He's pretty annoying. I'll say that much. And I had my first and last name on there, so I'm not really afraid of people, you know, attacking me or whatever at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm just here to spread the gospel today, not so much debate. So,
Oh, we never heard the
Um,
gospel. Oh no. Oh no.
so Jesus. Do you guys know who Jesus is? Jesus came down. in
As it
human
turns
Never heard
out,
of him.
let me ask you a
Say,
question.
As a
say
guy.
Jesus. Jesus.
Why did Jesus have to die?
Jesus had to die. Okay, so there's the sacrificial atonement.
Yeah, why do you have to do that?
We all have sinned. We've all fallen short.
Yeah,
of the
I'm
glory of
aware.
God. We've all lied. We've all stolen. We've all lusted.
Uh-huh.
We've all
Heyo, let's go.
hated. We've all done bad things, you know, and some of us have done worse than others.
Uh-huh.
But like compared to like the objective standard of God's law, we've all.
Yeah, I'm aware, but why did
Fallen
Jesus have to
short.
die?
And in the so Jesus came down and paid the punishment for us. The what in
Well,
Romans
I
3:16, the
I didn't ask
punishment
you
of
what you
sins
think
is
he
death.
did. I didn't ask you what you think he did. I'm asking, why did he have to die? Why was that mandatory?
So the punishment for sins is death, and we all deserve death.
But
in order for us to get
listen,
away from that punishment,
no
we need
one's
Jesus
asking
to
you
come
to
down
preach the
for our
gospel. I
place
need you to track, all right? I
to
didn't
pay
ask
for our
what
sins.
I didn't ask you what the theology said. I'm asking you, why was it mandatory for Jesus to die? And I think your answer is going to be something along the line of, is the wages of sin or death?
Yeah, God took our
Okay.
place.
And who set the wages?
Who set the wages? God Himself set the wages.
Gotcha. Did God
but he
have
gave
to
it-
set
but
the
he
wages
gave us a
of
free
death?
will. He
It's
gave us a
adorable.
free will,
I'm sure
right?
he did. Did God have to set those wages?
Yeah, God set those wages so we
What
can
forced
go
him
to
to do
heaven
that?
with Him and to give us a free will. So when
No,
He gives
no,
us a free will,
try
we can
again.
choose
The
to
free
do
will has nothing to
actions,
do with the
bad or
wages.
no.
If I choose to pay my workers a wage, it has nothing to do with free will. So God said, when humans sin, I'm going to do a thing. And the thing that he said is that, well, they're going to die. Did he have to do that?
Yeah, sure.
Why?
God's prerogative. God can do whatever He wants.
I didn't ask what he
And
could
God made
do.
it so that we
Have to.
need.
I said, did he have
His-
to?
Yeah, He had to. He had
Why?
to.
Did he have the-
we could
did he have
the
the free
Bible
will?
as it is today?
Did he have the free will to do otherwise?
Yeah, He had the free will. He chose.
didn't have
make
to
it
then.
this way, and
No, we're not asking if he chose.
So-
We're saying, did he have to do it?
Yeah. Could he have done otherwise? Could he have chosen something different?
He could have done otherwise. So what?
Sure. Then why
It's
does he
easy.
Why did he do
exist?
it?
So, but this world is the one He picked, and we
I'm
have
sure
to
he
deal with
did.
the consequences of this
So
world, right?
So the questions
world
that
demands that
we're
we-
dealing with right now is whether or not Jesus had to die. And I know you want to preach so bad, but it's useless here. We've all heard the gospel.
Yeah, you
so
guys are
maybe if
interrupting my
actually
flow,
just
you know?
no one cares. We've all heard it. It's not going to do anything. So the reason I bring this up
Well,
is
you were a Christian
if
once upon a
Jesus,
time, didn't
if
it
Jesus, yeah, that's
speak to your heart
and
once?
then
Well,
I
I
read
wasn't.
and then I read the book, and that's why I'm not. So if Jesus didn't have to die,
I hope you're saved.
that means that the death of Jesus was unnecessary, correct?
It was necessary because Jesus had to die for our sins.
Why? You just said he didn't have to.
Because He did have to, in the sense that we have a free will.
So
What does free will have to do with
I don't
Jesus
understand.
dying?
impacted by prerequisite. So, for example, we have the free will to do whatever we want, but we don't have the free will to walk off a building and keep walking. We're going to
What
fall
does
to the
free
ground.
will have to
So
do
our
with
free
Jesus
will is
dying?
governed. So God has free will,
We're never getting an answer.
but God was always going to pick the universe where Jesus died. So God has free will to make a cow purple. However, Jesus was always going to die on the cross for our sins.
I
Does that make
see.
sense?
So
No.
even though he has free will, there is no possible world where he doesn't pick this particular outcome. Sounds like what you're saying?
Yep. Yep.
Oh, okay. So it's impossible
God
for him
has
to
free
pick a
will
different
still.
outcome?
But God still has free will.
Do you think that free will
Even if you
requires
wanna
the
go down this
ability to
route.
do otherwise? Like it needs to be possible
God
for
could
you to do
God
other
can
things?
make a purple cow or a white cow. Yeah.
Okay, so it does need to be
So,
possible
wait,
for
gotta
you
be
to
white,
do.
But you need to listen to.
Whoa,
You're gonna
wait,
get
you need to
absolutely cooked
listen
and
to the.
destroyed. You
Whoa,
need to
I'm
get
so
destroyed
sorry. You're already
because-
cooked, and I'm just helping you understand
No,
that.
no.
You've already committed yourself
Wait,
to a
so you have the
contradiction. Those
free
are false.
will
Whoa,
to
calm down
walk
there.
off a
No
building
need to
or
be getting
not,
this
and
upset. There's
the
a
laws of
contradiction in
gravity
the
will
things that
make it
you've
so that
affirmed. You've
there's
said both
not.
that free will requires for you to have the ability to do otherwise, but also that God could not do otherwise. That in all
Bro, if
possible
you let me
worlds,
speak, you're
God
gonna get
picks
cooked.
this one. How would you want to reconcile that contradiction? Do you understand that God does this in all possible worlds contradicts there is at least one possible world where God does not do this?
In all possible worlds, we can walk off a building, but in all possible
Okay,
worlds,
yeah, not even an attempt to
we
engage.
are gonna splat to the ground. So
Yeah,
God
not
can
even
choose.
trying to answer the question.
Of course not.
I literally you were absolutely
Yeah,
cooked.
what question
on
did I
that
just ask
because
you?
God still. It's literally the same thing. It's analogous.
What
Perfectly.
question did I ask you?
You asked me the question regarding the freedom of being able to do otherwise, and I'm saying,
Nope.
even if we walked off a building, we can't not
Critical
fall to the
tracking
ground. We can't do
failure.
otherwise.
Holy
Critical tracking success.
Oh,
Failure.
you don't even remember what the
Mm.
question was. How could it be a critical tracking success
Can I
when
just
you're
can I
literally
just
clueless?
can I just get to the end of this? So
What
I'm just
you
saying,
You
can
mean like
do
the
is
end of
like
many of you guys
engage.
believe in Christ.
What you can
The
do
end
is
of it.
engage in this like dialogue, right? You can just engage with the argument that you've committed yourself both to the position that it needs to be possible that you do otherwise in order to have free will, but also there's no possible world where God doesn't sacrifice Jesus, which would seem to
Can you just
indicate that
answer
God
my
had no
question?
free will with respect
could
to
you answer
that.
my
You didn't
question?
ask a question.
Could you answer my question?
You didn't
so
ask
my
a
question to
question.
you. Let me ask you a question.
Okay,
So,
sure.
Within the world that Jesus dies on the cross, there are still infinite amounts of worlds God can choose within that choice that he must make. For example, he could have made cows purple. He could have made cows pink. He could have made me a basketball player playing for the NBA, Toronto Raptors, right?
Was it possible that Adam and Eve never fell?
No, but
Oh,
So it was
then it sounds
inevitable?
like
But
Adam
it
and
is
Eve didn't
possible
have
for
free will.
it is.
So Adam
it
and
is
Eve didn't have
possible
free
for it to
will?
be- But it is possible for Adam and Eve to be, Jane and Austen or whatever. Jane Austen.
But they don't have
and
free
then,
will to not
Charles
eat
Darwin.
from the tree.
They have free will, so this gets into
If they couldn't have done
category of a term
otherwise, then they
called
don't have free
Molinism.
will. That's what you said.
They still had a free choice though. So have you guys heard of the
How?
term called Molinism?
Did they?
How is it a free choice if they couldn't have done otherwise?
Have you guys heard of the term called Molinism?
We're going to need you to
Yes.
answer the question.
Molinism is the paradigm I hold to.
That wasn't a question or an answer.
Adam and Eve have
Do you know what the question
choices.
was?
They freely chose
He's not listening to any
to
question.
act within their sinful nature.
But they didn't have a choice. You just said that there's no possible world where they could have chosen not to.
Well,
Which
it's
means they didn't have the
unfortunate,
choice. Yeah, look at the time, huh?
I actually did.
Oh, if it
have
isn't
to
a
get
cooked
going
o'clock.
I did actually have to get going.
I wanted to come on here and preach the gospel quick, but you guys are
No one cares about the
Didn't
gospel.
really-
doing that.
Didn't work well, did
I
it?
have no idea why you thought that was going to happen.
What can I just preach the rest of the gospel and then I can go?
because I do have to get.
Oh,
to
can
church.
I
I'll
please
give
just
you-
not engage for the debate for a little
We've
longer?
got-
Can I please keep on evading from the
We've
debate?
got,
you guys have
just
to steal
just a
man's
tiny bit
Molinism.
longer.
Eli,
won't
you
do
can
that.
have two. I'll give you absolutely just 2 minutes to preach the gospel, and then you got to go. Okay?
All right. Well, thank you so much. You guys are
All right, and we're gonna.
Oh no!
Based.
All right, and let's move on to the next. If there is a next person, actually, probably not a next. And we've got. Well, we do have Hasim. If we want to go over our time for the day, we can take Hasim and then read super chats. Or do we have
That
a
works
hard
for
cut?
me. I don't have a
That's
hard
fine.
cut.
Okay, yeah, I don't have a super hard one today either.
My hard one was cut. I missed my foreskin.
They snipped it
Really?
without our consent.
Shame.
The fuck? Now there's like some greedy doctor somewhere who's like nibbling on it.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Do you know about how traditional Jewish circumcision was performed?
No.
Yeah. I actually don't. I don't know when that was. When that was like the mainstream thing. I know
Right,
that like at least starting in the 1800s, it wasn't really so.
Right. It has kind of come and gone over the centuries, doing the suckling method.
Do you know-
Hasim, I don't think is with us.
Do you know the age at which like boys get circumcised in the Philippines?
Oh no,
Probably
I know
13.
it's in
Yeah,
the
it's
Bible. It's the
13.
eighth day.
It's because it's a Muslim country.
No,
Right.
it's Catholic.
Oh.
No, it's Catholic.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was thinking of
extremely.
Malaysia. Malaysia is primarily Muslim, right?
Wait, do Muslims get circumcised at 13?
Yeah.
Jesus fuck.
Yeah, I think so.
That's
That'd be
like
terrible.
insane.
Oh no, okay. So apparently there's no fixed age, but it's usually between
Okay.
birth and early adolescence.
Okay.
Why did I think it was 13? I don't want to
don't know.
spread misinformation, but for some reason I had this thought in my mind that it was 13.
It sounds
Um,
terrible though, doing it when you actually are aware of what's happening.
Yeah. I had a friend who had to get it done for medical reasons, and it was not fun for him. But he was
That's
an
the-
adult, so
My grandfather got it done when he left high school, went into the military because he wasn't circumcised yet, and they required it back then. And they didn't give him any anesthesia. They just did the thing, and he said it
Whoa.
was the greatest pain he's ever experienced in his entire life. And I
Yeah,
believe
no
it.
kidding. And
Yeah.
Jesus fuck. And you know, we're doing that to babies, and people want to say, well, they're not
obviously
they're not
babies don't feel
aware.
anything.
They don't feel anything. But,
Yeah.
like, what the fuck?
Well, see, I was told that when I was circumcised, I didn't even cry. But when I took my son to get circumcised, there was crying, and I've never felt worse in my life that I caused like after that I would never in a million years advocate for circumcision. I was literally traumatized just doing it once. I don't know how doctors are doing it repeatedly.
My mom's a physician, and she got me prescribed Valium.
That'd be a method.
I don't know.
Crushed
I'm not-
ice.
I don't think like circumcision, like it's not at the top of my like priority list for like the things that need to change about society, but it's like obviously wrong if you think about it for like just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, it's
Right?
pretty weird.
Like it's your unconsenting child. It's like a cosmetic surgery performed on your unconsenting child. Like what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, I'm interested in knowing what like the original motivation for it was like, because like the way I think about it is that a lot of like the kosher laws, especially for like the ancient Hebrews, these are probably like some sort of sanitary laws. Like there's probably some, believed reasons why like you shouldn't eat pork because pork was dirty or something. So I'm wondering what the motivation was to perform such a ritual. Because it's just not clear, right?
So we have some Egyptian literature that talks about the origin of not eating pork. They also
Interesting.
talk about dogs, and there are two origins of this. The first origin is naturalistic, and it's about the cleanliness of the animal. In fact, they're barred from even getting near temples because they're just dirty animals. There's another origin of this prohibition for the Egyptians that has to more of a mythological take. And it seems like most of the people in the Levantine region, they had these lists of clean and unclean animals that they perceived were clean or unclean through various reasons. So like in the ancient Hittite literature, you'll find that if a servant of the temple allowed a dog to enter the temple, they would murder that servant because the dog is mostly unclean.
Damn.
It's a street scavenger. And even say like in the book of Exodus, when the Israelites go into Egypt and before they come out, it says that they're going to dwell in the land of Goshen because their animal sacrifices there will get them stoned by the Egyptians because their type of animals were just unclean. And so most of these lists of clean and unclean just developed because people are like, oh, that thing's dirty. Don't let it come towards me.
But then how do you get to circumcision?
So circumcision goes along with that. So the circumcision practice probably goes all the way back as late as Egypt, but maybe not as Babylonian. But in ancient Egypt, it seems, because they were in a lot of practices for hygiene, like their hygiene in terms of the Levantine region was par excellence. In fact, there was a lot of people from the Levantine region that they wouldn't even allow like their people to associate with because their practices were dirty. And so one of the things that they did for beautification and what they thought was for cleanliness was they did a partial circumcision. And so they thought this was a practice. It's debatable about what exactly counts as a partial circumcision. I can't give you an answer that's going to be sufficient to agree with all the scholar literature because the scholar literature doesn't agree on what a partial circumcision is. They just agree that there are texts that talk about partial circumcisions. So it seems
just purely cosmetically, or like
yes, it seems that for a lot of people the circumcision was cosmetic. The same reason why they wore makeup, even if they were men. The same reason why they shaved their heads. These were all for purification reasons. They were really kind of obsessed with purity because remember, purity in the ancient Near East.
Well, okay, so purification seems like it's different from cosmetic, right? Like
no,
there's some ritual
not.
aspect to it.
That's the point. That's the point.
Oh,
okay, so in the ancient Near East, your purity and your moral purity were essentially one and the same. And so, for example, letting dirt come into your house would issue you to be ritually impure just as much as doing some immoral practice. So this idea of impurity went deeper than just like the dirt. That's why, for example, in Leviticus 4, it says if a priest commits a sin, that sin is transferable to the other people in the congregation because it's spiritual. So this type of cleanliness was also as a spiritual thing because cleanliness...
Right, but then it seems like it's more than merely cosmetic. You know what I mean?
No, I'm not saying it's merely cosmetic. The cosmetic routine is developed in order to preserve the cleanliness that is both physical and spiritual.
I see.
Right? Because
Interesting.
If you've got a body part that you deem is unclean, that could cause you to be ritually impure now, what do? Well, you could shave your head, your armpit hair, you can shave down here, you can do all kinds of stuff to try to keep yourself from becoming ritually impure. And one of their practices at one point seemed to have been for the circumcision, but it had a dual purpose. I think they liked the look of it better.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's pretty wild. There's more we can do about that. There's lots of ancient literature that talk about the crossover impurity on these cultures, but it's not critical that we do a whole bunch of it right now. Crush Dice, thank you for the $2 super chat, friend, and also for the additional $2 super chat. We really appreciate that. And Noxy Proxy Rudy Poo says God's favorite flavor is baby paste swirl, and that seems to be the case. He's got a shake machine up in heaven that doesn't fail like McDonald's, that just keeps him completely stocked full of baby paste. Also, I finally put in my gift shop, I finally got baby paste magnets and stickers, y'all. Kane says, respect is earned, not given. Yeah, I can agree with that. I've gone back and forth on this before. I feel like as human beings, does it make sense that we have a basic level of respect for all individuals? But in terms of like respecting like your elders or respect like these other forms of respect, like the way we respect a leader, like, is that something that they should just have, or is that something that they should earn? Like, kind of like universal basic income. We can agree that there might be a base point of respect, but above and beyond that, is that something they have to earn? I don't really know. What do you guys think?
There's a lot of literature on this, actually. There's a book I was reading about virtue ethics. I know that there's some like Kantian philosopher that draws a distinction between like the baseline like human respect that towards all humans we need to give them this like baseline respect of like, okay, you're intrinsically valuable and I should treat you as being intrinsically valuable. I should never use you as like a tool to achieve my purposes. I should like always treat you as like an individual who is like individually valuable. And then, we should respect. From there, you can be respected more or less after you've established this like baseline standard for behavior.
I can agree with that. And Star Glints is unnecessary. True, with two N's
What?
even. An unnecessary N.
I see.
I don't, maybe I'm stupid.
I think this was in
Yeah, I
response to
think
one
I'm
of our
stupid, too.
guests.
No, unnecessary with two N's is the correct spelling.
Oh, fuck. Am I spelling it wrong in my head? Yeah, you're probably right. It probably does have two N's. I don't know. This is what happens, y'all, when you go to school and you don't pay attention to reading class. Base to Shara says SFS praise the scissor woman that blew up for Sharon. I thought
What?
scissor woman would take off.
What is Scissor Woman?
Scissor woman's a new meme from my last live stream. I did a fundraiser Friday night where every $1,000 raised, I cut the V-neck in my shirt deeper.
I was wondering what was going on.
What
yeah,
the fuck?
And so I had a lovely assistant that was cutting my shirt for me in between calculations that would not, and decidedly we did not show her face on camera, and she just became known as the Scissor Woman.
That
So-
checks out.
And there's a lot of people that are now fawning over Scissor Woman because she was quite attractive. And so a fan base has now emerged for Scissor Woman.
Right, makes sense.
So it's just one of those things. I don't blame them. Bacon and Bush says, I love this trio specifically. Well, thank you. It is one of the, despite the fact that I might yell at a couple guests, it's kind of the highlight of my week is getting to do this live stream.
It's a pretty good day.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Base to share again says transcendental equals transdental hygienist. I like that though. That's a good use of some of those syllables. Hope you're doing well, Ashera. And Shame says, imagining something into existence is a crazy take. I know. But, okay, I want to be charitable to the ontological argument, because if I'm understanding it correctly, what they're trying to say is, if in fact you can conceive of a maximally great being, then because it's maximal, it would exist in all possible worlds. And if it exists in all possible worlds, then it exists necessarily. I think the step that I don't fully understand is why. What's the connection between us conceiving of it and it existing?
Maybe just that you're like committed to it as like a proposition that you could like lay out the argument like, God is the greatest conceivable being. The greatest conceivable being is necessary if it exists at all. Therefore, if God exists at all, then he's necessary. It's like possible that God exists because he's conceivable. Therefore, he must exist. Something like that.
Because it feels like they're circling back. It feels like they're saying, well, if God exists in all possible worlds, then he's necessary. And if he's necessary, then he does exist in all possible worlds. But like I feel, unless I'm not understanding it, that's like it becomes circular. Because we haven't demonstrated that God does exist in all possible worlds. You're just saying, well, if he does, then it's necessary, and if it's necessary, then he does. But like, wait, hold on, that we didn't get to that point yet.
I think what they want to say is that his necessity is grounded in his like being the greatest possible being. That you start with greatest possible being, and then you can determine, well, this must be necessary, and then you say, well, it's possible, therefore it's necessary.
Sure. Let me see. I'm curious. Let me see real quick, like a basic form of the ontological argument, because I feel like there's probably, if you just go to like Stanford Encyclopedia, they probably have a basic.
Yeah, there probably is.
Yep, it's written by Josh Rasmussen, Graham Oppie, and Joe Schmid.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
On the SEP?
Yeah.
I know all of those names.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay.
My issue with the ontological argument is just that it seems like there is an issue with supposing that there is a maximum to the to every single great making property.
Yes.
That seems like that's a problem.
Well, okay. So what they want to say, there's like a couple of like categorizations here. They want to say that God has all of the perfections, where a perfection is just a great making property to the optimal degree of it. So for some properties, it's like a 1 or a 0. There isn't like
Yeah, sure.
layers to it, right? It's either like you're necessary or you're contingent, and God is necessary. So that's the great making property that he has. But they just want to say that of all the properties that are intrinsically valuable, God has the optimal amount of all of those.
Yeah, but optimal seems like it seems like that replacing the word maximal with optimal is just it's a nothing move, right? Like what's optimal?
I don't know if it's a nothing move, right? Because I think that for like the necessity and the contingency part of it, I think that it makes sense to say, well, the optimal amount of I don't know, like modality is like necessity. That it's more valuable to be necessary than it is to be contingent. Although
Sorry, what I
I'm
mean
not.
is
Yeah.
it's a nothing move with regards to those great making properties that may or may not be bounded.
Oh yeah, well that's true. That's true. For those, you're still going to end up with saying like, well, the optimal amount of knowledge is all of it.
Yeah, but like is that well, okay, that's a completely separate issue. But I mean like if we want to say like, how many facts is it optimal to know? Infinity? Like what does that mean? You can't that's not not an amount.
Sure. Sure. Probably the question that they want to ask is not like how many, but rather like which ones, to which the answer, all of them makes sense.
Well, I mean saying every single fact, there are facts about facts, and then you run into set issues, and
Yeah.
then there's further issues there. But like, when we talk about like strength, like what how do you describe what an optimal amount of strength is, right? Like you can do, and I mean like physical strength,
Oh, yeah, I agree. That gets like
because
weird.
presumably God has the optimal amount of physical strength, right?
Right.
He doesn't have
Yeah.
less than the optimal amount of physical strength. So like, what does that mean? Well, we could say that you could lift XYZ amount, but
Yeah.
it's just not an amount.
I
Mhm.
grabbed like some of the basic premises of the argument that I found, and I feel like maybe this explains a little bit, but not great. It says it is possible that a maximally great being exists. I don't know if it is possible. I think
Mhm.
is the first problem.
I mean, that's
But-
that's my contention, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like so. For example, is it possible that there is a space unicorn that doesn't breathe oxygen, that is floating around in outer space? Well, I don't really think so, because it seems like the laws of physics and some other things might make that an impossibility. So like if we're saying no, though, that thing isn't possible, even though I can conceive of it. Well, even though I can conceive of a God, does it make it possible? Because something living outside of space and time, to me, doesn't seem possible. But if we granted premise number one, it says a maximally great being is one that exists necessarily in all possible worlds. Well, maybe. I think to be maximal, like in your ontology, you would have to say that it exists in all possible worlds, right? If it's maximally
Not
existing.
necessarily. There's a critique that I've heard of this that I think is good, which is that the maximal possible being, it would be better to be a being who has free will and has like freely chosen the good actions, that they could have chosen the bad actions, but they always choose the good actions. But because that requires like some sort of like ability to do otherwise, that requires like a possible world where you choose like the bad stuff, that means that you would only contingently be the greatest possible being, because you would only be the greatest possible being in the worlds where you just do all the good stuff, as opposed to the worlds where you do some good stuff, some bad stuff, if that makes any sense.
Sure,
So
sure.
maybe there'd only be like some possible worlds, but not all possible worlds where you're the greatest possible being. And then in the other ones, you do the bad stuff.
So, if the thing isn't in all possible worlds, then is it still necessary?
No.
Seems not, because
Yeah.
it would have to be in all possible worlds. Okay. Premise number three: if it is possible that a necessary being exists, I don't know if it is again, then it exists in some possible world. If it exists in some possible world, it exists in all possible worlds because it's necessary, which we kind of went into. If it exists in all possible worlds, then it exists in the actual world. So the argument that I found, it still doesn't make the connection behind like whether or not it existing possibly has anything to do with whether or not it exists indeed. Like I could give you all kinds of scenarios that possibly could exist, but I don't see how possibility leads to necessity.
It's saying possible necessity leads to actuality.
Where's
Yeah,
the connection?
That's the
I-
fifth ax, or that's the S5 axiom of modal logic.
Okay.
So, okay, say that we have a being, it either exists in all of the worlds. So in front of us, we have all the possible worlds. We're looking at all the possible worlds. Just imagine that. Now we know that there's a being, and either it's going to be in every single one of them, or it's going to be in not a single one of them. And I point to one of them, and I say, look, it's in this one. We know that it's in this one possible world of the array of worlds that are in front of us. From those two facts, what can we determine?
That it exists in some possible world.
Yeah, or that it doesn't exist in none of the possible worlds. It either exists in all the possible worlds or none of them. It doesn't exist in none of them. It exists in at least this one. So it must exist in all of them if the only two choices are all of them or none of them, which is what
Sure.
it means to say that it's necessary.
Sure. Anyways, we'll dive into that sometime when we get a chance
Sure.
to, and see what the variant arguments are too, because there's multiple ways to form that one. And Ekipo, hey, thank you for the super chat. Says how many teeth you can pull out of a guy? Apparently not like he didn't have enough teeth. I kept pulling with that one guest, and I just ran out of teeth, which is why we had to move on. That happens sometimes. Rastaman Fauchot says, did you hear about the happy Roman? He was a gladiator. Oh, okay. All right.
Ayo, let's go.
All right. I see what you did there. Dad approved. I am the Big Cheese says, I like to imagine the greatest conceivable funny joke and whether it could make the greatest conceivable buzzkill laugh or not.
Good question.
I think the other thing too, which we touched on with the ontological argument, is it's not entirely clear what properties would make something great. And so it's like, I don't know by what measurement we're referring to. Like there are some things they want to say, well, God would be maximally loving. I don't know if that's the case. It seems like a subjective idea. Like, what does it mean to be loving?
Yeah, it's definitely like vibes based, right? Like
Yeah.
asking for like some sort of argument. I mean, it's a very intuition based argument.
I mean, the response that I often give is, suppose we're talking about the maximally great, the maximally great conceivable war, right? Well, I would say that it is perhaps a war where nobody dies, perhaps a war where it's over quickly, but more so than that, I would say that it's a war that doesn't happen, right? It's purely imaginary.
That was my point with
And
the
so-
robot.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the point is that it's not clear that necessity is even a great making property or an
Right.
optimality property.
Well, yeah, right, because it's like particular. What produces in total like the greatest possible being, you can't really separate the value of each individual property from like the entire net of properties. I think an all-knowing Adolf Hitler is probably way worse than like a less knowing Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, it seems bad.
Fair point. Furtive Patach says, Happy Easter, y'all. I'm celebrating by day drinking the blood of Christ. And you know what? It was such a good idea. I joined you. I got some Kraken in the Doug
Nice.
goblet. And I've actually got some wafers here so that we can properly get my ass sent to hell today. We'll see what happens. But
Beautiful. I love that for you.
Happy Easter, y'all. And Lizzie Dog, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Really, really appreciate that, friend. Says, kind of want greatest conceivable Pegger shirt now. Fair enough.
That is pretty good.
Appreciate all you guys do. Former Lutheran trying to understand the real world without Bible indoctrination. Hugs, love, and good vibes to y'all. Well, thank you, Lizzie. I would say this. about the Lutherans. Of all the denominations of churches I've either worked for or went to, I had a really good time with the Lutherans. They were super nice, hardworking people, at least where I was, and they were super inclusive. They did have a split at one point over the LGBTQ topics in terms of ordaining ministers, but they seem to have figured that out. And most of them are open and affirming, which, if you're going to be drug into a church, please just find one that's open and affirming and isn't trying to harm people. Gina says,
that seems reasonable.
I mean, if you're going to be so compelled, just find a church that's not hurting people. Gina says, I used to think the Groundhog Phil was the same guy, but turns out they replace him every once in a while. That is true.
Yeah, it's like this is a Colorado reference, but there's there's something called the Butterfly Pavilion. In the Butterfly Pavilion, they have Rosie the tarantula, and they've been through a lot of Rosies, let's just say.
And from Musical Monkey, thank you so much for the super chat. Glad to see you recovering so quickly, Dr. B. W, Mrs. Dr. B. Happy Lich Jesus Day, all rock hard for Doug, horrors for life. Am I don't know what that phrase means. Give me a second.
What, like
Horrors for
lich.
life just means horizontal.
Yeah.
Okay, a lich is a powerful
lich is
sorcerer.
You don't know what a
and
lich is?
typically undead.
Mm-mm.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
He doesn't know anything about
Guys, I don't know anything. I'm a million years old.
Okay, fine. I guess Jesus is a lich under like any reasonable definition, though. He's a zombie. He casts
Very true.
spells.
Yep.
That's probably a good one.
Well, the Talmud in Sanhedrin 43a accuses him of doing sorcery, as did some of the early critics of Christianity. So in the writings of Celsus, it says that he performed miracles that was taught by the Egyptians. Says, let's grant that these things were performed by you, but they are common with the workers of enchanters who promise to effect more wonderful deeds than these, and also with those who have been taught by the Egyptians. And Celsus claims that Jesus went down into Egypt according to the narration. And when he was there, he learned how to become a sorcerer and came back to the land and was tricking people, which I think is more believable than being a demigod.
Bro learned sleight of hand.
Yeah, there's a lot of them back then. Kane says the gopher might be awful at predicting the seasons, but have you seen the hamster out here beating the stock market? No.
What?
It's like the Michael Reeves video where his like fish beats the stock market.
Yes. Okay. There's a crypto trading hamster apparently that is the cage is set up with buy and sell signals, and apparently it seems like it might have had a run of success at some point.
I mean, look, the thing is if you have enough people trying this, then one of them will have an inordinate amount of success, merely by the law of large numbers. So
yes, especially with the stock market, because it has such a long working upward trend that if you buy it and hold it for long enough, it's almost inevitable based on statistics that you're going to make money in the long run. If you're doing day trading, like you're just buying a stock.
But the claim is that he's beating it.
True. He's beating the stock market. That's impressive, actually. Okay, fair enough. Maybe I got to get a hamster. All right. Apolite, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, if the God of classical theism is complete goodness, then the Old Testament God who self-admits to creating and causing evil can't fit that. Classical theist God simply can't be Old Testament God biblically. And I kind of feel like I agree with you, because if we define the classical God of theism as only and ever doing what is good, then how can we say that creating evil is good? Unless we just think that evil is okay.
Yeah. I mean, so that the premise there is like, okay, if you're perfectly good, then none of your actions will ever result in evil, which, I mean, yeah, like that seems like a plausible premise to me. I think what the theist would say to that is like, you can cause evil.
You can dance if you want to.
You can leave your friends behind. That's what the classical theist wants to say. You can cause evil if it's made up for by like some greater good that couldn't possibly be achieved. But then that bites into like a big problem, which is that Paul says that it's wrong to do evil such that good may come of it. So the greater good stuff seems to be in conflict with the Bible.
I can't agree more. I don't see how people can argue for classical theism and then also argue for the Bible God. Well, I guess if you ignore the Bible, you can do it. A gentleman says, if Blitz is correct, and I haven't seen a time where he hasn't been correct, and we're interpreting the signs backwards, that means that Phil has a greater than 50% accuracy.
Exactly my point.
True. Maybe the hedgehog, groundhog, beaver, whatever it is, groundhog. Maybe we just don't understand his signs correctly.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course we don't.
You know, he has like an entire like division of people that take care of him. Like he has like a ton of volunteers.
Damn.
It can't be the same groundhog, right?
No, it changes.
Okay. Because, like, it would be dead eventually.
Yes. Right. This is like the same thing. Yeah. It's, you nailed it. Golem, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says believers using apologetics expecting it to work is like, oh, you know what? That's actually a really good point, Dr. Blitz, because every one of the groundhogs are probably going to have maybe a different method of interpreting the shadow, which means every time you get a new groundhog, you need to go back to the drawing board about, hey, what does this mean?
Yeah, that's a good point.
The plot thickens. Golem says believers using apologetics expecting it to work is like sovereign citizens. I know that now. Walking into court, expecting their BS to work and crashing out when it fails. You're not far off. I think there's a crossover between a lot of these real, like, diehard know nothing Christians and the sovereign cit movement. Like Q, like people who just they have a disconnect from reality, and they've been told by authoritative people that they're right when they actually don't know what they're talking about.
It's a wild world we live in. That's a thing that exists.
Yeah. Kane says, if sinning is wrong, I don't want to be right. And I'm with you. But also remember, listen, if you don't sin, Jesus died for nothing, according to Christians.
So that means that we should sin?
I mean, I would imagine. So listen, you can sin as much as you want and Jesus will forgive you. So.
Oh, good to know.
If we want to maximize, Jesus's death, you basically have to keep sinning. Now, I get it. People are yelling at me right now, but Romans 6 says that you shouldn't. This actually was already brought up in Romans 6, by the way. Because grace abounds when we sin, should we keep on sinning? It says, what are we to say? Should we continue in sin in order that grace may increase? By no means. How can we who have died to sin go on living in it? Do you not know that all of us were subliminal? So he doesn't actually give a good resolution to the problem. He says, no, don't do it. You're dead to sin right now. Wait a minute, that didn't answer the question. Anyways, Lizzie says Jesus had free will, but had no option to choose his own adventure, according to this 3:16 dude. Yes, that's the case. If Jesus didn't have the ability to not get crucified, which he didn't want to, in the Olivet Discourse, he prays to let this cup pass from him. And then he says, but your will be done, not mine, which means Jesus' own will was to not get crucified, and God violated Jesus' own free will.
I mean, who would want to be crucified?
I mean, you would think if you were God and this was your plan, you'd want it.
True. That's a good point.
Right? That's why the Trinity is the dumbest, like, theological concept I've ever heard of. I'm the Big Cheese says, remember when Jesus rolled up the Isaiah scroll in the temple, Luke 14, and said, today the scripture is fulfilled in your hearing, and you have all been absolutely cooked. I mean, he could have included the next line. The next line in Isaiah 61 is, and the day of vengeance of our Lord. He left that out because, that was inconvenient. But you're right, he could have left that in, and it would have been, and you've all been cooked. Great Adam says, Ian's foreskin sold to Bill Gates as chewing gum. What?
Give it back. Give it back.
Okay. Bill Gates is into the calamari. I'm the Big Cheese with another one. Thank you so much. Says, I remember when
I hate that.
Sorry. So much foreskin talk today. Make sure y'all read the Arabic infancy gospel at some point. I'm the Big Cheese says, remember when Jesus rebuked the Pharisees? You have no grounding with me. All intelligibility comes from these nuts. True.
If all intelligibility is grounded in the Trinity, then fuck, I guess we're not grounding intelligibility because that
Yeah.
shit's nonsense.
Yeah, it's absurd. I would love if the Bible said anything about grounding, but it doesn't. I'm the Big Cheese with a follow-up says thoughts on the Elephantine Jews and implications on origin of practice and beliefs. So the Elephantine Jews were probably they went there most likely when the Babylonians had their incursion in Judea.
Bro, his name is Ian is gay, and he's literally fucking showing his dick to dudes.
That is crazy.
Wait, is this the same guy that usually comes on and is like stalking
Yeah.
me? Maybe.
How's it so
do you have a new
small?
stalker, Ian?
No, it's the same
Yeah,
guy.
I don't know.
it's like so strange, right? Because you'd think that he'd get like some
It's
like
so
sexual pleasure
tiny.
out of it. So
It
it
is
might be
really
like
tiny.
hard, but no, it's like teeny tiny. It's like fucking, it's like a little like ding-a-longer, like fucking dangling in the wind. At least get your dick hard, dude. He's so mad. Holy fuck, dude. We can't even hear him, and he's like pissed. He's like furious.
He's so
Holy
upset he's
shit,
spaghetti.
dude.
Yeah,
Oh
he's
my
he's
God,
really.
he's like
Do you think he's
he's
got
like
music back there?
alternating. Yeah, he's taking my advice. Yeah, good for you, dude. Taking my advice. That's like the first good thing that you've done. Dick's still tiny though. Holy shit. Like he needed to bring it closer to the camera such that we could see it.
Oh boy, that's
He's gonna
rough.
like punch his camera. Holy shit, dude. What a fucking legendary
What?
crash out. Yeah. You know, typically doing like a little like up and down. You know, everyone's anatomy is different. You know, if I was trying to get hard, I wouldn't do like the little like up and down. I might do like a good solid couple of strokes there. That's just some
Mhm.
advice for you for like how to troll the next streamer. You know, I don't know what you're doing like mock humping, you know. Typically for that to work, you would need your dick to be hard. It's like fucking teeny tiny. The distance to, I just want to be clear about this. Like the distance that you've humped like forward and backward, like there's no it's a literally a physical impossibility. It would be a violation of laws of physics for that to stay inside of a person, to be clear. Like the distance that you've traversed in humping
It's
backwards
like
and forwards.
8x.
Yeah, seriously. He's so mad. He's ran out of steam. He's like tired now. He's like breathing too heavily. Holy shit, dude. This guy fucking zero stamina, and you can't even blame him. He has like no practice.
Oof.
Yeah, it's a shame that you can't even hear him. I tried to turn his audio on. Can anyone hear him?
Yeah.
Oh, I can hear him now.
Wait, don't. I wouldn't turn his audio on. He's
Yeah,
gonna
that
say
seems
a
that seems
slur.
that seems risky.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
You
let's
are
get
fucking
this
is
fucker
what he
outta
said.
here.
He said
Yeah,
you
yeah.
are fucking.
You are fucking. Yeah, I'm fucking you rhetorically. You got the fuck blown out of you. And this isn't even a debate.
Not even. Big Cheese, to answer your question, the Elephantine Jews broke off during the incursion of the Babylonians. They went to Egypt for safety, and they set a settlement there. It was a Jewish settlement. How much of it was synchronized with Egyptian religion is hard to know. But what we do know is that they did send word back to Jerusalem looking for information on how to do Passover and looking for other information about the practices of the, people back in the motherland. So it seems that there was some sort of maybe written documentation at the time of Elephantine that did systematize some of the practices. Was it what we have in the Bible? We don't really know. It might have been similar to what we have in the Bible. We just know that there was some sort of festival that they were looking for to get information on how to practice it properly. But it seems clear, too, that what they were doing isn't strict, Jewish monotheism as it shows up in the Hebrew Bible. It's a little more complicated than that. And we have some of their contracts. And we know that they were doing social practices that are against the laws of Moses as well. So it's hard to tell, how Jewish the community still was. But what we do know is that it's a really cool window into 5th and 3rd century Judaism after, the initial stage of the Babylonian diaspora. Jessica says, someone sneezes. Ian, there's actually some literature on this question.
Mhm,
That's how it seems. It's how it seems.
And Miko with another super chat. Thank you, friend. Says JW's counter the spirit having a mind. And so by unusual translating, not qualified to say wrong, but unusual, and it being personified, giving in the way that death reigns, yet neither are beings. Okay, so they're going with the Philo of Alexandria personification of traits. There was this trend in the like 100 years, the beginning of Gnosticism, to like personify traits of God as having its own agency. So like the
Which
justice
is
of
very
God.
weird.
Yeah, that's how we get the Logos in John. This there's a like either justice or mercy or the words of God or the wisdom of God. All of these things can be personified. But it obviously, to anyone with a brain, right? Well, that's utter nonsense. That never is neither here nor there. But yeah, it's a weird philosophical take that they were utilizing to make Christianity work. Alex, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, if a prophecy in the Bible comes true, does it mean that the future tense in the next is now incorrect and therefore the Bible is false? I may not understand what you're saying. So if in fact a prophecy in the Bible comes true, it just means that it accurately predicted something that came true. If you've got a prophecy with like 5 bullet points, and say 4 of them came true, it doesn't mean that the tense of the other ones that didn't come true would be somehow interpreted differently. It just means that the prophecy failed. And I think that's the difficulty when doing this prophetic perfect argument, is they'll say, well, no, the prophecy didn't come true. It must be talking about a future event. Like, no. That's not the case at all. It just fucking failed. And as let me Et Spiritu says, hey fam, have any of you ever noticed that some Christians specifically will use the Bible to justify child abuse? I have personally. Spare to the rod, spoil the child. I know Ian has mentioned on biblical ethics how beating children seems to be problematic, and maybe you've talked about that before, right?
I think hitting kids is wrong, actually.
Yeah, canceled.
Wait,
yeah,
what?
yeah. I brought up those verses, but I kind of stopped bringing them up because most people just bite the fucking bullet. And I honestly think that that's like not the. Like, I think personally, I find it like unintuitive, but I think it's like unintuitive. Like, I still think that there's like a substantial portion of morons who think it's fine, such that I don't think it's like the biggest bullet bite. I think a lot of people, even like some atheists, would hear that and be like, well, that's not that big of a deal. And you basically like every Christian. Whereas like when you get them to say like, yeah, the Amalekite infants deserve to get fucking pasted, that's even for Christians, they're like, whoa.
Yeah, it's stretching it a little bit, huh?
So, for people who
But you know
spent
who's
time...
never stretched it a little bit?
that guy. That was. I think if you spent a lot of time in like a conservative, even Southern Christian setting, you'll see some of this what the super chat's talking about. I actually knew a guy once that we talked about the Bible a lot at work. He was really conservative, and he talked about how he was so serious about taking the commandments in the Bible literally that he goes over the top with beating his children. He's talked about one time, he said he beat his child so hard with a wiffle ball bat that he broke the bat. I said, that's fucking abuse. I don't care if the Bible says spare the rod, spoil the child. And there are people that are going to take these verses in the Bible that talks about disciplining your children, and they're going to apply it to, well, whatever means necessary, whatever I need to do to discipline my child is now acceptable.
That's like psychotic, like straight up psychotic, like actually unwell, like actually psychotic. What the fuck?
Yeah, and there's Christians too that they feel like it's their duty to beat their children sufficiently in order to make because
gross.
the Bible says so. The child's going to grow up wrong if you don't beat him. And so I mean, even God in the Bible in 2 Samuel, it talks. God says about Solomon that if he does wrong, he'll be beaten as with rods. So like a human being. So it's pretty crazy. And it there's more that can be said. I think the Bible God has a fundamental misunderstanding of human psychology, which is why the Bible God thinks that abuse is like an actual method of like reproving your children. Golok says, to be clear, if people have asked me, I don't believe in spanking my child. I don't spank my child. I think most of the people that are in like this atheist deconstruction circle tend to agree on some of this. It's not universal. You don't have to agree on it. But I know some people have asked me before. That's my position. I just don't think it's necessary. And Golok says, been anti-theist my adult life. Never gave religion a second thought until I saw DZ last year. Well, hey, thanks for being here. The callers highlight how awful indoctrination is. And Golok, I think that's one of the reasons why I'm so serious about my work. When I first got online, I just wanted to have conversations. about important topics, because I found that the people that are in the deconstruction space were being like made fun of and marginalized by religious leaders and people who didn't fully like they don't understand the actual complaints. But the more I started interacting with people that are like, oh yeah, I bring back slavery, oh yeah, murder children, the more I started talking to these people, I'm like, oh, these people are fucking dangerous. Like we gotta do something about this.
I actually think that
yeah.
I'd suspect, I don't have like data on this, this is like pure speculation. I suspect the reason why something like the moral argument is on the rise is to give fucking like something to gum up the gears of them getting like crushed on the Old Testament.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
that's
checks
true.
out.
It's difficult to be a believer and read the Old Testament and wrestle with it. I mean I remember my first time really reading through the laws of Moses thinking like this is pretty fucking horrific, and then finding apologetics for it, and even as a Christian thinking like these aren't great apologetics, this is the best we can do. It's embarrassing. But gentleman Viking, beautiful pup, Jesus definitely did necromancy. I mean that is the case, he raised a couple people from the dead. So yeah, Jairus's daughter, the
I
Syrophoenician
wish I
woman's
could do necromancy.
daughter.
That'd be pretty rad.
I mean, if you contact ICP, they might have an in for necromancy, but I've yet
I
to
don't know
talk
what
to
ICP stands for.
the Insane Clown Posse.
Oh, okay, that ICP. Yeah, I know what that is.
yeah.
I'm surprised that that's
Sorry.
why would they know about necromancy?
I mean, listen, that's one of their main trends in their lyrics. Listen,
this
old heads
fucking
know.
Dick guy keeps on coming back here and doing like dick romancy. You know, he's doing like fucking dick puppetry over there.
Well, are you sure? Because I don't think he's rising anything from anything.
No, it's not risen.
That's for sure.
Oh shit. Golem says Anubis is allowing me to paint his Easter eggs. Oh, fucking A. It's funny, like people will try to make like the Easter eggs part of like the Ishtar celebration, trying to figure out why the fuck do we have Easter eggs? It's actually not. It comes from the Germanic celebration of springtime. Nevertheless, Anubis, I'd be curious. There's a mythology in ancient Egypt about an egg starting out as like the primal state, primeval state. I'd be curious to know more about this, Golem. If you know more about how eggs play into Egyptian mythology, I'd love to hear, because I only know of 2 stories that mention it. I'd like to know more. G3 Rain says, age is no excuse. I'm a year older than you and know 95% of these references. Listen, it's not just that I'm old. I also stopped caring so long ago. And guys, gotta remember, I hate fun. I hate having fun. So one time I went to Disney World and I had to leave because it was too much fucking fun. So, you know.
That's such a crazy thing to say, by the way.
I'm just messing. What I find fun is not what most people find fun. That's all I can tell you. I'm not interested in games or watching movies or.
You're not interested in joy. You're interested in,
Ooh, I'm so
like
excited to read through my Koine Greek papers.
Oh,
sorry guys. I got a problem. That's all I can tell you. Bacon and Bush, thank you for the $10 super chat. Your friends don't dance. If they don't dance, then they're no friends. Listen,
he doesn't even know the song.
I do know the song. If your friends
Okay,
don't
good.
dance, it's an Australian accent too. It was in the song. Who did that one?
It's not really Australian, is it?
Or was it just
not
it's,
like
New
it's men with
Zealand?
hats, isn't it? I think it's men with hats.
It is men with hats, but I mean like they sing with an Australian accent, but
it has an accent.
They sing, but it's not really an accent because we have a hard time as humans. We have a hard time picking up accents. Period. When we hear singing, so
right, true. And super Poiternaturata. Hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says thoughts on the Euthyphro dilemma. I find it very compelling, but none of you seem to bring it up in debates. Do you have some problem with it? I'm going to give you a really short answer first, because I bring this up in debates every single week. There's not a week that goes by that I don't bring up the Euthyphro dilemma. I may not call it out by name, but I mention it every time so I can explain to Christians that if they think morals come from God, that doesn't make them objective. And the Euthyphro dilemma dealt with this exact thing. Now, Ian, I bet, has a pretty in-depth answer about the Euthyphro dilemma in his opinion. But
there's some literature on this. So I think I recently learned what like the good response is because there's like a classic Christian weaseling that they want to do every single time. Whoa, he's in like the sexy position this
He was
time. Hubba hubba.
I can't even see it. I'm so disappointed, but I guess that's probably what all of his girlfriends have said too.
Yeah, sure. So obviously what you're asking is like, okay, is goodness grounded in God, or is God grounded in goodness? That's philosophically speaking what the Euthyphro dilemma is asking. It's asking what's the determination relation there between God's commands and goodness? Does goodness ground God's commands, or do God's commands ground goodness? Which determines which? But what they want to say is like, well, no, 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 no. God just is goodness. They want to fucking weasel out of that. But then you can ask them like the specifics of God's nature. Is it that way? There's like a follow-up one that you can beat their ass with, which is like, okay, is it that way because it's good to be that way, or is goodness the way that it is because that God's nature is that way? You can ask like the further question of grounding. But I mean, okay, even if you do that, and even if you arrive at the conclusion that it's arbitrary or like independent of God or whatever, typically what these weasel scumbags will say is like, well, he's a subject, but he's like a
He's like
big
the king
subject.
subject.
He's like a super subject. So it's like not really subjective. That's why I think the Izot problem that I usually run kicks ass, because it does come down to your own subjectivity, whether or not you listen to God. You need to subjectively decide to listen to him. You need to subjectively decide to make listening to God one of your goals, or in line with one of your goals. Otherwise, there's just no reason to do it.
Fair enough. And Eat Some Shorts, great Simpsons reference. Is he mad about God taking
He
his
knows the one
foreskin?
reference.
Guys, if it's from like the 80s or 90s, I might get it. When I was a kid,
Back when Justin still cared about fun.
Do you
I had
know,
fun when I was a kid.
Justin, what do you know about the monorail?
The train?
Do you know what that's a reference to?
No,
I
but
don't know it either, for what it's
The
worth.
city needs a monorail.
no, but I would love to
Okay.
go into some magnetic
Okay.
lore.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh my, it's not magnetic lore. It's just fucking. Oh my god.
I mean, you had me at electromagnets. I guess you're not
Oh
talking about
my
an actual
God.
monorail. Okay.
This guy.
Oh my god.
Cyber deconstruction. Good to see your friends. This question: why does God want circumcision? Answer: he likes SpaghettiOs.
I'm a bomb fan.
Brew. This is a good one, Cyber. Hope you're doing well, buddy. And Fisto Roboto. Thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, yesterday Ian had a person talking about yearly weeks, where a week equals 7 years in the Bible. Is this ad hoc BS or some truth to it? No, it actually is true. So you can have a week of something. A week of something just means 7. In fact, the word for a week is basically the word for 7 with almost no adaptation. So when you talk about a week of something, it's basically the same way as just saying 7 of something, right? So that's why you get this play on words. Also, if you read the beginning of Daniel chapter 9, read the first 2 verses, it talks about why they come up with this figure, because they were supposed to be punished for 70 years, but 70 years have passed, and Daniel's like, hey, what gives? And so they're like, oh, it turns out there's a punishment in the law of Moses that says if God sends us into exile and we don't turn from our ways, then he'll multiply our punishment by 7. So he's like, oh, no, we're going to be punished for 490 years, 70 times 7. And we see other things, like even in the New Testament said, how many times should you forgive? 70 times 7. So it's a trend that you'll see in Jewish literature. Some church says, what percentage of Christians crash outs are expressing their repressed rage for their loss for foreskin?
The thing is Christians don't even have to circumcise.
Yeah,
That was
Paul,
Kellogg's fault.
Yeah, Paul said not to in Galatians.
The only reasons Christians circumcise is because they don't want to grow hair on their palms, according to Kellogg, which is the same guy as the cereal guy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, basically there was a movement in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and Kellogg was like super prude, and he was like, yeah, we don't want boys masturbating, and circumcising them will help, and so that's why all the Christians in North America do it.
Damn,
They
that's
don't do it in
crazy.
Europe.
Truth nuke.
I'd wondered because Paul says in Galatians 2, if you let yourselves be circumcised, Christ will be of no benefit to you. So, like, if Christians,
Are you
if you're a
telling me that
Christian,
Jewish people don't need Jesus because they're circumcised anyway?
that's the implication.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. This is a funny thing. There's a lot of Christians that think that Jews don't get to go to heaven, but according to Pauline theology, that's simply not the case. In Pauline theology, the Jews are definitely going to go to heaven, just using a different means. So if that's the case, then that again means that Jesus wasn't entirely necessary. Jesus was supposed to be the plan for all of the non-Jews, even though regular Jews could still participate in Jesus's kingdom. It just wasn't a requirement for them. Astro Adventure, thank you for the super chat. Pretty Boy Flacco was victim blaming child abuse. YouTube. Wait.
Well, I'm sure that there's, if that's true, I'm sure there's like a mod on it or something.
Is that a person in our chat that was doing that? I didn't see it, but we do have some
Yeah.
mods. Hopefully the mods took care of
I'm
it.
sure the mods are taking care of it. They're
Yeah.
there. They're on the ground.
Sure. Okay. Soliman, thank you for the $5 super chat. Is that a play on the word Solomon? Did God violate the Amalekite infants' free will by eliminating them because he knew they would become wicked? So there's a big question about what does it mean to violate free will? Does killing someone violate their free will? Well, I mean, presumably, no, because it's not an action that they're deciding to take one way or another. It's an action that you're deciding to do. And once they're dead, they don't have free will anyways. They don't have anything. So it's not clear to me that that's what we mean by a violation of free will. A violation of free will basically means you remove their ability to choose if they have being. If they have being is a requirement for choosing. And if you remove their ability to choose while having being, I would call that a violation of free will. But that reminds me, give me 1 second. I'm going to write a note. I've got a whole document. Let's see, add free will to cheat sheet. Today after this live stream, I'm going to add my free will document to the cheat sheet for everyone who has it. So I can show you, and you can use it in arguments to demonstrate that the God of the Bible didn't give anyone really free will, and he violates that shit endlessly. He does not care about free will. Kane says, be careful how you treat your children. They will be the ones deciding how you're treated when you're old. Yes, indeed. And also,
then the boomers get mad when like when their kids don't come visit them in the home. And it's like, you hit them with belts. Right. What do you want?
Right. And the thing of it is, like when it comes to spanking children, first of all, they're defenseless. They can't do anything about it. You're 3-4 times larger than they are, and it doesn't really teach them anything. What it teaches them is that if you do something mom or dad doesn't like, you get pain, you get physical pain. But it also teaches them that like sometimes it's okay to cause people physical pain, and like that's not the type of thing I want my child learning. And there are other ways of punishing children. And I get that sometimes they feel like they're not as effective, or they feel like they might, they might take a long amount of time. But the reality is we've got lots of psychological data on children now that have grown up, and we know that the outcomes for children that are spanked are different than the outcome for children that are not spanked. And I get that there's a lot of memes of like the 13-year-old kid that is just completely rebellious and acts up to their parents and like, oh, they should have been spanked when they were little. But that's not really the case. That's not specifically a spanking issue. You can correct your children and teach your children without spanking them. Spanking them is just one method of correction. There are dozens of others. When I was a child, I would have gladly taken a spanking over having like my favorite toys taken away. So like spanking to me is just a lazy method of getting like short-term behavior modification, but at the expense of teaching them violence, which I don't think we would want. But I could be wrong. I'm not a psychologist. I'm just telling you my particular opinion. I can't see a good reason to spank children. Rob Thank you so much for the 200 MX. Let me pitch the concept of a full life of Jesus, the Bible's best blunders, reenacted by the entire deconstruction family. Can you imagine a modern Monty Python style production featuring all our favorite atheist creators? Well, it kind of is. Somebody started it. So Dr. Ben, Dr. Ben's got a YouTube channel and also is on the line with us, is starting to do like a version of that. It's kind of like a drunk history, but for the Bible. I have been contacted about helping out that. I don't know if the project is still active, but I've been wanting for a long time to get a group of friends together and do some like drunk Bible history. I don't know if this is exactly the same.
The thing is in order to do a Monty Python style anything and for it to be good, you actually have to be funny. And like not
I'm
to
not.
say that the deconstruction family isn't funny, but like there's a reason why Monty Python worked, and it's not because they were just saying the things that they were saying, it's because they were like actually funny people. I mean, like John Cleese is funny in anything. It's not just in Monty Python that John Cleese is funny. Similarly with like all of the other folks in Monty Python, I just can't remember their names.
Right. Yeah. Anyways, we do agree. I mean, if I had more time, if all of us had more time in our schedule, we probably could get to do fun side projects like this. And unfortunately, it's just one of those things that, in order to do what we're doing, it does consume quite a bit of time in the schedule. Like
so much time.
Blitz, Ian, how many days a week are you guys streaming right now?
6, including this one.
Probably. Well, yeah, including this one, maybe like 6, maybe like 5.
And then I'm also, I also have a whole separate life, 2 whole separate lives, one of making science content, and then another of doing science research. So,
right, exactly.
Wow, Dr. Blitz lives a busy life, between doing science research and getting bullied by naked men on the internet.
Yep, I'm very, very busy.
It's hard to find time in his schedule.
It's my favorite thing to do, to be honest.
Imagine being so mad that atheists exist that you spend your Sunday morning naked on camera. Like it's the craziest thing to me.
He's like so mad, dude. This dude needs to calm the fuck down.
It's pretty wild, actually. Anyways, friends, that's the end of our live stream. We went an hour late because we didn't have a huge time constriction today, and people were sending, I think, really good questions in the super chats. Is there, we'll put a 1 in the comments if yes. Is there appetite here for us to do a Q&A one day where we'll have Blitz, Ian, and myself just up here answering questions from the super chat audience? Because I think we'd be amenable to such a thing, and it does actually allow the audience to have a time where they can just ask whatever question they want
and ask questions, yeah.
Not get derailed by having to do some debates.
We could do gosh, this is like big like revenue brained, but we could do like a members only Q&A.
True.
Oh, this is actually a really good
I think
idea.
Ian did one of these recently.
Yeah, I did one of those last week. It was a blast. It was a lot of fun.
Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely look into that.
Or...
What?
Oh, YouTube and TikTok members only,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Maybe it's time to also talk about doing a Patreon, because we can do a members only live stream and also still stream it to our members only on Patreon at the same time. It's not that difficult. For people who don't want to be members on YouTube. But for now, I think membership on YouTube is, let's get that taken care of first, and then we'll look at some of the other other things. And also, only LC, hey, good to see you this morning, says Drunken History Bible Edition, count me in. Listen, I think it would be a lot of fun. I don't know if you need the reenactment when you do drunk history, but I feel like the reenactments do kind of add to it. It's a lot of fun. And Alexander with an additional super chat, thank you, friend, says, if a prophecy in the Bible comes true, does that mean the future tense in the next is now incorrect and therefore the Bible is false? This came in twice, and I'm not really sure why this...
I don't understand.
Yeah, I may not fully understand. Maybe it's on me for not really understanding the question. But like, if I go to a basic, let's go to Exodus. Ezekiel. Let's go to Ezekiel 36. Ezekiel 36 has got a series of different prophecies in it, and I can imagine if one came true and another didn't, like it would still mean the same thing, right? So let's go towards the end about the restoration. It says, on the day that I cleanse you from all your iniquities, I will cause the towns to be inhabited and the waste places shall be rebuilt. But listen, that could be true. Maybe these cities get rebuilt, right? But on the next part, the land was a desolate and it shall be tilled, so on and so forth. And then, there we go, 36. Then the nations that are left all around you shall know that I am the Lord. Well, listen, it might be true that these cities get rebuilt, but that doesn't mean that the meaning of verse 36 is somehow different. But keep in mind, they're both in the future tense anyways. One is just probably, if you're a Christian, further in the future. So I think if one prophecy in a section comes true and not another prophecy in the same section, I think it just means that sometimes you throw spaghetti at the wall and some of it sticks and some of it don't. Like, not sure what to say about that. Are either of you two going live today?
Yeah, so the first thing I'm doing, I'm posting a video right now, right this second, and then what I'm gonna do afterwards is I'm gonna do a little members only live stream. I think I'm gonna read through like a bit of like a philosophy chapter. Maybe I'll do like a debate review.
Okay. Blitz?
Seems fun. No, I'm not going to be live today. I might pop in somebody else's, but not my own.
Yeah.
Depends on what stuff I have going on.
Yep,
Well,
I'll be live in like 20 minutes for like members only.
Cool. All right. So Ian's going to be live later today. I'm going to be going live. I'm going to be doing the same thing I did on Halloween. I'll be running the I Am the Messiah series. Jesus was a fraud. It's a spoof, but it should excite some Christians to want to come in and debate whether or not Jesus was really the Messiah and whether he resurrected or things like that. But friends, it was great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you to all the members. We really appreciate it. Members, so having one of the reasons why members are so important is it allows us to have like a baseline of income on the stream, so that we're not entirely dependent every week on super chats or ad revenue. It's kind of a steady way to do the channel. And it allows us to make predictions for the future and kind of see where our channel needs to go in the future to make it grow and more sustainable. And so memberships just really help out a lot with that. So we appreciate everyone who's a member. It means the world to us. And we'll see you again, same time, same place next week.